This boy is caught stealing the Holy Grail. As punishment, a knight cuts off his head. Once they leave, however, he wakes up, grabs his severed head, and magic stitches it back onto his body. In reality, this boy had finished a game in a single night playing as a cleric of decay, but was immediately pulled into the game world right after. Upon arrival, he possessed only two things: the habit of the Order of Decay and the hand of the Mother of Decay squirming on his chest. Every race in this world despises the Order of Decay, and the boy is the Mother of Decay's sole disciple. In the game lore, members of the Order were not truly immortal, but were humans enhanced by drugs. As proof, the boy now possesses superhuman strength. Also, before coming to this world, he would faint at the sight of a few drops of blood. Now, no amount of gore makes him flinch. His only real concern is that he has lost his sense of taste. The hand of the Mother of Decay constantly identifies other murderers and urges the boy to eliminate everyone. The hand signals a number with its fingers for the people around him. The higher the number, the more holiness the boy can perceive in them. When they die, this allows him to summon monsters using the mother's powers. Later, after a period, he was on the verge of acquiring his priest identity. Upon gaining that identity, he sought employment at a guild. While waiting at the counter, the attendant announced she would conduct a verification. After managing some documents, he continued to wait motionless. The young attendant presented him with a job. She expressed her pleasure at the prospect of working alongside him. Upon observing Marnak's ability to comprehend all written terms, she felt impressed. As most clients requested, she read them aloud. This presented no difficulty for him, having already mastered the game's fundamentals upon entry. Once finished reading, a singular question remained. Prior to embarking on the mission, Marnak collected half of the payment. As the young woman detailed the rationale, the MC engaged in an internal dialogue with his goddess. Following a period of listening, he exited, the hand still attempting to constrict him. Amidst this internal conflict, a voice addressing him as Father Marnak startled him. The speaker was a young man with a chubby face, a pompadour, and a genial look. While Marnak listened, only the mention of his name registered clearly. Trailing the young man, Pierre, the MC heard discussions of monsters and specters. A second man emerged, summoning Pierre. This individual displayed a facial scar and a severe expression. Pierre offered an apology to Marnak, explaining his need to proceed ahead. Remaining behind, the MC continued to contend with the hand's persistence in eliminating those nearby. He informed the goddess that coins were necessary for his winter survival. Subsequently, the hand quieted, and he perceived its stillness. Placing his hand upon his chest, its dwelling place, he requested she not feel sorrow. Regardless of his words, however, she consistently desired an elimination. Marnak, however, redirected his attention, inquiring about the individual's judgment. They possessed a unique communication method. She employed her fingers to indicate numerical values. He understood that by sending everyone to the Mother of Corruption through elimination, he could obtain divinity. This divinity was bestowed based on the finger count she displayed for each soul's value. He required 10,000 divinity to acquire an authority. Through the system, he could draw divinity from sacred relics, thereby gaining divine authority. A total of 12 relics existed, and the Mother of Corruption had pledged that gathering them all would fulfill his desire. He would undoubtedly request the restoration of his taste, profoundly missing the experience of flavored food. As these thoughts occupied him, Pierre reappeared, stating the captain had commanded not to bother Marnak. He precisely relayed his superior's instruction. The MC was not to be disturbed. Marnak, ever gracious, stated that all was well and no concern was necessary. He observed everyone intently, discerning an unusual development. Abruptly, an ambush ensnared them as arrows launched from various points. In a rapid motion, Marnak drew Pierre close for protection. The MC cast the youth aside, preventing his impact by the arrow volley. Nonetheless, the projectiles persisted, several impacting Marnak's form at various points. Pierre observed in dismay as the MC sustained severe hits. The assailants discharged additional arrows, keenly noting their impact. Having fallen to the earth repeatedly struck, Marnak remained inert. He surmised they were likely bandits, even as the hand urged him to eliminate them. The MC understood the Mother of Corruption desired his feigned demise, to assimilate all present divinity. He deemed this the most arduous undertaking. Ascending, Marnak informed the goddess that she already discerned his true inner self. Subsequently, he gained full posture, then sighted a nearby sword. Weapon clutched, he proclaimed to the goddess he would never act by her methods. As he spoke, the MC adopted a combat posture, his grip firm upon the sword. He then surged ahead, blade ready, resolved to battle on his own terms. Concurrently, the ambushing foes could not comprehend the man's approach. Marnak swiftly advanced and commenced felling them unhesitatingly. The remaining adversaries, witnessing the initial strike, instantly became wary of the man. Perceiving his relentless intent, the blonde, scarred man clenched his jaw. He commanded all others to leave Marnak to him. Then, after dispatching the rest, to enter the fray. Marnak observed his determined foe nearing. Shortly, they traded increasingly fervent sword blows. The blonde, scarred man fixed his gaze on the MC, a broad smile on his mouth. Concurrently, Marnak returned the intense stare, his sword held with firm resolve. Their combat proceeded with ever more vicious exchanges. Momentarily, both recoiled, scrutinizing each other intently. Marnak perceived the goddess's hand commencing its evaluation of his adversary. The blonde man, appearing deranged, demanded to know Marnak's interlocutor. The pair engaged in a fierce sword clash once more. The tall, blonde foe presumed he could readily best Marnak, yet the fight remained unexpectedly balanced. Upon finishing its assessment, the goddess's hand disclosed to Marnak that the individual opposite him possessed a value of 2.5. Marnak struggled to grasp how a simple mercenary had attained a forest guard standing. With a smile, he considered the current situation entirely unbalanced. Regardless, he re-established his aggressive posture. The adversary rapidly closed in, striking powerfully and severing Marnak's sword, which then dropped into the snow. The blonde opponent, now smiling, felt victory was his for disabling Marnak's weapon. While the MC inspected his sword's damage, the foe commented that this explained his preference for stainless steel. He further stated that Marnak held no unique qualities. The blonde individual supplemented that this would be his final task prior to departing the area permanently. Marnak subsequently released the remaining hilt of his sword into the snow, indicating he might attempt an alternative approach. Concluding the confrontation then, while both retained smiles, seemed preferable. Nevertheless, Marnak wished to extend a proposition. He urged the foe to abandon his current path and withdraw. With a calm expression, Marnak declared that should the foe consent, he would fight less intensely. The man facing him doubted Marnak's sincerity. They had no intention of simply complying and departing. Marnak, still smiling, sustained an arrow hit. The blonde man spun, and noticing his allies, mentioned he believed they would not make it on schedule. As the MC collapsed, prone in the snow, the adversary grasped his sword and conferred with his companions about eliminating all. Shortly thereafter, a voice inquiring if they had truly eliminated everyone startled them. Slowly raising his head, Marnak questioned their surprise. The blonde man observed in astonishment as the individual who had taken an arrow to the head ascended before them. Poised in the snow, scoffing at the circumstances, Marnak noted that someone had endured despite their efforts. Grasping and snapping the arrow lodged in his skull with his bare hands, he suggested this was likely their initial encounter with such a display. Before him, all present now stood stunned, and the blonde man commenced perspiring anxiously. Marnak pressed his hands together, asserting he had previously offered them an opportunity. In exchange, however, he had received an arrow to the head. Hearing this, the blonde adversary's blue eyes widened. The man commanded them to fire upon him again. Despite the green aura encircling Marnak, the archers recommenced their volley. Upon impact, the MC paid homage to the corruption matriarch. Assailed, he continued praying to his deity, astonishing his adversaries who disbelieved his endurance. While his invocation persisted, the foes attempted escape as commanded by their commander. Yet, an unseen power kept them rooted to that spot. Marnak understood his supplications were answered. This was the boundary dividing mortals from divine influence, a power a corruption priest must invoke before releasing full strength. This same barrier barred adversaries from flight or concealment from corruption's might. Their commander now recognized no alternative but to unsheathe arms. Their sole prospect lay in attempting to breach the demarcation. But glancing rearward, they sensed an malevolent force. Every one of them shrieked for their captain. A reptilian beast emerged, advancing towards them. It was colossal, extraordinarily potent. All questioned the entity's nature. The massive creature struck, fracturing the earth nearby. Their eyes wide, they now grasped they confronted an authentic fiend. It opened its maw, emitting a deepening, deranging bellow. In desperation, they all sought to flee the barrier's confines. Combatants once valorous now wept in dread, fearing for their existence. Meanwhile, Marnak merely smiled, hearing his foes plead for clemency. Later, tracks in the snow indicated the MC had vanquished them entirely. Post-conflict, he pondered if he should gather the divinities. He questioned if extracting them from their forms would prevent their disappearance. He now attempted to devise a strategy. Caution was vital, given potential guild scrutiny. Upon the ground, he discovered Pierre, felled by an arrow. Marnak resolved to conclude this matter and allow Pierre peace. He would strive to preserve the man's life, thereby enhancing his own standing. Marnak again sought aid from his goddess. Sometime later, an individual was observed with a chalice. A woman inquired about the fate of the person who took the relic. She learned the individual had been immediately eliminated. After learning the head was severed from the body, she wished to know the remains' whereabouts. As Marnak turned away, a young man sought his attention. Observing the chalice, he cautioned its potential return. Subsequently, Marnak pondered undertaking a pilgrimage. Hearing this, the servant found the decision rather abrupt. He questioned its connection to the prophecy. The blue-haired MC affirmed it. It stemmed precisely from the prophecy. Additionally, an individual required his discovery. While traversing the snow, bearing Pierre, it was recounted that a decade prior, all religious orders obtained a prophecy. The impending end would don life's shell and descend upon the world. Noticing Marnak approaching with Pierre, the guards advanced to greet him. Marnak was surprised by a voice hailing him, stating his recent return. As the guards bore Pierre within, a red-haired young woman declared her prior permission to enter. During their exchange, she informed Marnak she never would have guessed his strength based on his looks. He felt somewhat uneasy upon hearing this, yet only regarded her when she stated awareness of his sack's contents. She asserted it caused all the difficulties. She believed it preferable for him to deposit it with the guild rather than carrying it. As they traversed the city, the young woman inquired if he had lodging. She offered her home if he lacked accommodations. The MC simply observed her, a faint blush appearing, while his enraged deity wished her demise, though his goddess opposed it. The MC ultimately accepted the beautiful redhead's invitation, now reposing with the goddess's hand upon his chest. Gazing skyward with an amiable expression, he believed he had merely accepted a lovely lady's offer. However, a sound from the door captured his notice, drawing his gaze toward it. It was the redhead, positioned at the entrance, greeting Marnak. With the door ajar, she stated her intent to allow his rest. Marnak donned his slippers and heard the girl inform him of an urgent matter requiring his attention. Confronting the girl, who remained at the entrance, he inquired about the issue. Upon her revelation that the Lord requested his presence, a look of surprise crossed his face. With the young woman still by the doorway, Marnak questioned if she knew the reason. As she provided details, a distant, immaculately maintained mansion came into view. Within, an individual sipped tea as a butler announced the arrival of the MC. Fleur merely dismissed the butler, who respectfully bowed and complied. Lord Gis, characterized by black hair and a black beard, observed Marnak with an unusual stare. The MC noted the Lord's inquiry about witnessing his brother's last moments. Subsequently, when tea was offered to Marnak, he responded with a sinister smile. He recalled the initial encounter between the Mother of Corruption and the Lord. She had marked him with an X. Consequently, he recognized the man's non-human nature and resolved to challenge him. The demon's eyes reddened upon realizing the MC's full awareness of his identity. This method of marking individuals with an X served as their communication. Such a mark signified a non-human entity. The region harbored numerous demons living covertly among humans. While demons possessed greater strength than other beings, some remained inactive independently. Integration into that world necessitated forging pacts with other entities. This explained the demon's affinity for humans. Conversely, the gods detested demons due to their reciprocal dealings with their adherents. Consequently, the gods decreed that both demons and their adherents would be labeled demons. These beings were deemed malevolent, initiating the demon hunt undertaken by Marnak. Closing his eyes, the MC pondered this, as demon contractors represented a challenging category, commonly shunned by individuals. He recalled his motivation for selecting that particular class. Within the Lord's office, silence prevailed between them until the Lord, appearing animated, expressed surprise. Recalling his brother, the Lord stated that the deceased was responsible for the MC's current presence. Holding a teacup, the Lord expressed admiration for Marnak's ability to discern his concealment. The demon, with an evil expression and interlaced fingers, admitted to being cunning. Nevertheless, the MC shut his eyes and informed the man that he served as a priest of the Mother of Corruption. This intelligence piqued the demon's interest, as he had presumed the deity lacked any adherents. Enthusiastically, he requested the guest to be seated, given their sole occupancy of the space. He declared his intention to be truthful and disclosed that the invitation was not coincidental. While the man spoke, Marnak observed that he remained calmly seated. The noble inquired about the mercenary captain. He sought the precise details of his demise. Marnak listened quietly as the Lord promised compensation for his endeavors. The player found those words agreeable, offering a faint smile. During the Lord's discourse, Marnak considered it an unfortunate occurrence. Galed lamented that work was scarce that winter. The noble had attempted to organize an illicit arrangement. The young man's death during the undertaking was unforeseen. The Lord then stated that life, from his perspective, presented great difficulty. He spoke this while gazing through the window. Upon Marnak's departure from the noble's presence, he possessed a small pouch containing gold coins. Marnak understood the Lord offered the money without manipulative intent. The gold merely served as a means to acquire the truth. As he departed the castle, the MC asserted he was not a covetous priest. Conversely, noticing the Mother of Corruption's anger, he took her hand, caressed it, and expressed his wish for her not to be distressed. The hand appeared to prompt further conversation, prompting him to bring it to his mouth mouth and cough. Marnak spoke of something that resisted rust and endured as long as gold. With a smile and flushed cheeks, he proclaimed to the hand his devotion to the goddess. The hand appeared affected, starting to tremble. Then Marnak positioned her hand near his heart and asserted that she would always hold paramount importance for him. During his walk, he informed her that such worry was unnecessary. Later, he re-entered the inn, and the red-haired girl expressed joy at his return. She gestured to the side, requesting him to greet the teaching sect's priests. With a pleasant expression, he pondered the sect's presence there. Nevertheless, his gaze shifted toward that area, and a misfeeling arose. A sect member reciprocated the gaze. Marnak recognized them instantly. The mother had informed him. One of them held a holy artifact, and Marnak scrutinized the trio in front of him. An approaching individual remarked that this outcome stemmed from a life devoted to justice. Marnak simply observed as the person proceeded, expressing surprise at encountering a preservation priest. The individual presented himself as the balance on retribution's scale. He identified himself as Orvis. This man possessed a penetrating stare, gleaming armor, and wielded a distinct weapon. He indicated that the other, a sizable man with white hair, went by Corneus, and the young female was Patina. Each greeted Marnak by positioning their hands over their chests. The MC reciprocated the salutation similarly, stating his pleasure in their acquaintance. The redhead spoke of a blonde woman observing books in the library. Marnak experienced some comfort realizing other sects and priests were also there. He considered that, if not immediately, he would find multiple opportunities to claim the relic for himself. A complication arose, however. Whenever he absorbed a relic's divine essence, an issue invariably occurred. He questioned whether he was genuinely a corruption priest or merely a corruption villain. The priests bade Marnak farewell, stating their need to depart. Their intention was to greet the Lord. Orvis informed the MC that their next encounter would involve a grave discussion. Upon their departure, Marnak observed that all of them carried uniform weapons and were proceeding to greet the Lord. The redhead informed Marnak that their guild typically offered priests lodging at a reasonable rate. Perspiring, he inquired if she intended for him to compensate for his night at the inn. With a smile, she questioned if he believed she would permit his stay solely for personal gain. Indeed, that was his assumption. Nevertheless, he denied it, a faint blush appearing. The redhead proceeded, explaining her own motives for assisting him. Always, she added, gesturing with her hand, she desired him to prevent food spoilage. Drawing nearer, she inquired if he could bestow a preservation blessing upon the provisions. A deeper blush spread as he distanced himself from the girl, questioning her hushed tone. After causing the MC's embarrassment, the girl produced a broad smile. Immediately after, she asked about his apparent boredom. An individual entered and surmised that the pair shared a good rapport, given their jesting. Marnak inquired why the man had not accompanied the others. The newcomer was Corneus, the white-haired cleric. He stated his lack of options stemmed from the nature of people. He recounted that from outside, he had requested the group extend respect in his own name also. The red-haired individual felt that Lord Tretton would disregard such matters. Upon her statement, the two observed her as she clarified that, despite the Lord's perceived coldness, his performance was commendable. She further mentioned her ability to differentiate professional and private spheres. She advised them both to remain silent, given the Lord's numerous supporters. The white-haired cleric sought further information regarding the Lord. He appeared intrigued. The girl smiled while discussing the Lord, and Marnak merely observed the proceedings. Eventually, he also posed a query, desiring the girl to disclose something. With a smile, he questioned the other priest about his decision to forego visiting the Lord. That individual, smiling broadly, responded that they were currently adhering to a prophecy. The prophecy had been received a decade prior, and now Marnak suspected the world's impending demise. The MC perspired upon recognizing their presence stemmed from a belief that the Lord was a fiend. In a subsequent scene, already close to the Lord, the two clerics approached to greet him when the relic commenced glowing. Observing the luminescence, they understood. A shining, sacred relic in proximity to an individual indicated that person was a demon. With the relic now held, they recognized their imperative to eliminate him. The demon, realizing further concealment was futile, unveiled its genuine form. Both Marnak and the other priest perceived a fiery eruption. A being akin to a mutated lizard materialized from inside the Lord's estate. Marnak gazed fearfully in that direction, but the other priest had anticipated such an event. Within the Lord's estate, a cleric brandished the scales of retribution, a hammer-like weapon. This individual was one of the 3 wisdom clerics confronting the demon. Throughout the skirmish, he shifted between an axe and a sword until he plunged the blade into the apex of the colossal creature's skull. A distant observer could discern a blend of dust, lightning, and widespread destruction as the priest defied the demonic entity. The cleric accompanying Marnak clarified that the sky's glow resulted from Orvis wielding the hammer of punishment. punishment. The priest stated Orvis was likely combating a demon, and indicating the direction, voiced his desire to assist him. Marnak, however, moved in the opposite direction and told the priest to proceed, stating he would soon follow. Marnak returned to the inn, summoning the redhead. Aaron was startled by his presence, rushing to inquire about the situation. As the MC entered, displaying an unusual look, his sole query concerned its whereabouts. Embracing the girl, Marnak inquired about Pierre's treatment center. Aaron, somewhat perplexed by the question, simply observed as the MC vaulted from that spot to a safer area. He escaped the debris and havoc, displaying a sense of urgency. The young woman, borne by Marnak, surveyed the enveloping disorder. Individuals cried out for aid. Far off, a colossal reptile, the demon's present manifestation, was visible, with the MC atop it, wielding his hammer. The redhead shrieked in fright, attempting to apprise the MC of the beast. The enormous reptile was also powerfully built and ungovernable. Marnak instructed her to disregard the monster and simply state Pierre's location. Noticing the young man's worry, she gestured in that direction. The MC, resolved to safeguard him, fixed his gaze forward, mentally reiterating Pierre's name. Once inside the area, he discovered Pierre positioned on a mattress. Nearly everything surrounding them lay in ruins, yet the young man stayed tranquil, unconscious. The MC observed him, concluding he must not allow him to perish, especially having only just managed his rescue. Though Pierre was robust, Marnak effortlessly settled him onto his shoulder. Marnak then instructed Aaron to ascend his back, unable to carry her further in his arms. The young woman, self-conscious of the proximity and clasping the MC's neck, flushed faintly. With a bound, he surged forward rapidly. Intent on fulfilling his objective, Marnak hastened with utmost speed. The young woman, while borne along, appeared contemplative. She then informed the MC she knew a direct path. Calling out over the wind, he queried its whereabouts. She pointed and stated it lay directly ahead in that bearing. Nearing the spot, she alerted them that a house with a hidden passage lay in their path. The entrance stood secured, yet this posed no hindrance for Marnak, who forcefully breached it. Aaron observed the event, displaying clear embarrassment. The MC maintained his progress consistently, despite a slight slip on the surface while balancing speed. The young woman considered his action somewhat forceful. Glancing at the demolished door, she quietly remarked on his immense strength. He placed her on the ground, instructing her to use the hidden route for escape if the situation deteriorated. She questioned his purpose and his refusal to depart alongside them. Shortly after, he clarified that he had to return and assist the other priests. With Aaron and Pierre distanced from the turmoil, ensuring a possibility of survival, he resumed his journey. Aaron simply observed his receding form, contemplating his immense power. Following an extended run, Marnak arrived at a location, his demeanor becoming grim. His arrival was belated. He discovered a severely injured priest on the ground. This discovery greatly disturbed him. He neared the stout individual possessing white hair and a cranial horn. The figure was Corneus. Despite his weakened state, Corneus identified Marnak's approach. Marnak regarded him with sadness, comprehending the grave nature of the wounds. He understood his efforts would be futile. He conversed with the man as he still drew breath, apprehensive of his imminent demise. The large man stated that his comrade, Patina, had perished. Marnak, glancing aside, noticed the young woman's corpse violently cast against a wall. He inquired of Corneus if an alternative method existed to vanquish the demon. Corneus disclosed the existence of another artifact, the white sword. The priest Orvis possessed it, having impaled it into the demon's cranium. He stated that Marnak could conquer the demon by seizing the sword and plunging it directly into the creature's brain. Following this disclosure, his gaze receded, and his hand dropped to the earth, stirring a small amount of dust. Marnak lingered beside the form for a period. He then invoked his deity, the Mother of Corruption, stating his intent to retrieve something from the man. Concurrently, Orvis persisted in a fierce struggle against the demon. Employing the Hammer of Retribution, Marnak sought to embed the sword further. Yet, his persistent efforts only heightened the reptile's fury. The entity thrashed, whipping its tail and limbs wildly in every direction. From afar, the MC sprinted with full might, convinced this was his sole opportunity. He launched himself, successfully piercing another sword close to the creature's tail. Ahead, he discerned Marnak holding the necessary sword. At that point, the MC observed the reptile's unusual conduct. This disquieted Marnak, who worried about potential events. The reptile set its feet resolutely on the ground. As its jaws parted extensively, Marnak identified the maneuver as the death spin. The strike propelled him a significant distance, resulting in a forceful impact. With strength nearly spent, Marnak informed the Mother of Corruption of his well-being. Prostrate with severely damaged legs, legs, he acknowledged her correctness. Misfortunes, he stated, brought forth understanding. A faint smile touched his features despite the agony. He sensed he had achieved his aim. Glancing sideways, he saw the relic close by, prompting a sigh of relief. Grasping the relic, he considered the events a fascinating turn. Positioning the sword against his chest, he informed the goddess of corruption he would present her with the sacred item. He then sought a new form of power. In that instant, an unusual hand appeared to extend from his pocket. While conveying the relic to the goddess of corruption, the MC requested she unbind a further seal. He held that each sacred relic possessed sufficient divinity to bestow a novel authority. This specific relic held 11,123 units of divinity. This pleased him, as a potent green energy now enveloped him. The seal warranted release, so he inquired of the goddess concerning the power he had acquired. She, nonetheless, simply dismounted his chest and began to run, wrapping her fingers firmly against the earth. As she departed, Marnak expressed that her support, even from a distance, would bring him contentment. He admitted to experiencing delight watching her development. Even so, Marnak acknowledged their precarious state, thus deciding to cease his casual approach. Adopting a different vocal register, he summoned the Mother of Corruption, and the goddess heeded his call. Levitating before her, he stated his intention to provide an additional 10,000 units of divinity for a novel authority. Upon the completion of the transaction, he appeared more content. Marnak appreciated the recently obtained power. A magical construct materialized underfoot. This was the script of corruption. This authority yielded simple yet potent effects, prompting Marnak to show a curious expression. With the script's activation, dark green metaphysical patterns proliferated across his physique, augmenting his physical capabilities. He remarked to the goddess that the authority was satisfactory. Marnak deemed it potentially advantageous given their current circumstances. Standing up, he tidied his garments of dust and declared his legs had recovered. His gaze shifted laterally, and something drew his notice. It was the body of the priest Orvis, now prone on the ground, seemingly deceased. Marnak inferred his projection by the reptile during the conflict. Their descent had likely occurred concurrently. Somberly, he expressed a wish for his peaceful repose. Nonetheless, he resolved to harvest the divinity from the body, and nearing the form, he performed the requisite motion. Green energy commenced its flow. Meanwhile, the massive reptile maintained its enraged state, with intensely luminous red eyes. It inflicted damage with its tail and ponderous movements, maintaining Marnak's vigilance. Something about that situation seemed deeply amiss. Marnak observed the beast intently, attempting to discern its impetus. He knew the individuals responsible for conveying the sacred leaf to the demon were clerics of the knowledge sect. Despite the demise of all clerics, the demon remained agitated. During his contemplation, he concluded the divinity absorption. He had acquired an additional 1,000 units. He stood motionless, confronting the beast. He noted the peculiar fact that demons did not act as mere animals. Meanwhile, the divine hand gradually manifested from his pocket. He cautioned it that circumstances would soon escalate and instructed it to prepare. The metallic green tattoos intensified their spread over his form, evident on his face and limbs. Moments later, Marnak's visage appeared mirrored within the reptile's vast reddish eye. Marnak surged ahead rapidly, propelling himself toward a front limb of the creature. The beast attempted another tail strike at him, generating widespread havoc. This enraged the MC, causing veins in his face and neck to distend. He appeared to seek something, locating it. The white sword lay partly lodged in the reptile's cranium. He swiftly moved toward it. Marnak observed the reptile tilting once more, readying a further assault. He resolved not to let this strike connect. Despite its gaping, roaring maw, the MC maintained his ground, his hand finding the sword's grip. He reasoned the identical maneuver would not succeed against him again. He intended to exploit the creature's own momentum. The pandemonium persisted. Dwellings burned, glass fractured, the panorama worsening each moment. Marnak started to cough disturbingly. Upon inspecting his palm, he noted the increasing appearance of blood. Further, the reptile, now spike-covered along its spine, assailed him. He adjusted his stance. He recognized the need for haste. His form was decaying internally. He considered that should the demon persist in its resistance, the corruption might inundate and exit his frame. Such an event would seal his fate. Without delay, he sprang and seized the white sword firmly. He recalled the MC's instructions. Should he embed it sufficiently into the demon's cranium to pierce its brain, victory would be his. Clutching the hilt firmly, he extricated the blade from the beast. Upon completion, he smiled. Turning, he commanded the Lord's awakening. A luminous glow expanded, brightening the whole vicinity, and Lord Tretton commenced to awaken. A silhouette became visible within the light, observed by astonished eyes. The massive reptile started to break apart, and the luminescence grew sharper. However, inhabitants of surrounding areas observed the flash engulf a significant portion of the city. The illumination proved so powerful that the red-haired girl, located distant with Pierre, perceived it. Out of curiosity, she approached the door to verify her suspicions. Upon the phenomenon's conclusion, the Lord's body rested on the ground, bearing clear injuries. Marnak, with a smile, inquired if the Lord was conscious. The man responded with a faint grin. Turning, he saw Marnak with his sole remaining eye and expressed his happiness at their reunion. Marnak gestured toward the white sword, stating its responsibility for the events. He raised his hand toward the Lord, informing him of a debt of 2 reserve gold coins. The Lord, appearing content, seemed to take the arrangement lightheartedly. Resting on Priest Marnak's hand, he attempted a slow ascent. Following these recent occurrences, a mage, located distantly, concentrated energy in her palm. The young woman, possessing vivid blue eyes, seemed to be initiating a tracking enchantment. Having precisely managed the energy, she projected it toward a particular bearing. The flow's path suggested the tracked individual had transited that spot. Now, she and a cloaked man observed the outcome intently. The man, elderly and bearing facial scars, simply validated his existing suspicions. Gazing at the earth, he saw the magic produce an unusual type of herb. That image invariably evoked past recollections within him. He found it difficult to accept the involvement of such a potent authority, yet the magic plainly disclosed it. He had no choice but to, regretfully, acknowledge the reality. Despite the absence of bodies, he remained convinced he had decapitated them. He distinctly recalled that day. It had been colder then, and despite the passage of much time, the recollection persisted vividly. The young woman beside him concurred with the hypothesis that monsters or beasts might have claimed the remains. The old man, observing her, expressed gratitude for being led there, then requested an additional favor. She calmly responded that he might inquire, provided he first identified the surrounding settlements. As she discreetly surveyed the vicinity elsewhere, the demonic unrest continued to expand. Amidst the wreckage, Marnak and the Lord's butler proceeded side by side. Upon arriving at a specific spot, the butler courteously opened the entry for Marnak. Marnak entered, displaying a serene and tranquil demeanor. The Lord appeared even more delighted by his presence, extending his arms in welcome. Smiling gently, with eyes closed, the MC heard the Lord remark that he appeared more handsome with each meeting. Nevertheless, the Lord confessed his inability to fully convey his profound gratitude. Marnak, smirking faintly, observed that the demon remained alive, and recalling the demon's own assertion that all races merited existence, he appeared to concur. Following the conflict with the large reptile, rumors circulated identifying Marnak as a demon slayer. Despite the unsuitability of the appellation, individuals began referring to him by it. Erin, the inn-girl, also fueled this trend, rapidly developing an affection for the moniker. Presently, his presence evoked comments from people, identifying him as the renowned demon slayer. Others whispered that he had single-handedly confronted 7 brigands. A few suggested that vanquishing a demon must have been effortless for such an individual. This situation caused him to shun particular locations. In dialogue with the Lord, Marnak noted the peculiarity of his wooden prosthetic. This was due to their remarkably natural movement, though the Lord clarified he exhibited this only before Marnak. For others, he feigned a limp, asserting an inability to command them. A reddish glint in his eyes accompanied his disclosure of a cost for their unhindered motion. The MC, intrigued, inquired about this cost. The man, smiling and sipping tea, responded that his fine hair would eventually shed. He posited he would likely resemble a leafless autumn tree. He jested that Marnak would no longer recognize his hair if they met in several months. Marnak feigned tears, stating the mere thought saddened him, and requested a topic shift. The Lord, peering into his teacup, inquired if Marnak possessed any available time. He mentioned an assignment, with the client specifically requesting Marnak. He observed that widespread demon slayer rumors had generated considerable interest in Marnak. Upon hearing the task concerned sacred relics of the old empire, the MC displayed interest. The compensation included 5 gold coins and an initial payment. Should he perform optimally, he might acquire one of the unearthed relics. Such items varied from chalices to stones and diverse artifacts. The MC recalled the Mother of Corruption's statements regarding relics. With a slight smile, Marnak considered it best to personally verify the situation. He informed the Lord of his acceptance of the task. Marnak was aware that a past empire had put an end to the period dominated by unstable sorcerers. That empire had united the continent and created technologies still functional in the present. Many contemporary high-tier artifacts originated as relics from the ancient empire. Accompanied by his contractors, Marnak then offered his greetings. A man identified identified himself as Carmen Valtas, stating his leadership of the assignment. Recognizing the name's familiarity, Carmen clarified that his father was Anthony Valtas. To prevent any misconception, he specified that he was an illegitimate child. Marnak, with a smile, mused that the Black Wolf was always a man of integrity. Nevertheless, he had fathered an illegitimate child, which was surprising, particularly following his wife's demise. Marnak desired further details, yet deemed direct inquiry unsuitable. Observing additional individuals nearby, Marnak requested their introductions. Carmen indicated the hooded sorceress, identifying her as Tunisia. He subsequently gestured toward the muscular man, stating he was Sukis of the Unicorn tribe. The large man, possessing immense hands, politely stated his pleasure in meeting the demon slayer. The MC, with a smile, requested they simply address him as Marnak. Sukis responded that such a feat warranted no shame. Carmen, gesturing expansively, declared that with introductions complete, their discussion could proceed en route. After 2 days, they assembled around a campfire. Carmen inquired if Marnak had no intention of resting. The MC responded that he had sufficient rest. Attempting to spark conversation, the young man questioned whether he had located his soulmate. Marnak, with subtly reddened cheeks, replied that it resembled freshly fallen snow across a field. Asked about his preferred type of individual, Marnak's thoughts turned to the hand of the goddess of corruption. Closing his eyes, Marnak stated his preference for a constant companion. The goddess, typically overt in her manifestations, was notably quiet on this occasion. Carmen remarked that such an ideal individual would require an immense heart. The goddess assented, apparently appreciating the discourse's trajectory. Subsequently, the young man, with arms raised and a smile, declared that a heart of such magnitude would surely possess ample space to embrace him. Grinning broadly, he expressed a preference for women with ample room around the heart. Marnak remarked that a clear future vision was acceptable, yet cautioned against making such comments when women were present. Carmen affirmed he spoke that way solely due to their long-standing friendship. Marnak's smile at that point was authentic. He shared the sentiment. Their conversation extended late into the night, observed by the goddess, who appeared mildly irritated. Closing his eyes, Marnak remembered the goddess's consistent advice to choose his companions carefully. Nevertheless, observing Carmen, he perceived him as a decent individual. Traversing the snow, the mage halted and declared their destination had been reached. She slightly lifted her hood, declaring that the task now fell to her. Holding the key, she disclosed her intent to unlock the ruins' entry. Accessing the ancient empire's ruins presented no difficulty. Initially, locating the key and adhering to its inscribed coordinates was required. Furthermore, they deciphered the archaic script etched onto the key. For the key's final insertion, rotation either clockwise or counterclockwise was necessary. This action was performed by the mage. Having positioned the key in its proper receptacle, she rotated it. This task was hers alone, as only mages possessed the ability to comprehend the ancient tongue, validating her presence on the journey. Nonetheless, Marnak, eyes gleaming, understood that an exception existed: the players. These individuals also possessed the skill to read the ancient script. Consequently, Marnak merely concealed his own proficiencies. Once the gateway materialized, all were prepared to step inside. The MC believed he had maintained complete secrecy. The expedition's head, whose hand was already within the portal, turned to beckon the others to enter. Inside, Marnak meticulously surveyed the portal's inner space. The ruin proved vast and well-maintained, despite plant life encroaching upon its surfaces. Cayman, the expedition's director, expressed great excitement. Among all the ruins he had explored, this one was flawless. Marnak, maintaining his mild expression, stated his certainty of discovering numerous artifacts within. Following this, he offered a subtle smirk. Marnak anticipated seeing the ruin personally, a sight previously only viewed in pictures, which filled him with immense excitement. Yet not everyone present shared Marnak's kindness or radiated similar joy. The mage, however, consistently exhibited a sulking demeanor. Illumination from the lit torches facilitated path identification. The unicorn man, like his companions, expressed great enthusiasm. Following a short walk, they arrived at massive doors bearing intricate, powerful magical inscriptions. This magic would only release if one of them possessed imperial blood, enabling safe door opening. Observing the mage, Marnak heard her state that imperial blood was required. With a serious demeanor, she explained that as none hailed from the Empire, everyone should prepare for a fierce battle once the doors unsealed. This exact scenario unfolded. Immediately upon the doors opening, various monsters emerged from inside. These creatures advanced directly towards the group, aiming for their destruction. The serious man, wielding an axe, prepared for defense and promptly charged the monsters to clear a route. Concurrently, the mage persisted in spell casting and self-defense. A spell she cast made the ground rupture, with light emanating from the fissures. Subsequently, numerous monsters began collapsing. Substantial explosions burst from the cracks, illuminating a significant portion of the area. These blasts then detonated both the surrounding area and many monsters. Marnak now observed them airborne. Marnak also gripped his sword firmly, poised to react should any creature approach. Wielding an exceptionally sharp blade and endowed with remarkable powers, the MC commenced fighting. As Marnak, a highly skilled individual, he left no monster intact in his wake. Nevertheless, an issue troubled him. His goddess had cautioned him regarding the corruption. A sword approached him, yet he had ample time to parry. Fully turning, he observed a monster with a sword extending from its palm. Marnak simply gazed at that monster, considering he had not anticipated another, but deciding elimination was preferable. With that resolve, he prepared, but something impacted the monster's skull. Marnak closed his eyes as an arrow narrowly missed him and penetrated the monster's skull. He remained unstartled, even by the arrow's proximity or the monster's subsequent fall. He simply gazed at the expedition's leader, the one who shot the arrow. While still observing, Marnak mentally thanked the leader for his swift action. He overheard the unicorn man expressing anger at the mage for continuing to direct foes their way. The mage, facing them, stated it was the quickest method to eliminate all adversaries. She added they ought not to complain, as they had succeeded in clearing out all the creatures. Yet the young man remained irritated. The formerly gentle unicorn man now ground his teeth, revealing sharp fangs. Sulking, he sat with his back to them, facial veins prominent, head bowed. Concurrently, Marnak earned significant commendation from the group's leader. The MC, typically possessing a sweet and gentle demeanor, conveyed shame for exposing his profane aspect. Subsequently, Marnak reciprocated the compliment to Carmen, noting the young man's great skill with a bow and arrow. Carmen mentioned he had consistently practiced to improve. Nonetheless, not all were cheerful or conversing. The mage inquired about their onward movement. She stated her readiness to resume exploration, yet the group leader and Marnak fixed their gazes upon her. She remained motionless, staff in hand, asserting she retained ample mana. The young unicorn man was displeased and unwilling to hear the girl's voice. His anger was such that he labeled the mage a magic mutterer, claiming her impatience. Hearing this, she countered that everyone required more rest and that she thought others shared her view. She proceeded to provoke Sukas, remarking she honestly felt he merely sought attention. Nevertheless, the expedition leader had the final say, aligning with Sukas, the unicorn man. Despite the mage's displeasure, Carmen announced the matter concluded, stating they would rest and he desired no further discussion. Adopting a cheerful expression, Marnak considered all mages conceded. In that realm, magehood came easily. It occurred at birth for those possessing the innate capability. Despite slight differences, individuals born with mana manifested it at a specific age, subsequently accessing their magic. Upon this occurrence, ancient linguistic knowledge imbued their minds, granting power freely. They acquired the ancient tongue and received a magic staff. They could draw upon the mana circulating in their veins, enabling them to defy the world's inherent laws. Marnak, observing the mage, recognized that, as born mages, their extensive knowledge afforded them every advantage. Most rejected alternative learning methods. Like past mages, the majority grew dull-witted, obstinate, uncivil, and irritable. Observing her interaction with Sukas, Marnak considered most mages prideful. Candidly, he found her quite courteous compared to other mages. Even with her short temper, her speech was minimal, and her critiques lacked severity. Following a period of rest, the expedition chief declared it was time to advance. He stated their next objective was to explore the adjacent sector, and everyone stood poised. Just then, a powerful sound, akin to an immense roar, reached their ears. The profound noise appeared to emanate from a passageway. A cloud of dust and a strong wind current impacted the group's 4 members. At that instant, the expedition leader observed the doors behind them had sealed shut. While he spoke, the other 3 gazed where he indicated. Furthermore, an enormous creature descended from the overhead structure. The massive entity was silver-bodied, bearing a glowing object on its head that cast a blue radiance. This cranial orb seemed to be the vital core sustaining its entire form. Beholding the creature, Marnak smiled, exhilarated. He found its existence unbelievable. He had presumed the adversaries within the ruin were too feeble. However, encountering the silver monster, he recognized it as the genuine menace. Sukas observed the colossal monster ahead, attempting a steady posture, yet forehead perspiration revealed his dread. Prepared for combat, the unicorn man was surprised when the mage commanded an immediate retreat. The woman advanced before the group, channeling her arcane power to her staff's tip with composed gestures. Whispering an ancient chant, she launched her spell at the formidable silver monster menacing the party. The mage's objective was explicit: collapse the chamber's roof onto the being, crushing it with debris, and concluding the conflict definitively. Nevertheless, to their astonishment, the colossal colossal entity remained unaffected. At a distance, the mission chief scowled, perceiving the situation rapidly deteriorating. He yelled with maximum volume, attempting to caution Tunisia that the offensive was excessively hazardous and her magic, regretfully, insufficient. His warning came too late. On the monster's brow, a brilliant blue light flared intensely, indicating the unleashing of a destructive force. Instantly, the monster activated its power, pulverizing all incoming rocks into dust and minute shards. Observing the immense scale of this power, the three forward members became paralyzed by terror. Soon after, incandescent rock fragments descended from the ceiling, endangering Tunisia. Observing the despair on her companions' visages, she glanced upward, acknowledging her impending demise. The creature rapidly approached, assuming a posture indicative of a lethal strike. Upon the creature's fist impacting the mage, no trace of her remained. Even the unicorn man, typically unsympathetic toward Tunisia, was consumed by profound grief. The magnitude of this loss rendered Suki's utterly immobile, making him an exposed target. Marnak, observing the event, frantically urged Suki's to evade or move from the monster's attack path. Regrettably, the young man neither perceived the cautions nor responded swiftly enough. The creature's strike landed squarely, and a vast detonation illuminated the locale. Consequently, the unicorn man suffered a direct hit, unable to escape or guard himself. The silver colossus, its core glowing blue, then directed its focus toward the expedition's final two survivors. With a look that conveyed its purpose, Marnak faced the expedition leader and inquired if he genuinely wished to survive. Receiving an affirmative reply, Marnak tightened his fist, offering the man an opportunity to retract his statement. The leader, perplexed by the MC's demeanor, remained oblivious to the impending event until unexpectedly rendered unconscious. Marnak cradled his insensible companion, yet maintained his gaze upon the beast. He had previously mentioned possessing a formidable ally, prompting him to invoke the creature. The metallic entity failed to comprehend this novel being manifesting before it. The summoned entity appeared with fingers interlinked, poised to deliver a crushing assault. The ally descended upon the foe with a powerful impact, signaling its serious intent. Marnak, carrying his comrade over his shoulder, commenced his retreat from the combat zone, relying on the colossal ally to manage the remainder. Glancing back, he felt reassured by the presence of the invoked entity, a trustworthy force during the direst circumstances. During his escape, he discovered the mage's vestiges and assimilated 1,000 units of divinity. Expediting matters, he collected the remnants of the unicorn man, acquiring an additional 100 units. Subsequently, he propped Carmen, still insensible, against a stable partition. With a hand placed on his head, uncertain of his next action, the young man pondered the engagement. He presumed it would be some time before the summoned creature could completely overcome the adversary. Concurrently, the hand of the goddess of corruption began to move agitatedly within his pocket. With a solemn demeanor, Marnak observed that events were unfolding precisely as predicted. Activating his vibrant green tattoos, he resolved to cease all hesitation. He then hastened back towards the fight, prepared to assist. Marnak's gaze was fixed on the blue core within the metallic creature's head. His primary objective, the jewel, shimmered with an unearthly intensity as the monster battle persisted. The MC knew that gem was the sole distinct element of that metallic body. He concluded its destruction was the key to neutralizing the threat. He then ascended onto the allied beast's back, launching himself into the air, intent on reaching the glowing core. As he drew near, he observed the jewel precisely mirrored his movements. Without delay, he struck forcefully, splintering the core into multiple fragments. His eyes still glowed green as he descended to the ground, already ravaged by combat. With the core obliterated, the metallic monster remained inert for a brief instant before falling. The beast dispatched by the goddess of corruption raised its head and howled, as if celebrating triumph. Marnak silently thanked the creature for its aid. At that moment, the goddess's hand gestured in a specific direction. The young man's gaze followed the gesture, and suspicious, he asked what had occurred. Then, 3 more colossal, metallic monsters fell from the ceiling. Marnak's expression altered, revealing an unusual look. Now the new adversary stared directly at the beast and Marnak. It was evident that neither of them was fit to confront 3 more opponents of the same caliber. With a grim expression, the MC wondered how many others would emerge. Leaving the combat area, he returned to the expedition leader. The man, waking, inquired about their companion's whereabouts. With sorrow, Marnak informed him that, tragically, they hadn't even had a chance to defend themselves. Carmen pondered the moment when the giants dropped from the ceiling and concluded the key should have been activated sooner. Noticing the man's man's self-reproach, Marnak reminded him everyone had been hired for a reason. Recalling the unicorn man and the mage, he stated both knew the exact risk they were undertaking. The leader, intrigued, desired to know precisely what place that was. Marnak answered gravely. They stood before the fabled Black Gate. The man's eyes widened, incredulous at the revelation. It seemed impossible, and he shut his eyes tightly, trying to process the data. Even without understanding how it could have transpired, he decided against asking questions. Instead, Marnak vowed by the Valtis to settle his obligation to the cleric. With his characteristic calm expression, the holy man responded that he anticipated it keenly. Now in the corridor, Marnak proposed that if his comrade felt improved, they should proceed, since the creatures were not entirely vanquished. Marnak recalled that after felling one giant with the Beast of Corruption's aid, more foes had dropped from above, compelling his withdrawal. Almost spent, the MC had barely forced open the forward doors, having to shove Carmen inside with a kick. Prior to advancing, Marnak instructed the Beast of Corruption to return promptly, knowing she would reappear soon. While progressing, Marnak scrutinized the pathway's stones, examining the ground's makeup. He gazed upward, astonished by what seemed to be significant archaeological discoveries. Before a fresh portal, Marnak announced they had at last arrived at the ruin's conclusion. The cleric, facing Marnak, stated the MC could explore the site as he desired. Upon carefully opening the portal and stepping inside, they observed two relics showcased on a luminous pedestal. At a distance, the young man grasped that the tales he had read were factual. Facing Marnak, the young man informed the cleric that despite lacking the right to ask, he still wanted to request a boon. He inquired, somewhat uncertain, if he might retain the necklace, pledging ample compensation. Maintaining his characteristic smile, the cleric questioned the precise nature of the necklace. Carmen clarified the item was known as the Lineage Pathfinder, revealing that with a single blood drop, it could employ the wearer's blood as a guide, pointing towards individuals of the same lineage. Marnak, briefly shutting his eyes, surmised the boy's aspirations. With a content look, the expedition's head stated that, despite its obviousness, the boy sought his mother. Marnak heard quietly as the young man recounted his search for an unknown mother. The boy then faced the cleric, awaiting assurance that he could retain the amulet. The cleric agreed, and in exchange, inquired if he might keep the blade. Departing the hallowed site, they kindled a fire and sat near it, both steering clear of substantial metal blocks, recalling their recent hardship. As Carmen donned the necklace, he remarked that without the cleric, he and Marnak would certainly be adrift. While Carmen subtly observed Marnak, the cleric appeared engrossed in contemplation. Grasping the necklace, Carmen asked the MC if he could consecrate it. Marnak, with a calm smile, affirmed his willingness to bless it. Touching the boy's finger lightly, Marnak created a minor puncture. The boy's eyes shut, and shortly thereafter, a blood drop emerged. The boy offered thanks, as Marnak stated the preservation goddess would safeguard him. The boy subsequently inserted the drop into the amulet, allowing it to function as the core. Marnak observed intently as the drop landed on the amulet's central plate. Upon its activation, an outward current of magic appeared to course through the artifact. Valtis displayed clear satisfaction. Observing the plate, he saw the necklace had become a compass, its needle indicating his mother's precise location. He felt convinced of her survival. Marnak voiced his happiness that the necklace functioned as intended. Carmen Valtis attributed its success to the MC, stating he was unsure how to settle such an obligation. Glimpsing into Marnak's eyes, he conveyed a desire to request an additional favor. Valtis's remark captured Marnak's notice, prompting him to watch his friend quietly. Anticipating the next appeal, Valtis disclosed that as they were journeying west, he hoped Marnak would accompany them in seeking his mother. He thought a visit to the capital would allow him to compensate Marnak fittingly for aiding their travels. Marnak listened closely as the youth guaranteed he would finance the expedition, and then smiled. Internally, the MC desired to agree, yet understood he could not remain with any individual for an extended period. Observing the young man's hopeful expression, he perceived an expectation of confirmation. Nevertheless, seated by the fire, Marnak stayed quiet, causing Valtis mild unease. Marnak offered a faint smile. He sensed he could address his companion without appearing disingenuous. He then rose, grasped the young man's hand, and stated that if agreeable, he would assist in locating his mother. Smiling, the MC appeared to emit a glow, affirming he would strive to aid the youths on their travels. Significant time elapsed at the inn, and the redhead considered Marnak's abrupt departure preposterous. She was incensed. Marnak had merely retrieved his possessions and was now bidding farewell. Aaron then requested he extend his hand momentarily. She remarked it would typically not be completed so swiftly, but she had exerted herself to finalize it. As the MC viewed the item he held, his gaze sharpened. It was the silver mercenary insignia. She wished for him to utter something significant, hoping he would grasp the implied message. He failed to comprehend, merely offering thanks, which intensified her irritation. The appropriate response would have been that they would soon collaborate. She conveyed these words, concluding with a playful gesture. Marnak understood. He shut his eyes and subtly bowed his head, unaccustomed to revisiting locations. As his existence was migratory, he avoided repeating routes, believing it could constrain his liberty. Aaron informed Marnak that his current lifestyle would prevent him from finding a soulmate. She added that this made it her duty to speak her mind. Marnak observed her, seeking clarity on her intentions. She stated that they would meet again shortly. This genuinely perplexed Marnak. Aaron then reiterated their imminent reunion. Before Marnak could speak, she pressed her fingers to his lips, stating he required no knowledge of the method. As a final gesture, she put a finger to her own lips, declaring it her last act before enacting a punishment. Concurrently, Overdose visited the Lord and noted with surprise his gleaming hairless head. The Lord, smiling, explained that he had simply attained humanity's genuine form. He swiftly shifted topics, inquiring if Marnak intended to journey to the capital. A letter of recommendation was then presented to him. With an enigmatic smile, he confessed current inability to offer payment, but suggested the letter could provide aid through a trusted friend in the capital. He cautioned, however, that the friend should only be approached as a final option due to his challenging nature. Marnak expressed sincere gratitude for the offering. The Lord, in turn, conveyed his contentment in providing it as a genuine sign of camaraderie. He wished the MC a splendid existence, aware of life's brevity. In a different area, numerous tracks appeared in the snow. Two companions proceeded alongside each other, departing from Geese. Valtis, smiling, observed they had roughly a half-day's journey remaining until the subsequent town. Marnak appeared cheerful, yet understood the mother of corruption maintained her dislike for Carmum Valtis. Her sole reason for permitting their joint travel stemmed from his status as a fresh ally within the 3.5 fingers. This alliance had the potential to yield 10,000 divinity points, equating to significant authority. Even so, Marnak chose to retain his company. The MC walked, observing his joyful friend ahead, finding his vibrant personality appealing. As he contemplated, a distinct energy permeated the atmosphere. Thus, Marnak unsheathed his sword, a unique blade featuring multiple serrations, and alerted his companion. Valtis, seeing Marnak armed with his sword, offered a nervous smile, particularly after hearing Marnak's statement. With a grim expression, Marnak declared its proximity and held the sword before him. Marnak understood something pursued them, rapidly closing the distance. Hearing this, Carmum spun around abruptly. An impending attack neared, and Marnak swiftly moved, evading it. As it approached, they were surprised by a colossal spider that dominated a large part of the sky. The colossal beast settled near their position, caught within a tree's branches. Carmum inquired about the creature's type as he drew closer, and Marnak identified it as a snow spider. The creature, now visible, sought an opportunity to initiate its assault. Observing this, Marnak prepared himself, taking out his bow and arrows. Carmum glanced upward and noticed Marnak already wielding his sword, engaging the adversary. Instantly, following a single defeat, additional spiders emerged, prompting Marnak to advance again. Marnak declared to Carmum, with a fierce smile, that the next time he intended to employ the sword, he would first require a cleaning spot. He spoke this while lifting it again. With his subsequent strike, Marnak hit another attacking spider, further dirtying his weapon. His weapon was not alone. His whole body bore the creature's remnants. The perspective shifted, displaying Gis's ravaged city. At a makeshift site, the area's lord greeted an unannounced guest. The blue-haired young woman, the visitor, assured him he had no cause for concern. Directly, the lord questioned the purpose of the sudden call, noting the unusual nature of the blue acceptance flame appearing unannounced. She set a document on the surface and requested his examination. As the lord reviewed the document, she inquired if he had previously encountered the man. Holding the paper, he observed a poorly rendered drawing, yet still identified Marnak. Concealing his recognition of the illustration, he asked why they sought that individual. The morning sun filled the window view, and the woman stated it was a private affair. She overheard the lord remark that nobody could identify an individual solely from that sketch. The lord then suggested her departure if her business was concluded, explaining he had no leisure to squander amidst the disorder. The young woman appeared to comprehend, then rose and departed, with the lord merely observing her exit. Once she was gone, he stroked his beard, starting to ponder Marnak. Concurrently, Valtis investigated the spiders, while Marnak merely observed the unusual action. With his typical smile, Marnak asked the boy about his activity. Marnak heard the young man explain he sought the snow spider's venom sac, which also intrigued Marnak. The boy, now possessing the venom container, stated it commanded a significant price. Still smiling, Marnak inquired about his extensive knowledge. Harmon informed Marnak that his involvement in numerous monster hunts had provided him much practical learning. As he severed the required components, Harmon stated his knowledge came from practical application, which he found highly beneficial. Marnak, attempting to recoil from any spray, mentioned he would also try it. Harmon, caked with dirt, informed him that the closest city was approximately half a day's journey away. Concurrently, guards stood vigilant, having noticed an approaching element, and one indicated it to his comrade. Indeed, their signals confirmed two individuals neared, those being Marnak and his companion. A guard intending to assist sprinted to intercept the pair. Visibly concerned, he inquired how they had managed to bypass the municipal barrier. Marnak, with a perplexed look, stated they had traveled the whole distance on foot. The guard comprehended, yet informed them the city had been sealed off for a minimum of 3 days because of the creatures. This piqued Marnak's interest, prompting the MC to request further explanation from the guard. The guard disclosed that creature assaults had been increasing in regularity recently. Valtis heard the guard mention that following the assaults, no physical remains were found, a peculiar detail. It was common knowledge that snow spiders were creatures solely extracting the vital fluid from their victims. Now the guards observed the two individuals and beckoned them. One stated the regional noble wished an audience with them, and a second guard, breathless, corroborated the report. The final guard reaching them offered to escort them to the noble's location. For Marnak, it was noteworthy to discover the estate was owned by a noble. Sometime later, they had all cleansed themselves and were now presenting themselves to a corpulent noble. Marnak stated he was already apprised of the creature predicament. The Lord stated this was the purpose for their summons, to confer about ongoing matters. He claimed it was directed by a malevolent spirit's devotee, but Marnak considered sealing the whole city excessive for a single adherent. The Lord clarified that, per the clergy, a minimum of 4 distinct cults existed. Before a diverse spread of food, the Lord articulated that these sects collaborated. He grew tearful as he revealed he had but lately assumed lordship, and that his deceased father would have rectified the circumstances. Gesturing to the diverse provisions, he considered the continued abundance of supplies a small comfort. The troops also maintained a degree of morale, thus the situation remained manageable. At the table, gesturing broadly, he stated that the true nature of events remained unknown due to the city's isolation. Facing Marnak, the Lord expressed his need for an individual capable of bypassing the creatures. The Lord's expression was laden with apprehension, anticipating their reply, particularly Marnak's. Remaining quiet, Marnak shut his eyes, as if concentrating. Marnak then stated his intention to assist as much as possible. Later, Marnak spoke with the incensed hand of the goddess. Holding a magical artifact, he mentioned its acquisition from the flow's investigators. The MC noted that the magical item was exclusive to desert areas. Marnak now sat on the bed's edge, accompanied by the goddess's hand, his blade, and the enchanted receptacle. He inserted the sword into the mystic container, following the goddess's directive to enhance its keenness. Upon completion, he retrieved the precious article, preparing to stow it as the goddess's hand rested on his shoulders. She stated, while rubbing her hands together, that life should be fully embraced. Marnak appeared content observing the item in his inventory. The hand of the goddess stayed by his side. With a wry grin, Marnak expressed a long-held desire to utter those exact words. He informed the goddess that the true motive for accepting the Lord's plea was the situation's peculiar nature. The MC had no prior knowledge of 4 distinct sects collaborating. While the evil spirit's designation sounded formidable, its import was minimal within that game. It was common knowledge that main deities bestowed this title upon other gods. Mentally sound individuals were seldom found among adherents of evil spirits. In contrast to main god sects that united against the evil spirit, those serving the spirit seldom coordinated efforts. Therefore, Marnak, appearing cold and wary, suspected an unusual occurrence. Driven by that intuition, he departed alongside the Lord's guard troops. Carmen glanced behind her, observed an anomaly, and began to worry. Gazing upward, her jaw dropped in astonishment at the sight of numerous monstrous spiders. Marnak merely appeared content, convinced the moment was opportune. Valtis was surprised when Marnak declared he would advance to divert their focus. Despite his friend's warning about the extreme danger of facing them solo, Marnak cautioned that their current speed meant swift capture. Valtis grasped his meaning imperfectly, yet his eyes stayed wide. Releasing the reins, Marnak instructed Carmen to secure and return with reinforcements. As others sped forward, Marnak Marnak, having released his reins, was now descending. Seeing Marnak left behind, his companion simply yelled out. Marnak, quite pleased, informed the goddess's hand that his statement had been highly effective. Subsequently, a tremendous blast propelled snow and ice everywhere. Upon hearing it, Valtus clenched his reins and shut his eyes, displaying sorrow. The blast prompted other riders to turn around. They observed immense creatures resembling mutated wolves. Numerous snow spiders also appeared, accompanied by snakes and centipedes. Yet amidst these creatures, Marnak proved the most formidable. A wild grin on his face, he inquired of the goddess what she had implied by deeming his performance interesting. Sword poised, he prepared to cleave through every one of those grotesque beings. He intended to thoroughly address each of the lesser creatures. His saw was ready for this task. As he repelled some, additional monsters continuously emerged. Nonetheless, Marnak persisted, striking down all adversaries with his blade. The MC's grip on the distinctive sword's hilt tightened. Employing it, he dealt lethal strikes to every beast in his way. An increasing number of snow spiders and other fearsome creatures manifested. However, having felled all those creatures with his pair of swords, he turned away, leaving them to collapse. With a look of contentment, he mused that daily occurrences like this would necessitate carrying a bathtub. He considered bringing it up later. For the moment, he faced an unusual location. As he advanced, he reflected on the unbelievable treatment he was experiencing. The site featured aged wheels and barrels. Surveying his surroundings, he recalled stating the assault carriages had been vacant. Moving through them, he spotted a hand close to his feet. Upon crouching for a nearer inspection, he observed the remainder of the body, utterly desiccated, characteristic of spider attacks that deplete a body of all its blood. Gazing upward, he failed to comprehend their enjoyment of such a feast. He now discerned they had left the remnants as ornamentation. He personally considered it a rather lavish display. In a jovial manner, he assured the goddess there was no cause for concern, but requested constant protection for their guard. While traversing, he informed her that, regarding humans, he presumed the entity could likely consume them. Observing his surroundings, he estimated ample bodies remained for a 3-day feast. He surmised they were nurturing offspring. Continuing his journey, pondering this, he spotted Antonio ahead, who was notably large. He observed that everything from that juncture onward increased significantly in size, as though multiple giants inhabited the area. A smile crossed his features. Marnak reasoned the divine entity following him ought to manifest. Subsequently, multiple eyes fixed on him. Upon glancing skyward, he observed a colossal spider, surpassing all others in size. This particular one was not solitary. She appeared to be their monarch, the grandest of her kind, accompanied by numerous others. She seemed poised to initiate combat with Marnak. In that instant, his gaze deepened in verdant hue, and he requested the goddess demarcate corruption. Instantly, a verdant energy barrier encircled the arachnids. With the emerald glow illuminating the MC's countenance, he offered a faint smile. Yun intimidated. Confronting the colossal arachnid, Marnak informed the goddess he would require her authority. Upon his declaration, the beast started to manifest to aid him as usual, and he admitted that he would make a sacrifice that day. The fierce white beast, ever responsive to the MC's summons, then appeared. Marnak promised the mighty creature the head of the man-eating arachnid. He observed the white beast battle the massive spider, and concurrently, emerald tattoo-like patterns resurfaced on his countenance. Marnak also observed the beast was losing ground as the spider impaled its appendages into her. The monstrous arachnid snarled and displayed its keen fangs toward the beast. The beast cried out in agony as the numerous tentacles penetrated her, and Marnak perceived the spider's double size, noting its intense rage, evidenced by continued snarling, teeth baring, and even salivating. Adopting a cunning expression, Marnak considered how to assist the giant. Thus, he began striking with his distinctive swords, severing the tentacles and stopping their assault on the giant. He sought to liberate the giant for greater assistance. The MC sensed concentrated energy within the spider's form, and he persisted in his cuts, taking care to avoid harming any of the arachnid's components. His gaze intensely verdant, Marnak theorized a vulnerable spot must exist. From beneath the arachnid, he observed the weak point had become discernible. He opted to attack close to it, nearly bisecting the spider. Despite liquid splashing onto his face, he felt contentment, having grasped the situation. He readied his stance for the subsequent assault. Perceiving the divine presence dispersed across the creature's form, Marnak once more sprang toward the spider, aiming to sever only its legs, preserving the divinity. As the monster continued its struggle, Marnak instructed it to advance. Gripping something firmly, he declared his intent to assist, and requested the formidable beast immobilize the spider. Consequently, the white beast opened its jaws broadly and intensified its growling. She seized the spider's legs, immobilizing it as Marnak had requested. The arachnid perceived the duo's sudden motions as unusual. While the massive beast restrained the arachnid, Marnak approached from an optimal position to to target the precise location. Marnak concluded that despite its variations, it remained an arachnid, so he would sever only its thoracic skeletal section. The MC assaulted the vulnerable area, cleaving the body's most slender skeletal portion and leaving the remainder intact. As he performed this, his eyes shone with an intense deep green and profound malevolence. With a potent blow, he elicited the desired response. During its bifurcation, the spider regarded him bewildered. Marnak had to deliver multiple blows, as the section proved exceedingly dense and resistant to cleavage. While the beast maintained its grip, he persisted in assaulting the identical point. Ultimately, the anticipated outcome materialized. That piece disintegrated. Marnak had now successfully bifurcated the arachnid correctly. The MC recoiled before the luminescence generated by the impact as the segments parted. The white beast, summoned by the mother of corruption, roared fiercely, baring its fangs completely. Meanwhile, Marnak, having impacted the precise location, landed on the ground. He was somewhat surprised, having descended directly beneath the massive beast, which roared and appeared to harbor lingering resentment. Marnak knew he had disappointed the beast previously, so he offered an apology for his prior flight. The wild beast roared, with gaping maw and uplifted limbs. Glancing askance, Marnak judged the beast remained insufficiently placid. She was yet agitated. Equally vexed was the divinity compelled to vacate the spider's body. She exited the ruined arachnid's maw, only perceiving Marnak's legs. Satisfied, Marnak indicated himself and declared his awareness of being a peculiar individual. The entity was highly unusual, featuring red eyes and multiple dark markings where brows typically rested. She exited the spider's maw as if expelled, visibly exasperated by her thwarted schemes. She observed Marnak, who smiled, and he inquired about her reasons for encircling that city. The feral woman questioned why she would disclose information unwillingly. As remnants of the massive spider and others littered the ground, Marnak idly prodded his sword. From his elevated position, he informed her that explaining the city's encirclement would be prudent. Her continued silence prompted him to thrust the blade deeper into her arm. The divine entity drooled but maintained her smile, suggesting pain would not elicit speech. She asserted that even in death, she would not disclose an unwanted secret. Marnak smiled, stating he had already deduced this, and the deity's panicked gaze indicated the imminent outcome. Having no alternative, Marnak severed the deity's head from its body. Following this strike, his sword shone amidst the surrounding debris. Claiming the deity yielded an additional 1,000 in his compensation. He pondered how many more such beings required defeat before the spirit worshippers would offer information. A smirk formed as he concluded his immediate task was complete. With a devilish, green energy grin, he affirmed he could dispatch any necessary number. Once Marnak had finished with the deity, he returned. Observing the inferno below, his demeanor grew stern. He failed to grasp how the city had been located and ignited so swiftly. Within the gates, as the lord lay weeping, onlookers observed his large physique, remarking that despite his title, he resembled a pig. A discussion of reincarnation now ensued, and the fair-haired man inquired about the unstable dark-haired woman's state. A different blonde, curly-haired woman stated preparations were incomplete. She suspected a loss of some operatives due to an individual, glancing at the young dark-haired woman as she spoke. Raising her hand, she voiced complete outrage, asserting that her actions were unintentional. She mentioned 2 brawny monks and a man from the teaching sect who persistently troubled her. These 3 now debated their course of action near the fire and the Lord's corpse. They also referred to the escaped archer, noting Carmen's hurried departure on horseback. The curly-haired, green-eyed woman with an eye patch observed the spider member's disappearance. Her destruction remained unknown to them. The fair-haired, blue-eyed man thought the situation was excessive, and internal conflict was pointless given the escape of the individual and their concern to pursue Carmen. Allowing the young man's escape was too perilous, considering their years spent devising a perfect strategy. The dark-haired woman raged furiously, her veins distended as she shouted. Observing her distress, the fair-haired woman noticed the fair-haired man's lack of adequate focus on her. She recognized the increasing proximity of the man and the other dark-haired woman. Disregarding other matters, she declared her intention to inspect the external situation. Observing Parma's commotion, the fair-haired man requested her to compose herself. Upon his declaration to penalize Layla, the arachnid woman, for the entire predicament, Parma, smirking with a hand on her hip, stated that she would remain silent for the moment, should that occur. However, her gaze expanded at the sight unfolding directly ahead. The fair-haired woman's head detached from her torso. It was Marnak. Marnak emerged, wielding his peculiar sword, already decapitating individuals. The man exhibited fright upon noticing the sword's double serrated blades. Shortly thereafter, Marnak bisected the blue-eyed blonde man. This was a literal division. Concurrently, Parma, the dark-haired, violet-eyed young woman, gripped her jaw in terror. Marnak's countenance displayed a dreadful aspect resembling decay. He considered that dispatching the third group member without preamble could be somewhat unjust. Thus, with his features normalizing into a broad smile, he noted that these individuals possessed the ability to control divine beings. The woman, fear-stricken and wide-eyed, dreaded for her existence, yet offered to divulge all information. This action even surprised Marnak, as he found no need to coerce her. She disclosed everything voluntarily. Upon completion, her eyes stayed dilated and perspiration formed, fearing she would not be freed. Marnak, now composed with a slight smile, yet enveloped by a green aura, continued to gaze at the young woman, asserting she served the malevolent entity. Smiling afterward, he inquired about their motive for encircling the city. Having heard the narrative, he considered it more intriguing than initially perceived. She gestured toward an enormous head, resembling a mobile sphere of flesh, clarifying this accounted for their prolonged duration. Indicating skyward, she stated the entire operation was flawless, as 3 years had been dedicated to its preparation. The entity appeared animate and swiftly embedded itself in the earth. The account was straightforward. The woman stated the necessity of sacrificing all city inhabitants. She confessed the group understood 5 years were requisite for preparation, but a night's vanishing compelled them to expedite the scheme. Hearing this, Marnak seized a saw, preparing to sever. Parma dreaded becoming the target, but he proceeded past her, announcing he would eradicate the monster that had devoured human tissue and vital fluid. The woman implored as he rent the fleshy bulk with his distinct sword. She cautioned against the action, stating the dignity remained incomplete, yet Marnak disregarded her. In desperation, she shrieked that all were imperiled. Despite her warning, the MC calmly suffered a piercing blow from the being emerging from the flesh mass. The unstable creature awoke, bearing a tooth-filled maw, and ascended from the peculiar blob. It cried out that it felt agony. A colossal eye then manifested, consuming much of its form, and a divinity surfaced from within the meat mass. Roaring with rage, Marnak merely lifted his hand to detach the tentacle flung at his arm. Once it was detached and severed by his blade, he displayed a sinister smile. Casting the tentacle to the ground, he trampled it, declaring he would offer that flesh sphere to his deity. Concurrently, Parma shrieked, struggling to comprehend Marnak's actions. She urgently stated her uncertainty regarding the consequences if he continued to antagonize the entity. However, with an eye roll, she conceded this retribution originated from the MC's hand. Upon his elimination of the entity, Parma acquired an additional 1,000 divinity points. Her complete divinity now totaled 8,592. Similar to the malevolent spirit's devotees, he had also drawn out the Lord's divine essence. Given the man remained prone on the earth, gathering his divinity proved simple. He understood 10,000 units were required for a new authority. Concurrently, the expansive-eyed monster drooled while observing Marnak. The MC considered that attempting to sever the flesh blob with his weapon would result in the creature's regeneration. Conversely, prolonged combat would lead to his defeat. He recognized the peculiar entity lacked a vulnerability, unlike the Spider Queen. As he pondered, the tentacled creature, possessing a massive eye, completely surfaced from the flesh mass. Knowing no alternative, he firmly grasped his blade. He set his stance for flight. Then he sprang ahead, moving at maximum speed, baffling the monster. Witnessing the MC's retreat, the immense red eye expanded, and the creature shrieked that it was in agony. Marnak merely neared the prostrate citizens to gather their divine essences. Each individual represented a single divinity, as they held no authoritative status or comparable position. He moved past each, amassing points, yet the total remained insufficient. As the monster pursued him, Marnak wore a smile. He addressed his goddess, who was already aware. She conveyed to him that he needed to acquire a new authority prior to confronting the monster. The monster continued its advance, its massive eye luminous, as it let out an open-mouthed roar. Its gaze encompassed Marnak, who, in its perception, seemed monochromatic. The creature was in close proximity. When it paused to bellow, the ground fractured severely. Eventually, Marnak found himself compelled to halt and shield his ears, as the monster's vocalization was too intense. The colossal menace flung its appendages towards the MC. He glanced behind him, simultaneously reaching for his blade. While the appendages extended, the monster fragmented much of the terrain and environment, yet they impacted near Marnak, who recoiled, calling out to his goddess. As the immense creature shrieked in agony, a gaping void materialized overhead. Through the vast aperture, the monster witnessed, shrinking in its perception, the goddess's creature descend. The white giant clasped its hands for a ruinous strike. This was the characteristic maneuver from the white giant dispatched by the goddess, who impacted the monster from an elevated position. position. A colossal eruption of verdant particles was visible remotely. With gritted teeth, Marnak understood that a single impact would prove insufficient, but it had only incensed the monster further. The creature now ground its fangs toward the great white giant. Nevertheless, it also thrust its appendages into the giant's body. Witnessing this spectacle, Marnak became incensed as he observed the corruption giant's impalement. The MC recognized the giant's solo effort would be insufficient, but he urged the creature to exert its utmost. Marnak now sought a method to accrue more dignity, thereby gaining authority. For this purpose, he required additional casualties from the fire and the malign spirit's devotees. Consequently, he traversed the conflagration, but numerous corpses had already relinquished their divine essence. The fire had engulfed the majority of the zone, and the goddess apprised Marnak that most were no longer viable. Marnak would have collected the divinities, had he been aware, prior to engaging the malign spirit's devotee trio. While moving, he reflected that the current accumulated units totaled only 9,237. Advancing resolutely through the inferno, he believed a small additional amount was required. He concentrated on his reflections while navigating the blaze. Unexpectedly, an unusual event drew his notice. A significant detonation erupted in close proximity. Its force compelled him to lift both arms to evade incoming debris. Clutching his unique sword, Marnak prepared his defense. Simultaneously, the creature attempted to fling its tentacles at the MC. His expertise allowed him to halt several tentacles using his saw. Marnak chose to flee and gather additional units instead of entering a doomed battle. The adhesive creature shrieked the sole word it seemed to comprehend, proclaiming its pain. The creature hovered above Marnak, aiming a surprise assault. Its strike proved ineffective as the MC merely evaded. The highly evolved monster gnashed its teeth, filled with animosity and fury. Concurrently, Marnak, with his green eyes and saw ready, fixed his gaze upon the monster. The tentacled entity now possessed feet almost human-like. Its overall visage also bore a strong resemblance to a human. Its tentacles were gone. Marnak, now confronting the creature directly, observed a substantial transformation following its encounter with the giant. The one-eyed monster, teeth clenched, extended its hand toward the MC. The creature seemed to smirk subtly while observing Marnak from a distance. Once its hand opened, multiple tentacles sprang forth and shot toward the MC. Marnak regarded the entity before him with concentrated vision. His alertness enabled him to sever the incoming tentacles from various angles, all with his sword, which resembled a saw. Naturally, the creature disliked its shredded appendages, yet Marnak would not cease. He charged at the monster, aiming to cleave it as well. While readying this assault, his green eyes sharpened, perceiving an alteration. The monster had rapidly bridged the gap, already adopting an aggressive posture. It succeeded in seizing Marnak with multiple tentacles. The creature seemed to apply pressure, attempting to grip Marnak firmly. It then ran, seemingly intent on slamming the MC into the earth. Marnak, now inverted, observed the ground approaching swiftly until he was hurled with immense power into the soil. Upon contact, he fractured the surface. Sprawled with arms outstretched, he gazed skyward. With a derisive grin, Marnak informed his goddess that he was well and indeed felt exceptionally fortunate. Marnak then inquired of the goddess if she recalled the earlier statements of the worshippers. He prompted her memory, noting their identification of the large fallen figure as a lord. Resting his sword on the earth for stability, he rose to his feet. Maintaining an upright posture appeared to demand some effort from him. With his ascent, the observing enemy's foot became visible. Beyond mere observation, it was already initiating a fresh offensive maneuver. At a distance, Marnak perceived a luminescence emanating from the creature he pursued. Aware of his dwindling time and still smiling, Marnak requested the goddess gather all available divinities. Following his declaration, verdant flames enveloped the area. His divine power visibly escalated with speed, particularly given the dense assembly of soldiers. Once his divinity attained 10,000, Marnak's countenance had already shifted. As the monster fixated on him, it pondered his actions. When Marnak halted within a core of green essence, it commenced radiating, with the monster merely observing. The MC petitioned the goddess to receive his offering of 10,000 units. The divine presence manifested behind Marnak as a shadowy, beautiful woman. Upon witnessing this, the monster expressed dislike for the green illumination and comprehended nothing. Subsequently, black flames enveloped Marnak entirely, escalating the monster's bewilderment and shock as it stood by helplessly. Eventually, it observed Marnak advancing towards it, his expression conveying readiness for combat. Marnak's gaze was serene, and he appeared to hold a fascinating surprise for the monster before him. Marnak's sword already featured its serrated blades correctly positioned. Marnak, closing his eyes with excitement, stated the monster was on the verge of experiencing profound pain. In response, the creature expanded its red eye and ground its teeth. Marnak, now adorned with his characteristic neon green tattoos, instructed the beast to observe intently. However, the monster naturally refused to remain stationary. It was already initiating another assault. Still, facing Marnak's demonic gaze and his nascent authority, the abyss of corruption, that monster proved insignificant and would not attain its desires effortlessly. Drawing close to the monster, Marnak recognized his abilities could disintegrate any living organism. He felt content, having successfully employed the scripture of corruption, while the monster merely smiled. The deployment of the corruption rosary had yielded its rewards. He now possessed the discretion to select which bodily segment would undergo decomposition. The creature recoiled upon perceiving its hand decay to the point of detachment. Gazing sarcastically, Marnak inquired about the monster's regenerative capabilities. The creature, with wide eyes, struggled to discern if decay or regrowth was occurring. Nevertheless, Marnak did not delay. Armed with his blade, he intended to cleave the monster. The enfeebled creature, its red eye fixed, pleaded with Marnak to cease. For that adversary, however, time had run out. Marnak's sword had already penetrated its remaining form. Severing the monster's remnants, Marnak informed his goddess of his triumph, content. Marnak now clasped a sphere of pink energy, which the goddess's hand also gripped. The luminous orb represented a relic the MC had decided to present to the goddess. Upon the goddess accepting the gift, Marnak requested she undo an additional seal. The offering's acceptance released a vast green light that engulfed Marnak. Daylight returned, and Marnak retained the sphere within his grasp. His prominent green eye surveyed the vista before him. That city section remained intact, and he observed an approaching figure. Marnak appeared somewhat eager at the nearing individual and seemed to know her. The person before him seemed a young female with bandaged limbs mirroring the goddess's hand. The young female regarded the boy, then placed her bandaged hand upon her face. As customary, Marnak regarded the girl with a smile. To confirm her identity as his goddess, Marnak placed his hand on the girl's face. A true smile indicated his recognition of her. The girl, a child barely able to walk, asked Marnak why she remained a child. When Marnak attempted to question the goddess, the girl merely looked, striving to hear distinctly. Marnak wished to ascertain if another deity's essence flowed within that deceased vessel. He sought a method to obtain it, yet she was already disintegrating into dust. Still, the girl lifted her bandaged hand toward the dust. Her expression tightened with effort as she pushed both hands toward the dissolving remnants. She knelt, weeping, understanding her inability to hold the divinity. With a smile, Marnak told the goddess there was no need to strive intensely, suggesting she could simply rejoin him. The young girl appeared calmer after returning to Marnak and embracing him, as he stated the situation was chaotic. Gazing at the MC, the girl wept, expressing her inability to revert to her original shape. With the green orb clutched in her hand, she announced they had unsealed the holy relic using 10,000 divinities. She requested a favor from the goddess during this declaration, and the sphere emanated a green light, mirroring the corruption goddess's eyes. As Marnak spoke of requiring a new celestial authority, a powerful illumination materialized. The potent light descending from above constituted the nucleus of an immense energy mass. That energy encased Marnak within a luminous orb. Marnak, with captivated eyes, inquired of the goddess the nature of this novel authority. The goddess, within her diminutive form, balled her hands, her cheeks reddening, and affirmed his freedom to utilize it. While accompanying the small goddess, Marnak informed her the power felt excessively potent. With a smile, Marnak considered the recently acquired corruption curse to be an authority perilously akin to the demonic. Lacking control, all life within a modest city's bounds would gradually decompose. To Marnak, targeting villains or the deceased would be acceptable, but inflicting it upon innocents was deemed improper. As the relic lay broken on the earth, the subsequent query arose. Why had the holy artifact been confined within an incarnation? Marnak observed the young woman with keen eyes, musing that it might not be mere chance. Considering the relic's dwindling remnants, he pondered if the goddess was being exploited. If so, and they fashioned the incarnation using the goddess's abilities, a grave issue would arise. Gazing at the young goddess and contemplating the predicament already caused him discomfort. Having endured numerous divinity-infused assaults, he now experienced dizziness before the goddess. Shortly thereafter, Marnak fell insensate to the ground. The young goddess, possessing brown eyes and black hair, wept, her gaze mirroring Marnak's green eyes. Her tears now landed on the MC's face, where he lay prone. She grieved, observing he had attained his endurance limit. Yet, at a specific juncture, her eyes appeared to fill with vigor and dilate. She perceived Carmen before her, smiling and stating that Marnak had at last awakened. Upon realizing consciousness, Marnak abruptly reached for his chest, his expression suggesting a forgotten detail. Abruptly, Marnak sat upright and questioned Carmen about the whereabouts of his belongings. The young man requested Marnak to compose himself and pledged a full explanation. However, Marnak, in distress, yelled and insisted on his possessions without delay. Nevertheless, upon sensing the goddess's essence within, Marnak progressively settled. Carmen appeared aware the cloth's contents held great significance for his companion and Marnak. He therefore presented him with the goddess's bandaged hand, allowing the MC to grasp it. Significantly calmer, Marnak stated he believed it was lost, and Carmen responded that he felt it carried significance. Thus, Marnak retained it. Despite others claiming it held no value for transport, he clutched the bandaged hand for the MC. Marnak, beaming as if presented with a novel plaything, clasped the goddess's hand against his chest. Observing Marnak's delight, Carmen placed a hand on his head, dismissing it as inconsequential. Carmen recalled that without Marnak's sacrifice, specifically his leap from a horse in Kelton at a critical juncture, events might have worsened. Marnak now wished to ascertain their precise location. However, Carmen clarified they remained in the same city, 10 days having passed, with reconstruction underway. Even with widespread destruction, inhabitants from nearby settlements offered aid in the recuperation effort. When Marnak inquired about survivors, Carmen clarified that only Marnak himself remained alive. A picturesque vista now encircled a devastated metropolis. Later, at a slight distance, a man sustained leg wounds from a dagger. He appeared frantic to elude his pursuers. Hindered by his leg injury, he could no longer ambulate, consequently collapsing into the snow. White-booted feet approached the man. He, along with numerous others, had been seized and enslaved. Their captor was a tall young woman with azure hair. As she fixed her gaze upon him, her blue hair and eyes prominent, he shrieked, pleading for her not to harm him. With the dagger still lodged in his leg, he endured immense suffering. The woman sternly declared he would lose the ability to walk. The man vowed he could maintain his previous speed despite his wounded leg. Weeping, he cried that he would not attempt escape again, yet the woman exhibited no apparent regret. Drawing her weapon, she severed his head from his torso in one blow. Following this, she shut her eyes and summoned a hallowed flame. She commanded the flame to persist while the corpse rested on the earth. Subsequent to her pronouncements, a cerulean fire diffused across the man's form. The woman desired for the man's transgressions to incinerate alongside his body and head. The other individuals, destined for slavery, grieved, anticipating a similar dire outcome. The woman, speaking with a severe inflection, instructed everyone to continue moving without delay. Now, brief and fatigued footprints were visible in the snow. The individuals were weary, yet compelled to continue their trek. Refusal meant a weapon awaited, leading to the same fate as their companions. The snow-covered mountains bore the tracks of these individuals. A local guard, astonished by the bandits' presence, inquired if their captor was surrendering them. A bandit with a purple bruise around one eye proclaimed they were all members of the Snow Bears. Every one of them knelt in unison, pleading. They implored the guard to arrest them, desiring immediate imprisonment far from that woman. The blue-haired woman stated that if this was their desire, the guard ought to fulfill it. The guard, however, relayed that Lord Kelton, who had offered the reward for those men, had died. Trusting an adherent of the evil spirit, she calculated she would receive the bounty in roughly a day. As she pondered the mountain scenery, the woman inquired about the worshippers' fate. The prevailing story was that Marnak had eradicated them all 10 days prior. The woman had previous knowledge of the demon-slaying priest hailing from Gis. Therefore, she sought confirmation from the guard that they spoke of the identical Marnak. Meanwhile, Marnak enjoyed a pleasant meal with Carmen, who persisted in narrating the MC's heroic feats. The blue-haired woman questioned the guard about Marnak's continued presence in Kelton. Several already inebriated friends embarked on an excursion to another tavern. Within a tavern, a fair-haired youth, rosy-cheeked from drink, attended a query concerning Marnak. Holding his substantial beer mug, he strained to catch the question clearly. The blue-haired woman sought to ascertain if Marnak remained in that settlement and his location. Nevertheless, all present were significantly inebriated. She overheard that Marnak was the destined heir who opposed malevolent spirits. Inquiring about him in that establishment would not sate her curiosity. Concurrently, two companions departed on horseback. Marnak and Carmen, mounted, galloped swiftly across the snow. Still on horseback, Marnak recollected a moment when the Lord wished to convey information. He remembered confronting the Lord, who mentioned a blue-haired priestess of the Sacred Flame sect. She had sought him, but the Lord disclosed his refusal to offer any details. Marnak inquired if she was certain of his survival, and the Lord indicated her uncertainty. Yet he conveyed that upon hearing of the search for him, her gaze betrayed no sign of surrender. At the time, Marnak even even clenched his teeth, knowing it would become a problem. Now, riding swiftly through the snow, he informed the goddess he was already aware of the situation. He and his companion were departing from Kelton. The woman's white footwear traversed the settlements, perpetually seeking Marnak. Marnak was aware that the goddess had assessed the blue-haired woman at 4.5 fingers. Mounted on his horse, he expressed gratitude to his friend for consenting to depart the city promptly. Carmen stated that concern was unnecessary. He preferred to exit when the opportunity arose rather than draw notice. His friend's comments brought a broad smile to Marnak's countenance. A fortnight had elapsed, and the two progressed calmly through the snow. Marnak's smile remained distinctly apparent on his features. Carmen remarked he could be mistaken, but he thought he had observed a conveyance belonging to the Urimel family. Marnak, observing the carriage and individuals ahead, inquired if Urimel family referred to the eminent southern lord, and Carmen affirmed it was precisely that individual. The carriage displayed the emblem of the white camellia blossom. It was, in fact, the Urimel family's conveyance. Marnak questioned Carmen if greeting them was appropriate, given their converging paths. Carmen deemed it imprudent, as the lord's standard had not been hoisted. Perhaps they were merely relatives. The carriage continued to approach Marnak and Carmen. They did not even glance that way, passing as though unacquainted. However, something drew Marnak's notice. An underlying presence was felt. Carmen perceived the alteration in his friend's expression the instant he observed him. Then, Marnak cautioned Carmen that an individual was restrained within the carriage. Upon inspection, Carmen saw that all guarding the carriage brandished their arms. The mercenaries informed the youths they would be released if they feigned ignorance of what they had witnessed. Subsequently, one mercenary displayed a broad, ill-natured grin and summoned his entire contingent. The men presumed it would be simple to subdue the pair, given their numerical advantage. The moment he yelled to eradicate them completely, a colossal detonation occurred. A head separated from its body, landing a considerable distance away. The head was not merely cut by a sword. An arrow was also lodged within it. Observing their comrade's fate, the mercenaries broke into a cold sweat. One of them, suffering a head injury, demanded to know why they dared attack. Marnak, still holding his sword, revealed he already knew they were kidnappers. With a precise glance, he cautioned his partner that only 8 remained. This revelation made the mercenaries sense the impending severity. The individual holding another at sword point instructed his subordinates not to fear the 2 weaklings. Everyone was also told to expedite the operation, as time was short. The bald man issuing commands was so enraged that the veins on his forehead protruded. An arrow found its mark directly in his head. The MC's young friend, the archer, was responsible for this feat. He appeared content that his shot had been accurate. Karmam, observing the area, noted the carriage had collapsed and Marnak was beside a woman experiencing severe nausea. When Karmam inquired if he knew the woman's name, the sweating Marnak stated he was not in a state to respond. He also informed his friend that he was uncertain if the girl had been drugged, but she remained incapacitated. Despite the numerous fallen mercenaries, Marnak observed that the girl's eyes were honey-hued. The girl requested Marnak to cease patting her back, explaining it exacerbated her nausea. Karmam's eyes widened, and a faint blush appeared as he beheld the young woman. The striking young woman with lengthy white hair, expressing gratitude for her rescue, identified herself as Kalto's eldest daughter. She introduced herself as Dakia, and indeed, the young woman possessed golden eyes. Karmam considered that if she was truly Dakia, the smiling young master's daughter, she was likely a mage. Marnak, learning the young woman was a noble mage, did not appear pleased. Observing the girl with white hair and golden eyes, he anticipated extreme rudeness from her. Karmam conversely believed that her status as a noble and a mage could be addressed later. The young man, who favored women with generous dispositions, was conversing with Marnak. Though the girl appeared to grasp their conversation, she coughed to capture their notice. She faced them and expressed a desire to know the name of her rescuer. Marnak introduced himself as Priest Marnak, a servant of the goddess of preservation. The young woman smiled upon hearing Marnak's name, stating it was not an unfavorable one. Nonetheless, she mentioned a significant difficulty in walking. She inquired if either of them could offer some assistance. With unsteady legs, she clarified that the anesthetic gas she had been made to breathe was still affecting her. Karmam promptly volunteered assistance to Miss Dakia, identifying himself as Endas Valtus's son. Hearing his last name, the girl questioned if he genuinely intended to help her. Staring intently at the young man, she stated that it might be disagreeable if others observed the black prairie dog in her company. Marnak observed the girl address his friend menacingly, remarking that he should at least show consideration. Following this, she gazed at Marnak's face and inquired if he concurred. At that moment, both men's eyes widened, and they deduced the girl belonged to nobility. Beyond her magical abilities, they watched her attempt to interpret their thoughts. Mustering fresh courage, Karmam questioned the young woman about the cause of her mortifying predicament. She stated that despite lacking concrete evidence of the perpetrator, she possessed a strong intuition about the identity. This left Marnak uncertain of her assertion. The girl with white hair and golden eyes claimed the abduction had been clearly orchestrated by her brother. It constituted a deliberate act by Durso Aramal, and upon hearing his name, Marnak, observing the young woman intently, deemed her narrative potentially credible. As she spoke, he considered how mages found little acceptance within noble families. Now, Marnak, with a graver demeanor, determined that no sorcerers were readily embraced in such dwellings. The vision of the white-haired young woman surfaced in his thoughts, shunned by nobility simply for being a mage. Each time she moved through a corridor, she would perceive disparaging whispers, perpetually scrutinized for employing magic. The delicate girl faced persistent rejection, despite her birth into a noble lineage. No mages or sorcerers held high esteem, with many asserting difficulty in imparting proper etiquette. Beyond the evident prejudice, an ancient superstition also trailed magic practitioners. Consequently, a sorcerer rarely held a prominent or leadership role. A conviction persisted from epochs preceding the Old Empire that mages were incapable of ruling. Presently, the trio occupied a more serene section of the forest, convened around a campfire, partaking in a meal. Marnak stayed composed and contemplative, considering that if she intended to secure a distinguished role as a sorceress, she would need to confront her brother. The young woman appeared comfortable with the two men, even displaying a subtle smile throughout their exchange. Nonetheless, the moment she started recounting her personal history, her demeanor became strained, rendering Marnak perceptibly uneasy. She proceeded with her narration, stating her awareness that both men were attentive to her words. Karmam desired her to continue her tale, and even attempted to anticipate her next statement. Marnak, observing the young woman's irritation, affirmed that he and his companion were listening. However, the young woman gave Marnak an uninviting glance. To alleviate the strain, the MC remarked that her engrossment in the narrative caused her to burn the skewer's meat. Upon inspection, the meat was somewhat charred. Thus, he offered her his own skewer, containing succulent and tasty meat, which elicited an unforeseen smile from her. Presenting the skewer, Marnak suggested that she might improve her mood by cooking less in the future. With a smile, he stated that preparing meat perfectly was simple. It merely required less conversation. The young woman did not welcome those pointed remarks from Marnak. The hearth continued to glow, and the moon hung elevated in the heavens. Subsequently, the young woman recommenced speaking, stating she had an offer and sought their reply. Marnak, by simply observing her, already surmised her proposition, confirming his suspicion when she voiced it. Her request was for them both to accompany her to her dwelling. She pledged a reward of gold equal to each of their individual weights. Her demeanor grew solemn as she spoke, indicating a significant matter was involved. Marnak could not conceal his enthusiasm at the prospect of gold or substantial compensation. His gaze was already sparkling. A foolish grin formed on his lips, unable to mask his captivation by the valuable metal's sheen. Nevertheless, the initial patron for that expedition was Carmen, who became restless while scrutinizing his compass. Noticing his comrade's concern regarding the escort's potential duration, the MC contemplated rejecting the proposal. He also recalled when Carmen gave back the goddess's hand, saving it from incineration. Were it solely Marnak's choice, he would have dismissed the gold and pursued Carmen to his journey's end. However, the deity appeared to harbor different intentions. Grasping her desire, Marnak jested, likening himself to gold balanced on a scale. As Carmen lifted his hand, formed into a fist, he seemed poised to make a choice. The young woman of the night, perceiving this, became eager, understanding they would acquire their necessities. Carmen, resolved to uphold his lineage's reputation, assumed the duty of guarding the young woman. Following extensive journeys through the snow, progressing steadily, the party advanced with resolve. Marnak eventually spotted the subsequent city in the distance, which greatly thrilled the young woman. She joyfully sprinted, anticipating her return home and a pleasant hot bath. Nevertheless, prior to anything else, they paused at a tavern, desiring a wash and some ale. With a smile, Carmen neared Marnak and the young woman, stating he had booked 3 rooms on the 3rd level. Marnak's strategy was straightforward. All would wash and then convene for a shared meal. The tavern, though compact, presented as clean and inviting. The meal appeared promptly, and everyone dined contentedly, appeasing their accumulated appetite. During the meal, Marnak noticed an issue that caused him concern. He found no calm, as a female server at an adjacent table faced harassment. A man with fair hair, a mohawk, and a substantial beard, his arms folded, advanced towards the table with a menacing look. He cautioned the other men to cease troubling her, but one individual remained unfazed. With the soup still available, the man inquired when he had supposedly harassed the woman. Carmen, masticating deliberately, remarked to Marnak that the mood was escalating in tension and suggested intervention. However, an individual intervened without delay. A forceful blow connected directly with the man's countenance. The impatient party was the white-haired young woman, evidently incensed by the circumstance. A soul strike propelled the man a considerable way, astonishing astonishing all witnesses. From the rear, Marnak viewed the situation with a content expression. As another man attempted insolence, a hand seized his head firmly. His visage was forcefully driven into the tabletop. It was Marnak, unwilling to endure disrespect in his presence. Following the collision, he raised the man's head, checking if the chastisement sufficed. Perceiving the man had understood, he released him with a grin. The young woman, having delivered her own admonition, received fervent applause from the onlookers and the innkeeper. Carmen, meanwhile, held another man by his collar, one who had also behaved insolently. As the man dropped to his knees, Carmen spread his arms and stated that, ultimately, they were mere wayfarers. Placing her hand on the young mage's head, she confessed that inequity enraged her. Marnak simply listened to her words with close attention. Observing her from the rear, he pondered that her issue did not stem from insufficient emotional regulation. Out of curiosity, Carmen checked the insolent man's pockets, discovering coins. Without pause, he threw the coins to Marnak. Upon receiving them, the MC gave them to the innkeeper to compensate for the disturbance's damages. Tranquility now filled the tavern, the innkeeper content. Dusk descended rapidly and a knock soon sounded at the door. The white-haired youth inquired about the caller, and an unseen voice stated a need for a conversation. Opening the door with a smile, she discovered Marnak at the entrance. Startled, she became quiet as he clasped her mouth and secured her head. Holding a sword, he forcefully hit the adjacent wall, aiming to seize her focus. He instructed her to listen quietly, expressing concern about disturbing Carmen. With green glowing eyes and a taut look, he questioned her comprehension. Maintaining his stare, he recalled her previous assertion that she could not overlook injustice unfolding before her. The MC also remembered her stating she ought to have disregarded it, at least in that specific instance. Given their pursuit by unknown powers, she should comprehend the critical need to avoid notice. Repeating such actions would jeopardize all. Maintaining her head pressed against the wall, Marnak cautioned that recurrence of the conduct would result in immediate physical action. Directing the object at her with a menacing gaze, he halted any reply and inquired about her understanding, instructing her to nod slowly if she grasped it. The girl, fear widening her eyes and her brow elevated, offered an affirmative nod. Perceiving her comprehension, he displayed a slight lopsided smile. Releasing her head at last, he glanced toward the door and gave her a cold goodnight. Following his departure, the girl stayed motionless, now gasping with an open mouth, perturbed by the profound fright. Exiting the chamber, Marnak conversed with his goddess, clarifying that his actions were necessary to prevent escalation. Progressing down the corridor, he articulated that discovery was a risk they could not take at this mission stage. As he spoke to the goddess, the young woman stayed within the room, now seated on her folded legs, overcome by a sense of bleakness. However, Marnak recognized his limited options, as the girl appeared to have a compulsive disposition toward justice. Subsequently, the setting transitioned, showcasing a grand, opulent estate. Within, an individual was tasked with explaining the failed Dikia abduction, while another remained silent. The reporting individual quivered with apprehension, stating that greater monetary assets were required to proceed with the operation. Yet the contractor, annoyed, claimed sufficient funds had been provided, and with black-painted nails, beckoned the informant nearer. The man, struck across the face, held the position of regional manager for the global covert organization. The employer now sought a detailed explanation for the mission's increased expense. Seated on the floor, the manager felt his face, still flushed from the impact, contemplating his explanation. His lips quivering with dread and grief, he inhaled deeply and gathered the resolve to articulate. He considered his spouse and offspring, understanding that failing to confront the predicament would endanger both his existence and his family. Thus, he lowered his head to the floor, signifying utter submission and despair. He explained that the entire incident stemmed from the intervention of a cleric dedicated to maintaining sacred honor. He specified that the involved cleric was identified as the Demon Slayer. Hearing that designation, the aristocratic figure grew even more incensed, baring his teeth in a display of utter fury. The manager, witnessing the intense wrath, chose to disclose that this cleric was no ordinary individual. He detailed that the cleric had vanquished a demon which had transformed into a colossal monster. He additionally recounted the cleric's recent accomplishments in Kelton, where he had slain an entity created by the cultists. He noted that the individual had confronted everything unaided, thereby securing the designation of chief adversary to malevolent spirits. The individual, possessing pointed ears and eyes of gold, started to focus with heightened intensity following reports of such deeds. The manager subsequently appended that the cleric was furthermore in the company of Valtus's eldest son. At that instant, the individual with golden eyes inquired whether Dekia was in the duo's custody. Remaining prostrate, the manager offered a faint grin upon learning of further provisions for the mission's continuation. His stare menacing, the individual commanded that on the subsequent occasion, triumph must be assured. Notwithstanding the faint grin, the manager perspired and swallowed with apprehension, evidently daunted. Concurrently, within the same hostelry, inside his private chamber, Marnak was nourishing the small deity. He remarked to the diminutive figure that he might have been excessively severe with the silver-haired maiden. However, when the deity inquired about his concern for the maiden, Marnak stated she was a patron. Prior to his further discourse, a knock resounded at the entrance. The moment the taps occurred, the deity swiftly concealed herself within an emerald radiance. Perceiving the caller was young Dekia, Marnak granted her entry. Despite his words, a trace of unease flickered within his gaze. The maiden stepped into the chamber, secured the entrance, and rested against it in silence. Her gaze remained fixed on an object upon the bed, clearly captivated. It was a platter laden with diverse sustenance which Marnak utilized to nourish the small deity. Marnak, observing her fixed attention, removed the platter from the bed and bid her to take a seat. They both settled on the bed's edge and maintained quietude for a brief period. Eventually, the maiden ended the quietude, inquiring whether the severity of the rebuke stemmed from her being a spellcaster. While she uttered her query, Marnak stayed quiet, continuing to sit beside her. He appeared to ponder her statement, and following a brief consideration, Marnak affirmed that indeed such was the cause. The maiden, exhaling, declared her prior awareness, having perceived it within his gaze. Marnak did not at once grasp her meaning behind the gaze. She went on, clarifying her familiarity with such expressions from those harmed by magic users. Yet she admitted that, for the first occasion, the look conveyed authentic animosity. She recalled his action of pinning her against the wall and silencing her. Regardless, her eyes shining, she traced her face and stated her approval of his words, particularly his declaration that they would henceforth be allies, causing Marnak to redden slightly. She further remarked that individuals who regarded her in that manner typically sought to harm her subsequently. She declared that if she witnessed further inequity, she could not restrain herself, yet pledged an initial caution. Rising from the bed, she explained her sole purpose was to convey that message. Marnak stayed quiet as she announced her departure. Already at the exit, she heard his request for her notice again. She halted, observing him approach, his head scratched as he confessed excessive severity. His countenance now illuminated by a genuine smile, Marnak conceded his impoliteness. Hearing this, the young woman offered a broad grin. She informed him he was at last perceiving her correctly, a fact that pleased her. Marnak, with closed eyes, attempted to keep a serious demeanor despite smiling, inquiring about her sincerity. Greatly enthused, she inquired if they had reconciled and proposed an end to any lingering animosity. With a laugh, Marnak responded that from his perspective all was well, and he harbored no ill will towards anyone. She offered a faint smile, gave him a wink, and with a touch of color in her cheeks, expressed eagerness to begin the journey. Once she departed, Marnak resumed nourishing the goddess, and considered that, ultimately, sorcerers were simply human. Despite some grumbling from the deity, he found satisfaction, as her vocalizations offered him tranquility. The small goddess, consuming her meal, remarked that Marnak was at last beginning to comprehend. As usual, Marnak derived pleasure from feeding the small entity, who appeared to be eating heartily. Several days hence, at the same lodging, various townspeople appeared, immediately unsettling those outside. A sizable bald individual forced the door ajar with a kick, demanding Marnak's presence loudly. The bald man menaced the blonde individual with the mohawk, declaring he would devastate the premises if Marnak was not located. His face marked by prominent veins and a wrathful look, the bald man commanded Marnak's immediate delivery. Elsewhere, an individual clutched a document, yet harbored misgivings regarding the directives he had been given. He scrutinized the paper, which contained an unusual instruction concerning the apprehension of an Aramal family maiden. The document emitted a subtle fragrance of a cleric, a person unfamiliar to him. The document's lower section also depicted Marnak's visage, designated as Ark, the proclaimed adversary of malevolent entities. Sajida scrutinized the image intently, his face slick with sweat, his cheeks chafing as he observed Marnak's countenance. With the document still clutched in his hands, he detected his name being called. A subordinate reported that Marnak was in close proximity, though the woman with silver hair was absent. Sajida's annoyance surfaced swiftly, and he insisted on knowing Marnak's precise location. Sajida sought to discern if Marnak intended confrontation or was preparing an ambush. Upon exiting his tent, he discovered Marnak clutching the neck of a robust, hairless individual. Sajida, without hesitation, commanded his subordinates to instantly drop their weapons. Observing his vassal's tardiness in compliance, he bellowed with increased volume, his features contorted by fury. His voice carried such menace that the hired soldiers started to dismiss any notions of defiance. Sajida then grasped he had missed a crucial detail within the request's specifics. Advancing, his face crimson with anger, he pondered the extent of their predicament. Marnak, conversely, merely observed Sajida's advance, utterly motionless. Sajida's expression plainly conveyed unease around the formidable unknown individual. Endeavoring composure, he managed a smile and courteously inquired if Marnak was indeed named Manarch. Sajida then gently requested that Marnak relinquish his grasp on what he held in his right hand. Marnak released the large man without delay, prompting his fall to his knees. Marnak subsequently declared his desire for a forthright discussion with the mercenary company's chief. With a resolute smile, the MC conveyed that he arrived not for profit, nor was he inciting conflict. Sajida identified himself as the Redbeard mercenaries' captain, stating his name. Subsequently, within the captain's encampment, Marnak received an invitation to be seated, and was presented with sustenance and refreshment. As Sajida consumed his drink, Marnak refused the spirits, explaining his disinclination for such liquids. Following a mouthful, Sajida placed his chalice on the surface, considering that if Marnak partook, their dialogue might proceed with greater ease. Nevertheless, Marnak commenced relating an account he had previously learned from a subordinate of the captain. He specifically alluded to the powerfully built, hairless man, the one who had approached him that dawn and unceremoniously forced open his door. Marnak clarified that the individual had communicated the captain's desire for an audience, prompting his arrival, prepared to heed. Yet, he retained memory of the prior day's tavern disturbance and surmised a potential link. Concurrently, the captain maintained a pleasant demeanor, despite inwardly contemplating his subsequent actions. Sajida pondered the silver-haired woman and whether to broach the topic of the curse affecting the Ali collective. He gazed at Marnak, who displayed a fierce countenance and dreaded engaging a person of such formidable renown. Sajida held the vice-captain accountable for the entire predicament, attributing it to his rash behavior and resulting distress. As he pondered, a figure neared the tent exterior. The vice-captain, clearly intoxicated, sought to address Marnak. Learning Marnak arrived independently, he considered Marnak exceptionally courageous. Stepping inside and spotting Marnak, he inquired if Marnak was the priest. Marnak affirmed it, and the man then asked if he had encountered a silver-haired woman. Marnak acknowledged such a woman was present among his company. The vice-captain commanded Marnak to surrender the woman, causing the captain's eyes to widen with shock. The vice-captain lifted his hand towards Marnak, speaking words, only to be instantly silenced as his hand was severed in one blow. Mercenaries observed the hand detach from the vice-captain's form and fly away. The detached hand fell some distance away, as the vice-captain shrieked in pain and despair. Marnak calmly remarked that he had discovered something odd and found it entertaining. He surveyed his surroundings, noting he did not recall providing his name to anyone present, yet all seemed to utter it with familiarity, as if intimates. Standing erect, a menacing glare fixed, and clutching his peculiar serrated blade, he insisted on knowing the mastermind. The stunned captain gazed at the MC, understanding the inquiry required an answer. A cry announced the vice-captain's lost arm. Multiple mercenaries stormed the tent, alarmed by the turn of events. They presumed Marnak failed to grasp the gravity of his actions. Observing he had also decapitated another man, they declared he must be halted. Rather than assaulting, the mercenaries paused, daunted by Marnak's chilling composure. He maintained an impassive face, even amidst the drastically violent unfolding. As the captain heard the vice-captain's pleas, he merely observed. The man lay prostrate, quivering, drenched in perspiration, imploring rescue. Marnak, remaining upright, held his serrated blade aimed. Marnak prepared to deliver the final strike, given the man's refusal to respond. However, prior to his blow, a spear tip emerged, halting the blade's progression. Surprised, Marnak glanced back, observing the captain's intervention. The captain held the spear firmly, preventing the terminal strike. The captain stated his connection to the vice-captain was profound, forged over 15 years of fellowship. He declared that, due to this, he could not permit the event. Still, Marnak effortlessly evaded his assaults until, with an accurate motion, he severed the captain's spear. The fractured section shot away from his grasp, and he still attempted to retrieve it, but unsuccessfully. Moments later, a large hand emerged, drawing aside a curtain. The man seized the fabric, hoping to shield himself from Marnak's blows. But Marnak merely observed, as the captain cast the curtain over him and fled. As he effortlessly cut through the fabric, Marnak saw the captain hastily escaping, abandoning the vice-captain. While in flight, the captain yelled for his forces to withdraw as quickly as possible. The mercenaries stood aghast, observing their own leader depart the area. For many, it was past the point of response. Numerous heads were severed from their forms. With staring eyes, they now suffered the consequence of having remained static too long. Those who grasped the peril fled frantically, seeking self-preservation. Among the escapees, some succeeded in evading Marnak's blade. The captain, aware that escape would prove difficult, halted and seized another spear. He adopted a protective posture, understanding he had no alternative but to disclose the facts. Remaining vigilant, he saw Marnak reposition himself, prepared for a further confrontation. Though a fair distance away, he observed him slowly appearing from the tent. The MC in silence communed with his goddess, aware of the need to apprehend the actual architect behind the tracking. His body began to radiate a green essence, while his eyes shone with potent luminescence. Sajida maintained a fierce struggle, his eyes already betraying the danger he posed. But when he launched his spear at Marnak, the opponent pushed an ally forward, allowing the ally to absorb the impact instead. Without delay, Marnak placed his sword accurately before the enemy. The opponent swiftly understood things would grow considerably more intricate, especially observing Marnak was utterly serious and effortlessly bisected the man. He now pursued the captain, evidently intending to fell him just as before. Knowing evasion was unfeasible without conflict, the captain seized a new spear. Setting himself steadfastly, he understood he must parry the attacks approaching him. Fortunately, he succeeded in preventing Marnak's sword from penetrating his skin at that moment. It was a narrow escape, and the second strike almost connected, rendering him visibly unnerved. While gripping the spear tightly, he yelled for his subordinates to proceed to the vice-captain's tent. The battle was fierce, and despite the ongoing combat, the captain wished for someone to attend to his friend. He could still avoid Marnak's direct blows for the moment. Observing Marnak, he noticed his eyes were now entirely green, like the most vibrant leaf. Each time he saw Marnak's face, he felt a fatal strike would eventually land. Then, Marnak stood directly before him, fists clenched, displaying that fierce green gaze. This time, the captain could not merely parry the strike and received a forceful impact. From the collision, a dazzling light and dust cloud burst forth, obscuring much of the surrounding area. As Marnak connected the blow with the captain, his face wore an enigmatic expression. Even amidst the conflict, he displayed a genuine smile. Marnak felt satisfied. It had been a long time since Marnak had encountered someone with such significant resilience. He appreciated that the captain had endured a strike and remained conscious. Nevertheless, the captain's facial pain was evident. The captain even clenched his teeth due to it. At that precise moment, the captain exclaimed that shots were aimed at them. Marnak surveyed his surroundings, unconscious of a hidden archer nearby. While the captain gripped the spear with one hand, his other was partially injured from the impact. They stood silent, gazing intensely at one another, and Marnak considered it undesirable for an arrow to hit them at that moment. Ice, footprints, and numerous fallen individuals covered the vicinity, while they continued observing each other remotely. One mercenary watched the spectacle with a strained expression, his neck veins distended. No mercenary wished to remain as the next target, so they chose to desert the captain. Upon being left alone, Marnak inquired if the captain desired to proceed with the combat. Marnak smiled and stated there would be no issue if the captain opted to yield, as all others had already departed. Lacking an alternative, the captain cast his spear aside and admitted defeat. Having surrendered, now confronting Marnak, the captain stated he would disclose all his knowledge. They commenced setting up cross-shaped stakes while conversing. Throughout the discussion, the captain observed the dispersed crosses and responded to Marnak's inquiries. Marnak aimed to discover if the captain held animosity or bitterness toward him. The captain, gazing at Marnak, understood that professing hatred could escalate the situation. Marnak then clarified that he would not pardon anyone who deeply resented him. Sajida offered a smile and concurred that Marnak's assertion was correct. Witnessing the numerous crosses, the captain chose to be direct, stating he would speak plainly. He noted that mercenary tasks occasionally required eliminating others or facing elimination. He found it inconsistent to reside in barracks and collaborate with mercenaries who had recently slain his comrades. He clarified that he had never pursued anyone with an axe, so he neither hated nor liked Marnak. He remembered the mercenary standard, confirming the group had been financially ruined for an extended period. At that point, Marnak inquired about the captain's subsequent intentions. The captain responded with a weary smile, admitting he did not know. 15 years had passed since he last experienced solitude. This made him feel somewhat disoriented, yet he recognized a need for introspection and would likely return to mercenary work. Marnak listened with a contented expression, seemingly contemplating something significant. He conveyed his idea to the man, suggesting he select a reputable employer on this occasion. Following this, the captain glanced back at Marnak, who remarked that securing a well-paying employer would be preferable. This caused the captain to widen his eyes and gaze at the horizon, evidently lost in thought. After a while, they proceeded back to the inn, where the silver-haired girl appeared noticeably vexed. Despite the trio being seated at the table amidst food, quietude prevailed. Then, Marnak inquired if she was staring due to his soiled attire. She angrily asserted that he was entirely clean, yet Marnak perceived a sharp edge in her tone. Disturbed, Dakia demanded to know why he had departed surreptitiously without informing anyone. She remembered their discussion the previous night, held while seated on his bed. She believed they had grown more intimate. Chin in hand, she questioned if she had misinterpreted any part of that exchange. She also recollected him pressing her against the wall, silencing her and cautioning against hasty actions. Seated at the table, still agitated, she stated he departed without a farewell. Adopting a regal demeanor, Marnak chose to pose an inquiry. She stared intently as he questioned if she had previously confronted anyone. Lowering her head, seemingly in contemplation, she responded that she had never ended a life. He admitted this was precisely why he proceeded by himself. Certain actions required resolve, yet this did not diminish her emotions, and she insisted he should have at least provided an explanation. Pondering the situation, Marnak considered he had withheld information to spare her anxiety, but vowed to inform her on future occasions. Just then, the trio observed an individual approaching, out of breath and calling for Dakia. Facing the door, they noted Carmen, who announced Marnak had left to negotiate with hired soldiers. Everyone then sat at the table, their expressions bright, as Carmen urged them to arm themselves and aid Marnak. Only later, having achieved calm, did he observe the MC was present, secure, and eating. He also observed an unknown individual seated at the table. Drawing near, he inquired of Marnak about the individual, and Marnak clarified that he was a newly recruited mercenary. The pair then exchanged introductions, sealed by a firm and vigorous handshake. The silver-haired young woman regarded the action with distrust, asking Marnak if he had faith in the man. Hearing the lack of general trust, the captain ran a hand through his hair, clearly discomfited. Carmen eased the tension by stating it was beneficial to have a robust and dependable comrade within their ranks. Shortly thereafter, he declared his intention to inspect arrows alongside the village blacksmith. He added that with the Dawn's arrival, they would embark promptly on their subsequent expedition. Concurrently, in the deepest part of the night, an individual was observed employing sorcery to control reanimated beings. The girl with pink hair stood astonished, repeatedly inquiring about the timing of the event. During a crucial meeting, she insisted her two associates disclose the precise arrival time. A blond man, sporting a striking mustache, then queried their certainty regarding the destination. Despite this uncertainty, he felt content to have arrived before the young woman grew exasperated by her constant complaints. The most composed member, possessing reddish hair, placidly stated the occurrence would be soon, having verified the site. This news elicited an eager smile from the pink-haired girl, who pressed for absolute certainty. She approached the redhead, seeking affirmation that they were indeed reaching Urtico. The red-haired individual, still prone and perusing a book, questioned her intense skepticism. She asserted her belief, yet the circumstances rendered her uneasy, manifesting as an odd grin paired with veiled menaces. Her eyes soon gleamed with a pink luminescence, and her smile contorted further as she threatened to dismember everyone. Concurrently, an individual traversed the snow with a broad grin, pleased by their ultimate arrival. The silver-haired girl paused, glancing behind her while engaging in jovial conversation with her companions. Carmen surveyed the distant city of Urtico, expressing his eagerness for a warm bath. A distant figure observed the assemblage, failing to immediately identify them. Upon recognizing Marnak and the MC, however, the figure directed his attention toward them as well. The individual began to run, pressingly inquiring if he was truly Marnak, the demon slayer. The man grasped the MC's hand, conveying that he pleaded with utmost sincerity. He indicated a specific direction and implored Marnak to converse with an individual requiring assistance. That individual disregarded even the city's ruler, continuously raising undead. The man offered Marnak significant payment, but Marnak, placing a hand on his head, stated he doubted it would alter the situation. The man urged him to at least attempt it, and the captain, observing Carmen, concluded that trying presented no harm. With a worried expression and fearful eyes, the man stated that he and his companions had reached their breaking point. He detailed how the undead traversed the city nightly, frightening its residents. As he made his plea, Marnak stood motionless, quietly hearing the urgent appeals. Spreading his arms toward the man, Marnak cautioned him not to expect much, which nonetheless brightened the supplicant's face. Marnak affirmed he would assist, and indicated he would join the group later, instructing them to proceed and locate accommodation. The silver-haired girl, smiling, confirmed it was acceptable, and that they would continue. Now traversing the snow alone, Torch in hand, Marnak pondered the priests. He questioned why, among all of them, the selected individual had to be the herald of repose. The MC was an unusual sort, yet distinct, acknowledged by other deities as worthy of command. By chance, without clear cause, the deities had bestowed upon a human the ability of summoning. This aptitude involved reanimating the deceased and earning the designation of trumpeter of the dead and of repose. The selected individuals were subsequently to don a distinctive robe and devote their existence to aiding the departed. Their manner of life presented a profound enigma, and their trumpet's sound stayed mysterious. No one comprehended the motivation for raising the dead, yet trumpeters emerged in areas abundant with cadavers. In those locations, they sounded their soundless trumpets, amassing legions of undead. Aristocrats and monarchs merely observed from their windows, clutching golden chalices filled with animated gold and adorned with diamonds. They never risked contact with the deceased commanded by the heralds of repose. This was logical, as no one wished to confront an undead force expanding nightly. Taking deliberate steps through the snow, Marnak considered this something everyone would wish to evade. With an ironic smile, he presumed the heralds of repose endured utter isolation. Approaching the trumpeter, torch still in hand, Marnak offered a respectful greeting. However, he received no response, as the enigmatic figure simply observed him silently. Marnak then remarked that numerous individuals had attempted conversation, but he conceded he could not decline an appeal for assistance. Still smiling, he added that, for common folk, the restless undead were unsettling and repulsive. Marnak surveyed the deceased, then their commander, inquiring if a more significant purpose existed for their presence. The trumpeter stated he never lingered in a single city, constantly relocating. He then disclosed his continuous movement was due to the adherence of the malevolent spirit. Indicating a path, the trumpeter stated those individuals caused numerous fatalities. Marnak glanced behind him, striving to comprehend the gravity of the circumstances. He likely clenched his jaw and lifted an eyebrow, preparing for what lay ahead. He promptly adopted an offensive stance, certain this would differ from the events in Kelton City. The MC sprinted towards the urban area, resolved to avert a recurrence of past atrocities. After a significant period, an individual moved through the inferno, seeking something seemingly missing. It was the girl with pink hair, lamenting his absence. However, the red-haired individual maintained that his allies had verified Marnak's entry into the city. Gesturing towards the man, the girl urged that Marnak be located swiftly, without delay. The fair-haired man with the prominent mustache, however, requested their patience. He had just discerned his position within the inferno. The man with the mustache indicated a course and averted his gaze, as if reluctant to confront his perception. Truly, it was Marnak materializing from the blaze, unsettling the pink-haired girl. Marnak now exuded a malevolent presence, one of his emerald eyes radiating fiercely. With a smile verging on insanity, he considered that he would at last observe such a locale. The mustached man observed Marnak exiting the inferno, brandishing a peculiar blade. The implement resided within the conflagration. It was Marnak's familiar ceremonial saw. Marnak traversed the blaze as if his serrated weapon could cleave the very fire. Noticing the pink-haired girl's enthusiasm, Marnak concluded he needed to remain composed. Displaying his teeth in a malevolent grin, he reassured himself there was no cause for concern regarding that. He fixed his gaze on the mustached man and addressed the goddess, asserting his intent to deal with that accursed sorcerer. That individual had caused his demise initially, at the outset of his quest. He was the one who eradicated both his rescuer and Marnak, without scruple or compassion. He recalled the moment his eyes opened to snowfall. The MC recollected lifting his hand and realizing he had consistently harbored needless anxieties. He also remembered an individual moving through the snow, observing his location. It was a youth who appeared to have discovered something unanticipated amidst the descending flakes. Consequently, the man chose to approach and ascertain if the fallen person yet lived. Marnak rested on the earth, limbs outstretched, engulfed by the blizzard's infinite pallor. The individual sought clarification as the snowstorm intensified. At that instant, Marnak opened his eyes, encountering his rescuer. Shantux, the man, bore Marnak on his back across the deep snow. An average individual, he appeared neither excessively youthful nor aged. The composed man brought the youth to his dwelling, diligently tending to his well-being. Upon waking there, Marnak faced no interrogation from the unfamiliar person. Within the modest home, the man merely stated that Marnak was welcome to remain indefinitely. A crest above the entrance marked him as a cleric devoted to the preservation goddess. Furthermore, he served as a gravedigger residing beyond the city limits, distanced from urban disorder. During a day of assisting with digging, Marnak inquired about the man's profound kindness and reason for saving him. The man paused, a serene smile on his face, shovel still grasped, and responded plainly, With an affable expression, he conveyed that he had simply felt compelled to aid someone requiring assistance. Previously unaccustomed to smiling, Marnak adopted a novel type of smile that day. The cheerful, bright expression became a cherished memory imprinted upon the young man's heart. Shantuks assisted the aged youngsters and all those requiring help, never seeking justification. Emulating his model, Marnak started assisting the village children. He recalled a year of tranquility, consistently alongside the benevolent MC. Yet, circumstances shifted the subsequent winter, when he resolved to emulate his rescuer's actions. In the snow, he discovered an unconscious man, and, mirroring Shantu, bore him on his shoulders to his residence. However, profound regret followed, as he should not have rescued the accursed mage. Once tended to, the man swiftly regained strength, then exposed his genuine character. A repellent grin on his lips, he admitted devotion to the malevolent spirit. Employing dark sorcery, he rent Marnak's body into fragments, treating it like a plaything. He maintained his smile, content in his brutality, while blood crimsoned the surrounding snow. Marnak reawakened, enveloped by a verdant magical luminescence. He observed that a concealed hand had somehow exited his stored possessions. It gently touched his face and cheeks, emitting a potent, enigmatic green glow. Returning to his home, he confronted the repercussions of his ingenuous decision. At the entrance, Shantuk's lifeless body rested on the ground, savagely killed by the accursed mage. In the current moment, he brandished a serrated sword, cleaving through the roaring inferno. The sorcerer's eyes widened as he recalled the origin of that stare. He gestured, identifying Marnak as the gravedigger, while observing the emerald eyes consumed by a thirst for retribution. With a sarcastic gesture, the sorcerer placed a hand on his hip, stating that the youth had perished years prior. His group's members heard the sorcerer detail how he had personally dispatched him. Marnak's fists tightened when he observed the sorcerer wore the priest's vestments. The mustachioed sorcerer admitted to utilizing not only the garments, but also the priest's hand. He exhibited his arms, remarking that the hand had proven highly advantageous for 3 complete years. Marnak's rage escalated, his facial veins distending like verdant snakes. The girl with pink hair and violet eyes mentioned she was well informed about him. Her face eager, she expressed anticipation for their encounter, yet received no attention. The MC merely swung his blade past her while moving forward, his objective being further ahead. As he cast the sword at the sorcerer, the latter erected a mystical barrier for protection. Concealed behind the obstruction, the sorcerer commented that Marnak bore no resemblance to the hearsay. He scoffed contemptuously as the MC snarled, commanding his silence. Subsequently, the deity of decay elevated her hand, unleashing fresh dread across the combat zone. Witnessing this, the sorcerer stood astonished, incredulity permeating his being. At that instant, Marnak easily demolished the sorcerer's mystical barrier. Once within, he forcefully detached the hand not his own. Yet, he was perplexed by the pink-haired girl's ear-whispering. He recalled decapitating her only moments prior. Concurrently, the sorcerer facing him initiated a spell designated as the Scale of Retribution. The mustached individual elevated a single lay amidst the arcane ritual's execution. His gaze bore madness, and his wide grin exposed all his teeth. Intense light enveloped the vicinity, heavy with particulate matter and escalating devastation. The enchantment's power was so formidable that the red-haired girl needed to guard herself with her limbs. The gusts merely intensified the fires, and the dust obscured visibility. Vision was momentarily impaired, but shortly thereafter, Marnak became discernible, collapsing, his sword absent. A voice declared that the inherent divine power was not sourced from the deity of preservation. It further mentioned that the vestment's blessing remained entirely effective. The sorcerer, observing from above, asserted that Marnak must be an adherent of malevolent entities. Hate blazed in Marnak's eyes as he ordered the foul mage to be silent. The mage, with a broad grin, felt he had correctly identified the evil worship. Then the white giant of the corruption goddess appeared, immense and enraged. The mage gazed upwards, entranced by the colossal power drawing near. He reasoned that, having forfeited his left arm, he might as well engage the creatures. Even as the corruption giant prepared to strike, he did not yield ground. Dust from the collision ascended skyward as Marnak clenched his teeth in suppressed fury. Despite the potent assault, the mage parried the giant's punch with utmost ease. It was evident that the fair-haired, large-mustached man presented a formidable challenge. Marnak now exuded an even greater volume of his verdant essence, immersed in vengeance. He resolved that this night he would utterly annihilate the mage Reverko. He fixed his gaze on the foul mage's face, knowing he would spare no effort to eliminate him. In a different area, not far from the chaotic scene, peculiar civilians were repeatedly assailed. Sajida, gripping his spear with resolve, delivered precise blows to the frenzied, unfortunate souls. Glancing back, he perceived the young girl questioning him with worry, asking if the fallen man had perished. With the spear propped on his shoulder, he responded that not yet. However, if they failed to act quickly, the frenzied would counterattack with ferocity. Harmon, witnessing the entire predicament, could only contemplate rushing directly to the flaming castle. Nevertheless, the silver-haired girl appeared concerned for the MC, fearing he was still within the turmoil. The former mercenary captain, however, understood someone as formidable as Marnak would not readily fall. Bodies lay in contorted positions across the ground, amidst the eerie flames consuming the landscape. Individuals were dispersed everywhere, as the Lord's castle became engulfed by an uncontrollable fiery wrath. The castle's entrance was entirely consumed by flames, an infernal spectacle. Concurrently, the three companions attempted to swiftly ascertain their course of action in that madness. Carmen already suspected that the population's widespread madness might not directly originate from the local lord. Dakia, the proud lady, elegantly rotated her face toward the voice seeking her attention. Sajida firmly cautioned that failing to quickly neutralize the madmen would lead to genuinely serious problems. Even amidst fire and smoke, the crazed individuals began to gather, compelling Sajida to thrust his spear into one of their chests. The young woman, witnessing this with a sorrowful gaze, perceived that despite her reluctance, she had to act without delay. The man, gesturing with his spear toward the chaos, explained that sustained elimination of those people was imperative. To ensure her survival, she ought to consider herself aiding the confused undead. He stated he would manage the majority of the unpleasant tasks personally, but requested her to take actions vital for her survival. The girl received these remarks with an unconcerned grin, as if finding them agreeable. Granted silent consent, she clutched her sword's hilt tightly, demonstrating determination. She soon proved herself a capable swordswoman, possessing keen reflexes and precise coordination. Carmen, noting the activity ahead, directed the group to proceed at once to the castle's primary entrance. While running and battling, the trio persisted in dispatching as many fiery undead as they could. During one assault, the girl thrust her blade directly into a crazed entity's chest, then withdrew it. The former mercenary captain perceived a sound that halted his progress. A recognizable voice captured his focus. Pivoting toward the sound, he observed a giant entity enveloped in a luminous violet glow. Concentrating his vision, he discerned it was an enormous creature, and beside it, Marnak, coated in grime and ash. The pink-haired girl, observing the nearby situation, deemed it exceptionally impressive. She witnessed the precise instant the mage halted the white giant of corruption's assault using only his palm. As the girl experienced delight, the red-haired individual behind her stated a desire to settle matters via discussion. Addressing Marnak, he clarified he could not forego this opportunity, having awaited Marnak's discovery for an extended period. He adamantly informed the white giant of corruption that their prearranged offensive was set to commence. Following the directive, the giant clenched its fists powerfully, readying a fierce strike against the mage. Issuing a growing roar, it proclaimed the commencement of their most arduous battle to date. The mage, in turn, was already marshaling his radiant power, enshrouded in brilliant energy. The giant's assault possessed such might that it splintered the mage's mystical barrier with shocking effortlessness. In this instant, Marnak was already clutching his saw firmly, poised to retaliate for all he had endured. Displaying intense vindictiveness and a faintly deranged grin, he rushed his adversary. Conversely, the mage exhibited an identical craving for annihilation, as if intending to eradicate Marnak a second time. With the passage of time, the force of their impacts grew, rendering the combat progressively savage. The mage, even amidst laughter, deemed the volley of assaults dull and dared Marnak to employ an innovative tactic. Marnak, observing the entire spectacle, marveled at the mage's boldness in deriding so plainly. Evading and parrying blows effortlessly, the mage continued to mock, suggesting his opponent ought to relax. Moments before uttering another taunt, he was abruptly impaled by a spear. The entire event transpired with extreme swiftness. The mage lacked any chance to counter the crushing assault. The event occurred before Marnak's eyes, who now witnessed it with a calm, greenish hue. The weapon, having impaled the mage, maintained its force, accurately carving a trajectory through the air. Marnak, observing the red-cloaked mage drop, glanced towards the origin point of the strike. The MC identified the throw's power and accuracy as exclusive to the former mercenary leader. Marnak noticed Sajida in distress, encircled by unrestrained undead while attempting to maintain his position. Following his aid to his ally with the toss, Sajida needed to flee for personal safety. Marnak observed the deceased mage's chest, yet showed no immediate response. Staring at his saw, the MC recalled an earlier notion that vengeance served no purpose. With the red-robed mage now prone, Marnak could at last apply that teaching practically. Displaying a grave look tinged with minor sorrow, he advanced, not desiring any theatrics. Facing the corpse, the MC questioned if the conclusion truly needed to be so empty and pointless. His eyes glowing fiercely, Marnak made ready to present the remains to the goddess of decay. However, as power started to issue from the form, Marnak perceived that the mage yet lived. The mage then started to unleash a sacred force, as if an explosive awakening had occurred within him. The mage then recalled when his limb had been severed by Marnak's jagged weapon. He stated, brimming with animosity, that his primary objective was to retrieve the arm he had lost. Marnak observed these events and heard the mage's allies articulate sheer dread. The crimson-haired girl shrieked for everyone to flee at once, indicating their current grave peril. The rose-haired girl desired to remain, wishing to observe the unfolding scene. She did not wish to overlook such a thrilling instant. Despite her objections, her companion pulled her away, yelling that this was utterly reckless. As the rose-haired girl protested, the other forcibly tugged her, instructing her to be silent to avoid attracting notice. Marnak, hearing the cries, also overheard the two state that the mage, in his current condition, could no longer recognize individuals. Hearing this, Marnak requested the white corruption giant cast him a great distance. The giant then seized the MC in its enormous grip and flung him powerfully before disappearing. Simultaneously, the two young women were fleeing. The rose-haired girl pleaded for release, eager to witness the confrontation. The crimson-haired girl shrieked more loudly, insisting that the commotion would attract excessive notice. However, it was already beyond saving. A powerful impact materialized before them, where Marnak stood prepared. The red-haired female became motionless with terror, her face consumed by hopelessness. Matters worsened as she listened to the MC's statements concerning subsequent events. Conversely, the pink-haired girl experienced an intense surge of excitement, observing the potent aura drawing near. Enthusiastically, she identified herself as Pearl and the other girl as Bina. She met Marnak's gaze with her violet eyes, disclosing their affiliation with a clandestine organization. Marnak's demeanor intensified further upon learning of their veneration for the malevolent entity. Extending her arms, as though proclaiming momentous information, she inquired if he recalled the residents of Kelton. He spoke to the girl, affirming his clear recollection of whom she referenced. She subsequently disclosed that all of them, including her, had been members of Liberatio. Maintaining her deranged grin and wide-eyed stare, she stated that this was why they awaited Marnak. Approaching her with assurance, he questioned the number of individuals participating in that enigmatic faction. The young woman admitted uncertainty, explaining her presence was due to being granted free rein. With a manic smile, she posited that the peculiar mage likely possessed greater knowledge of the collective, indicating a direction where multiple individuals were being eradicated by a potent lightning strike. She declared their presence for a crucial objective. Towards the lightning, the mage appeared to be amassing arcane energy with an ominous intent. Marnak disregarded the mage for the time being, aiming for a clearer grasp of Liberatio's purpose. At that point, the red-haired girl chose to interject, offering to provide a thorough explanation. With closed eyes and a hand signal, she proclaimed their aim was exceedingly straightforward. Abruptly, she displayed a somewhat unhinged smile and affirmed their desire to forge a new reality. She described it as a realm devoid of deities, where no one would face oppression again. Marnak merely shut his eyes, assuming a severe, angered demeanor. Immediately afterward, he fixed his gaze upon the girl, inquiring if that was the reason she had raised the city. He questioned if this was truly their method for inaugurating a world free from oppression. Spreading her arms, she denied desiring such an outcome, attributing all difficulties to the mage. To Marnak, who observed her intently, she mentioned they yet needed to procure certain items. Hearing that he possessed something the faction desired, he instantly grew intrigued. Then she reverted to her peculiar smile and intense stare, stating her desire for his relic. She indicated the artifact borne by the Incarnation's form, which he had retrieved from Kelton. Marnak now clasped the hilt of his serrated weapon firmly, as his suspicion had proven accurate. Pondering the goddess, Marnak surmised the group sought a sacred relic holding her power. He informed them the artifact was shattered, rendering their objective unattainable. The girls believed he was fabricating the truth. Such an item could not be annihilated. Marnak adamantly stated he had personally obliterated it, disposing of the fragments in Kelton. He then inquired if similar relics were dispersed elsewhere. This was an inquiry his goddess could not resolve. The girl, quite animated, confirmed their existence, stating there were 4 altogether. It was evident the red-haired woman wished to suppress that detail. Marnak was stunned to discover 4 additional relics beyond the one he had ruined. His goddess, holding the sealed power, visibly started to show her irritation. Now displaying a contorted expression, Marnak comprehended his need to locate the remaining 4. Observing the girls, he appeared keen to extract further data. His voice weakening, he expressed a need to identify who had maddened the city's inhabitants. The pink-haired girl, smiling, claimed it was not she, explaining her lack of knowledge for such an act. The red-haired one became furious, ordering her to be silent and cease divulging data. When the pink-haired girl countered that it was merely an inquiry, the redhead commanded her to stop conversing with Marnak. Marnak, in a fury, merely observed as the red-haired girl's head abruptly separated from her torso. The pink-haired girl was awestruck, deeming his action utterly spectacular. Even when he attempted the same on her, she maintained her smile, considering him simply incredible. Marnak had also dispatched the pink-haired girl, recognizing this act offered little utility. Following this deed, he informed the goddess he had performed it for and in her honor. By sacrificing Bina's young body, he gained 3,000 divinity points. Gazing at the youthful Pearly, he perceived her form behaving oddly. Even headless, the young woman persisted, as if genuinely imperishable. Surveying the city, he believed that with the source of the turmoil removed, conditions would ameliorate. Placing a hand on his chest, he desired tranquility, but the goddess promptly alerted him. Just then, Marnak heard a summons from a distance. Pivoting, he spotted his companions, who conveyed that the frenzied populace had abruptly collapsed. They inquired if Marnak was involved, and he smiled, confirming his role. Upon hearing this, Sajida questioned if his spear had offered any assistance in the conflict. The MC stated he found it immensely helpful, beyond description. As he spoke, he considered it fortunate that the individual had detected nothing amiss. His thought concerned the corruption giant that had covertly aided him. Marnak then proposed they continue onward, as a far more significant entity was stirring. Carmen, energetic as ever, excitedly inquired about its nature. However, he lacked time for a response, as a deafening sound engulfed the vicinity. Gazing sideways, they witnessed the emergence of a colossal creature, formed from remnants and numerous eyes. The entity was exceptionally strange, possessing not only many eyes, but also numerous mouths dispersed over its form. The monster appeared to be consuming bodies encountered on its path. The hideous being struck such terror that even the usually jovial Carmen became scared, his countenance fixed in an odd expression. When he asked Marnak if the construct comprised human remains, the MC confirmed it. Gazing at the monstrosity, he stated this was precisely his recent topic of discussion. He considered the mage's pursuit utterly repulsive and illogical at best. The mage remained contemptible even posthumously, having amassed such a collection of bodies. He had now transformed into an entirely loathsome entity. Remembering the mage's prior look, Marnak believed this grotesque manifestation ideally suited his past influence. Addressing the white-haired young woman, he acknowledged her sorrow over having to eliminate individuals. He assured her he would offer solace once all was concluded. Upon hearing that, she offered a wide smile, affirmed by the promise. With a hand on her chest, she inquired how he intended to comfort her, and he, moving off, stated he would ponder it subsequent. After several paces, he glanced back, declaring that before all else, saving the populace and gaining additional time was necessary. Carmen, surprised, questioned if assistance would arrive should they succeed in acquiring sufficient time. Marnak confidently affirmed, expressing absolute certainty of its occurrence. As he conversed, Sajida observed a swift approach from a particular direction. Perceiving this, the MC's attention was also drawn and he turned to observe. The surgeon inquired if this was their awaited party and if their arrival had taken place. The trumpeter, using a horn, called forth his undead legions to the field of battle. He guided them all with an audible signal perceptible and comprehensible only to them. It appeared he commanded them all to assault the colossal monster without delay. The undead's eyes now gleamed with an unusual vivid blue luminescence. A portion of them, in aid, ripped into the monster's flesh using fierce bites. Their numbers were vast, and they sought to gnaw and shred the monster, causing it minor distress. The vile beast then started to howl in a furious manner, as 4 individuals observed the unfolding event. Young Dakia questioned the reason behind the undead's uncommon activity. Gesturing towards the trumpeter, she inquired if he was an ally or merely another issue. Marnak responded that he appeared to be an ally, given the man's continued approach. Addressing the group, the trumpeter stated that he required a highly agile person among them for assistance. As he spoke, he grasped his spear, holding it near himself. The nimble individual would have to seize it and impale it directly into the misshapen monster's core. Following the trumpeter's explanation, Marnak's attention fixed solely on the object he held, noting with curiosity that it was a spear. Gripping the spear from the trumpeter, Marnak inquired if a sword might be available instead. The query was so unforeseen that the trumpeter paused in silence for a few moments. He then opened his palm, materializing a sword that floated before him. Awed, Marnak observed the entity pass him the sword while he still clutched the spear. Enthusiastically, Marnak questioned if the same action could conjure 2 additional swords and possibly some arrows. Once more, Marnak was taken aback by the man's audacity when faced with divine might. While they conversed, the colossal monster persisted in projecting its horrifying dreams as distorted bellows. The trumpeter lifted his forefinger, conjuring swords and arrows into the air. This left the MC euphoric, as the trumpeter's power proved genuinely formidable. Scrutinizing the spear's point, he observed it appeared crafted from burnished bone. Concurrently, Karma tested her recently summoned bow, equipped with enchanted arrows. Witnessing everyone's excitement with their armaments, the fair-haired girl eagerly brandished her own sword. She was delighted to discover its incredible lightness and maneuverability. While Sajida inspected his spear, Marnak simultaneously grasped the sword's hilt, noting its balance and keenness. Every weapon possessed a flawless edge, imbued with the divine essence of the Trumpeter of Repose. Gazing at the monster before them, Marnak recognized these weapons would be highly potent against the undead. The Trumpeter stated he could temporarily halt the giant's actions. He expressed hope that during that interval, the group could accurately penetrate the creature's heart. Marnak grinned keenly, perceiving a chance to retain the armaments by assisting the resting trumpeter. Instantly, he seized his horn and commenced emitting the hallowed tone destined to halt the colossal foe. Consequently, the quartet of fighters stood prepared to engage instantly. When the sound reverberated throughout the field, the beast convulsed fiercely. The sonic impulses also agitated the reanimated horde, rendering them further belligerent. Before long, all observed the creature starting to liquefy in an abhorrent fashion. The maiden drew Marnak's notice to the colossal entity's transformation. She perceived all assimilated forms were ejecting from the being. Marnak simply observed, fascinated, pondering subsequent events. He witnessed the beast dissolving before him, yet it persisted, immense and menacing. Despite shedding its adhering cadavers, it still appeared sufficiently robust for combat. The MC considered swift action imperative prior to the creature re-assimilating and hardening the forms. The trumpeter clarified that the entity surpassed the malevolent spirit cultists in dreadfulness, and that their prior engagements involved merely its outer casing. He informed Marnak that the armaments he manifested possessed the faculty to discern the adversary's genuine core. Subsequently, he urged all to rush with maximum speed towards the behemoth. He sensed further directives were needed, yet time was absent. Thus, they all pressed forward resolutely, cognizant of their imperative actions. Upon nearing the mass, Marnak comprehended that circumstances could deteriorate instantly. The forward beast appeared incapable of proper locomotion, a favorable indication. From his rear, Dekia likewise plainly observed the entity's effort to maintain equilibrium. Its abhorrent form, composed of myriad cadavers, presented a genuinely dreadful spectacle. Though many sought to reach the maiden, she proved swifter and more astute. Momentarily, she glanced behind and witnessed the creature struck by Carmen's shafts. Carmen shielded the pale-haired maiden's flank, providing remote defense. Marnak observed this unfolding and heard the maiden state she would synchronize her assaults with Carmen. Their strategy involved assailing the giant from its base, progressively debilitating it. The MC deemed the tactic superb and affirmed he would depend on their endeavors. Immediately following, he summoned Sajida, requiring him for a crucial undertaking. He clarified Sajida's role to propel his spear precisely into the creature's core. Concurrently, Marnak would divert the beast's cranium. Sajida assumed an attacking posture and moved forward, dispatching minor creatures en route. Simultaneously, Marnak hastened toward the colossal head. The mass of conjoined undead appeared repulsive, yet he swiftly cleaved through them. Marnak assailed with rage, employing his blade and surging like a guided missile toward the foe. He held a conviction that destroying the creature's head initially was vital. Brandishing the green glowing sword, he recalled the goddess's revelation. He was aware a divine fragment was lodged within the head's core. Marnak resolved to utterly demolish it, thereby eradicating the malevolence. Furthermore, the treacherous mage's visage was fused within the forms, intensifying his wrath. Marnak fixed his gaze on those abhorrent eyes and, with a determined look, chose to terminate the suffering. Repugnant recollections of the mage resurfaced mentally, augmenting his rage. Concurrently, Sajida progressed quietly toward the giant's crucial organ. Marnak positioned himself before the mage's head, intent on severing it into countless fragments. As anticipated, he carved the creature's head into numerous sections. Observing a lingering fragment, he resolved to utterly destroy it. He elevated his hand to its maximum reach and brought the sword down powerfully upon the final piece. Marnak obliterated the remainder of the mustachioed mage, concluding the most repulsive period of his history. This act left him profoundly unsettled, yet also uniquely satisfied. The wretch's head was at last annihilated, and with a faint smile, he conveyed his internal calm. Meanwhile, Sajida had already taken her place before the primary organ, awaiting the opportune moment. At that precise second, she thrust her spear straight into the monster's heart. The massive creature writhed in excruciating agony until it began to dissipate before all observers. The lesser beasts likewise faded near the silver-haired girl, leaving her perplexed. Initially, she failed to grasp the sudden disappearance of her adversaries. Upon turning, she observed the colossal monster's state, now merely a foul pool of remains. The trumpeter watched from a distance, displaying admiration and reverence. He trod through the dark mire in his boots, clutching the cleansed core securely. Marnak, in due course, experienced tranquility from having achieved the long-desired retribution. His master Salvador could now find repose, as the betrayer had been entirely eradicated. The individual approaching the hero was the silver-haired girl. She observed him intently, inquiring about any injuries he might have sustained. Marnak, perceiving Sajida's absence, expressed worry and questioned her whereabouts. Soon, Sajida materialized, holding the spear and proclaiming the weapon's remarkable nature. With the four now gathered, they turned and perceived the trumpeter. The mysterious individual beckoned them to a particular site. He fixed his gaze upon Marnak, declaring the summons was solely for him. Consequently, Marnak assented to accompany him, eager to learn his objective. While moving, he observed the trumpeter's back, pondering the reason for the exclusive conversation. The MC considered if the trumpeter had observed him taking the spear, or perhaps recognized him as a devotee of the malevolent entity. At a specific juncture, the trumpeter halted suddenly, and the goddess cautioned Marnak to make ready. He then adopted a protective posture, his hand on the sword's hilt securing a firm grip. Moments later, the trumpeter alerted them to an imminent arrival. Marnak detected an intense, oppressive presence as well. He briefly shut his eyes, seeking to ascertain its nature. It was then he observed a multicolored aura drawing near him. Despite its vibrant radiance, the presence proved overwhelming, bearing an essence incomprehensible to humans. As the trumpeter played his melody, Marnak recognized the approaching entity as divine. Upon closer inspection, he observed the trumpeter, despite his peculiar nature, retaining a calm demeanor. The masked individual stayed quiet for moments, simply watching Marnak. When he gestured toward Marnak, the MC stayed vigilant, anticipating. The trumpeter then spoke of the capital, and immediately afterward, prostrated himself as though by an unseen command. Marnak perceived the trumpeter's essence had vanished. He now gazed at the mask, momentarily employed by the divinity for its manifestation. Witnessing the mask dissolve, he concluded, revealing that Presence's identity was no longer feasible. However, this did not trouble him. Indeed, he no longer desired the knowledge. Bearing that notion, he offered a faint smile. As circumstances changed, the trumpeter rose, stating they could now leave. Distancing themselves slightly from the former position, they proceeded alongside each other. Marnak conveyed his wish to rely on the trumpeter's aid in purifying Urtico. Yet, the masked individual declared assisting the living was not his role. His demeanor was chilling and detached, suggesting no willingness to aid. Still, Marnak observed that he had started purifying a significant portion of the area. Marnak subsequently requested the trumpeter locate any potential survivors. Should he discover individuals, they were to be escorted to secure structures. Hearing this, the trumpeter changed instruments. Before long, the undead started rousing again. Marnak's three allies, remaining within the disorder, perceived a notable alteration. Having finished that assignment, the trumpeter received another plea from Marnak. With an earnest look, he requested any edible provisions be brought to the secure buildings. To satisfy the plea, the trumpeter resumed playing. Again, he heard Marnak's voice seeking a different favor. Grinning, Marnak prepared to make a further demand, but the trumpeter interrupted, urging him to state all requests immediately. On this occasion, the MC intended to transfer the priest's right arm to him, an object of considerable significance. Presenting the arm to the trumpeter, Marnak stated its profound meaning. Clutching the item, the trumpeter stayed quiet. He was now encircled by all his undead. Meanwhile, the priest observed the trumpeter, astonished to be receiving aid from him. The girl, taken aback, inquired if the trumpeter had truly provided assistance. The priest responded that, fundamentally, he possessed a benevolent nature. While walking, she questioned if Marnak had sought aid, and he affirmed this. Grasping the priest's hand, the young woman expressed gratitude romantically, recognizing his endeavor to assist all. Later, at their accommodation, the small goddess attempted to assimilate the orb's internal power. Concurrently, Marnak recalled the trumpeter's attempt to caution him. Marnak now presumed the trumpeter was aware the MC was aligned with corruption. With an animated expression, he informed the goddess of his encounter with a deity that day. He then chose to inquire if she knew this entity, despite finding it improbable she did not. Nonetheless, he recalled her earlier statement that she did not know, nor wish to know. He theorized that by such a declaration, the god's identity would stay concealed. Observing the goddess once more, he perceived her experiencing considerable annoyance. With sudden rage, she seized the orb and flung it a great distance. Tears streamed down her face. Marnak inquired if the divine seal presented difficulties for her. He informed her that throwing objects was an unsuitable expression for her anger. With a childish demeanor, she averted her gaze. Marnak expressed gratitude for her intent to assist. He requested she refrain from casting the orb once more, irrespective of her frustration. Seeking to uplift her spirits, he embraced and elevated her, eliciting a smile and a distinctive gleam in her eyes. The goddess inquired if he believed she would gain more charm through absorbing every orb. Prior to receiving the complete response, she grew emotional and started weeping. However, Marnak stated her charm was already present. Hearing that his feelings would remain unaltered, she found composure. His sentiments would persist. Embracing the goddess, Marnak affirmed that regardless of her charm multiplying 3 or 100-fold, he would perpetually consider her beautiful. Concurrently, the inn's illumination persisted. Seated at a table, a blue-haired woman overheard 2 companions discussing malevolent entities. She gathered that these beings existed not solely within their domain, but extended to the Dragon Realm, the Eastern Territories, and the desert. This information prompted the blue-haired woman to turn, now watchful. She further heard an individual declare that apprehension was no longer necessary. An individual was eradicating the malevolent spirit's adherents, and his identity was disclosed. They mentioned the priest Marnak. Now they raised their drinks in his tribute, desiring a prolonged existence for the MC. While the celebration proceeded, the woman stayed in her seat, consuming her ale. She eventually murmured a remark concerning Erdiko's hero. A coldness entered her stare when Marnak's name was uttered. He traversed the passage, contemplating that perhaps only those who venerated wicked artifacts ought to be condemned. Nevertheless, both the mercenary he had engaged and the area's lord had already been removed. Subsequently, he faced the prospect of confronting that cold-blooded reptile. Consequently, he shut his eyes, quivering while envisioning the direst outcome. He believed an unavoidable encounter with that prince awaited him, to whom he had sworn never to err a second time. That burly man believed that concealing the events would merely pique the individual's curiosity. Despite his intense fear, he rapped on the door. After the knock, he stood by, anticipating an announcement and permission to enter. The prince reclined on his couch, as was his custom. However, that day, his gaze was unusually intense. In a different setting, Marnak positioned his sword on the shoulders of a mercenary who had attempted to rob them during their journey. The white-haired girl witnessed the entire event, her sadness evident. Her distress was so profound that she averted her gaze, unable to continue observing. Perceiving this, Marnak faced her and stated he would enter the men and be back soon. True to his promise, he excavated graves and set up a wooden cross, as if communing with his goddess. This served as a symbolic tribute, wherein he requested her to collect the divine essences of the departed. During the ritual's execution, verdant flames appeared before him. Marnak felt contentment, having amassed a substantial count of divinities from the frequent assaults. Now traversing the snow once more, he declared they could continue their travels. As Carmen conversed with Sajida, Marnak and the girl maintained their silence. Suddenly, Marnak turned, hearing his name called. It was the girl, attempting to initiate a dialogue. She clarified that she did not mean to critique him. Her sole desire was comprehension. The princess requested that he not misinterpret her remarks, as Marnak observed her mutely. Still melancholic, she noted that he consistently displayed no leniency towards brigands. Observing his silence, she appended that she would comprehend if he preferred not to discuss it. Marnak pressed his lips, appearing profoundly troubled. He then inquired if she had posed the identical question to their 2 cheerful travel companions. She responded that Carmen had stated his aim was to apprehend them to avert additional casualties. Sajida, conversely, was merely performing his contracted duties, yet pledged to spare them if that was her desire. With a subtle smile, Marnak raised a digit and explained that he acted as he did because he perceived their potential. The girl mused that perhaps this was why he buried them with crosses for their potential rebirth. He elucidated his belief in the brigands' capacity for atonement and their opportunity for self-improvement. She inferred that, in such a case, allowing them to live to guide others would be the optimal course. Attentively, she heard Marnak clarify that despite releasing them, the danger of their reversion to malevolence remained ever present. He thus offered them a second opportunity, a chance at rebirth. Despite her contemplation, she found herself unable to entirely concur. She then inquired whether he considered humans capable of judging others. Delivering her brief discourse, she playfully winked at Marnak. As he listened, Marnak placed a hand on his chest and, reflecting, conveyed to the goddess his understanding of her sentiments. He recalled the occasion she had granted him power to act autonomously. As Carmen and Sajida maintained their customary relaxed mood, Marnak informed the girl he judged no one. Faced with taking accountability for the bandits' deeds or allowing them to harm others, he opted for the former. Marnak remembered standing at a grave, resolved to eliminate every potential menace. The girl stated the matter ultimately rested on a decision. His sword upon his back, he asserted that someday he would atone for his every action. He steadfastly declared his readiness to bear the cost, regardless of its nature. With a grave expression, he proclaimed he would never rescue an evil individual, merely to later sacrifice a good one. Discussing it was agonizing. He recollected the torment upon his return home. The mere memory caused him to clench his fists, certain he must endure the repercussions. He had vowed never to spare an evil person, and now wept, recalling a friend's burial. His statements quieted the girl, who lacked the fortitude to debate. Observing his prolonged contemplation, she inquired if she might share her history. She then paused. Should he lack trust, she felt no need to speak. Marnak, with a smile, suggested waiting for a different occasion. Marnak soon indicated a point, capturing her focus. Evidently, a mercantile caravan drew near. Carmen proposed selling the gear recovered from the brigands. The quartet now readied for a potential parley with the itinerants. They faced a trader inspecting the articles they offered. Observing Marnak's sword, the man remarked it comprised an imperishable alloy, the prior empire's zenith. He then apologized, explaining his enthusiasm, having never witnessed a wielder of an immortalium sword. The term piqued Carmen's curiosity, and he desired further knowledge of this fabled alloy. Marnak, studying his sword, recalled discovering it with Carmen. The merchant affirmed its status as a rare, invaluable treasure. When he sought to purchase it, Marnak simply embraced the sword, stating it was not for sale. Intrigued, Carmen inquired about the merchant's other requests. The man disclosed his wish to employ the group's services for escort to the Northern Kingdom's capital. He remarked that even prior to seeing the sword, he had learned of their Urtico origin, signifying Marnak was the demon slayer from Geese. He also possessed knowledge of curses from Kelton's malevolent deities, and that Marnak was Urtico's savior. Observing Marnak, who was already coughing and clearly flushed, he claimed Marnak was officially certified if truly a priest. He pledged substantial compensation should they consent to escort him to the capital. Carmen requested a moment for them to deliberate the offer privately. The merchant comprehended, departing the tent and expressing hope of returning for positive news. Inside the camp, tranquility prevailed. The goddess was extending her swathed leg while getting a shoulder massage. The MC, massaging her, queried if she found it enjoyable. He appeared content, announcing their decision to accept the undertaking. He stated he would seek suitable lodging upon reaching the capital. Nevertheless, they detected a shriek originating from beyond the tent. Several individuals were attempting to subdue an airborne beast assailing the camp. Marnak gazed at the creature in dread, uncertain of its identity. They quickly understood they were being assailed by creatures with bat wings. Discerning the peril, Marnak held the goddess close, attempting to safeguard her. Confronted by the savage bat's assault, Marnak swiftly readied himself to engage them. Firmly holding his sword's hilt, Marnak slew all adversaries who crossed his path. Carmen, for her part, deployed her arrows masterfully to eliminate them. Her remarkable precision wreaked significant devastation on the battlefield. Unitedly, they persisted in purging the swarming area. At one point, Marnak's eyes gleamed a profound emerald, seemingly under the influence of some shadowy power. Utilizing that might, he impaled one of the savage bats with exactitude. Throughout the skirmish, the white-haired girl, an adept sorceress, also aided with her magic. Concentrating, she manifested fireballs and hurled them at the foes. Before her, a knight was assailed by an enormous bat. However, prior to her intervention, Marnak launched one of his swords at the beast. This action allowed the man to flee prior to being crushed by the animal's fall. The girl turned, smiling, glad to spot Marnak. Marnak then informed her that uncontrolled allied magic posed a greater threat than the adversary. Taking offense, she countered that her skill was not so poor. She asserted her ability to aim precisely and strike a bat of such dimensions. Marnak conversely responded that no assurance existed against a misstep endangering a comrade. Upon his request for her to refrain from magic temporarily, she spun away, clearly distressed. Following the arduous combat with the bats, Marnak found himself entirely coated in the creature's grime. His blade also trickled with the dark fluid seeping from the animals. In this condition, he presented himself to the contractor. The man observed him, inquiring if he planned to retain the splendid immortalium blade. Marnak, with a grave expression, stated it would hinge on the man's proposal. The merchant grasped the caution, recognizing the need for meticulous word selection. Marnak alerted him that devotees of the malevolent entity were assaulting the merchant's group and sought an account. The contractor responded that he too was unaware of the assault's motive. Marnak subsequently laid his sword on the table, an obvious indicator of strain. Sensing the gravity of the circumstances, the merchant affirmed his trust, noting Marnak's esteemed reputation. Perceiving the man's sincerity, Marnak grew tranquil and returned the sword to its sheath. Nonetheless, he wished the merchant concealed nothing, despite the man's insistence on absolute discretion regarding the subject. With a smile, Marnak remarked he was capable of keeping a secret. He was, after all, in the process of being engaged for a task. At that point, the man requested a vassal retrieve the object. Following a delay, the vassal reappeared with the container, setting it on the table close to the contractor. The merchant clarified that the assaults from the devotees commenced upon that item's delivery. The container required transport to the capital. This constituted the assignment. Marnak inferred the group likely sustained numerous casualties from ambushes en route. When questioned about his insistence on such a perilous demand, the man disclosed receiving an immortalium as payment. Intrigued, he inquired of Marnak about its nature, but Marnak himself lacked precise knowledge of its purpose. As the merchant opened the container, a seemingly plain necklace came into view. Yet, the instant Marnak's gaze landed on it, he identified the item. It proved to be a hallowed artifact, imbued with the divine essence of his personal deity. With a hand pressed to his chest, he sensed its power emanating as a verdant luminescence. He then comprehended the reason for the worshipper's pursuit. Perplexed, he remained unaware of the item's arrival in the merchant's possession, or the adversary's discovery of its whereabouts. The merchant sought an explanation from Marnak regarding the malevolent entity's intense craving for the necklace. However, the MC had bowed, admitted his own ignorance. Consequently, they shifted topics. Considering the seriousness of the circumstances, Marnak declared the mission's compensation ought to be twofold, given the merchant's concealment of a holy object. The merchant blanched at this declaration. He eventually consented, albeit unwillingly. He urgently required the group's safeguarding. As night fell, shelters were pitched, and watchmen maintained vigilance nearby. Subsequently, the four companions convened covertly, scrutinizing the guards' gear and deliberating on the circumstances. Carmen expressed particular satisfaction with Marnak's choice to request a dual recompense. With a smile, he responded that he had simply sought what was rightfully theirs. The young woman, for her part, was merely content with everyone's safety. Concluding their discussion with a shared high five, each individual proceeded to their respective shelter. Simultaneously, the deity's hand subtly penetrated Marnak's attire. He softly inquired if she desired the hallowed artifact's theft, cautioning that capture would lead to catastrophe. She, nevertheless, proposed it might be an impeccable transgression absent any observers. Remembering the merchant's demeanor, Marnak pondered against imprudent action. As he consoled the goddess, his hand resting on his chest, he divulged his strategy. The concept involved permitting the malevolent spirits to abscond with the item, then retrieving it during the act. Their goal was to seize the divine essence and subsequently restore the necklace. The deity's hand even pulsed with fervor, deeming the scheme ingenious. He surmised the goddess harbored doubts that the traitors concealed something more significant. It was then that he observed indications of an impending attack. With a sigh, he bemoaned the timing, immediately following his ablution. He almost activated his saw instantly, resolved to finish it swiftly. Marnak alerted the others that monsters were attacking. Subsequently, a colossal creature materialized, tossing guards aside. Intrigued, Marnak wished to ascertain the creature's nature. Upon confronting it, he noted its resemblance to a massive goat, a detail he dismissed as irrelevant. He resolved to dismember it nonetheless. Bearing a fierce countenance, the MC elevated both hands clutching his unique sword. He projected a green luminescence towards the entity, which merely countered with an alarming bellow. As he attempted to cleave the beast, it repelled him with its potent horns. Marnak arched his brows, struck by the adversary's might. He attempted another blow, yet the goat persisted in deflecting his assaults. Perceiving an opening, he resolved to sever the creature's horns. Their presence piqued his interest. Following the severing, the creature collapsed. Despite having recently cleansed himself, Marnak found himself soiled anew. However, an anomaly from the forest drew his gaze. A brilliant radiance issued from the foliage, exposing an odd entity with vast eyes and a malevolent grin. Marnak's green eyes widened as he strove to comprehend its identity. It was the girl with pink hair, her tongue now peeking between her lips, held by the neck. Observing her, Marnak instantly identified her. His green gaze fastened upon her. The girl simply tossed her hair and offered a provocative smile. The surrounding men flushed and began chanting, even as the MC's hands constricted her neck. As he maintained a firm grasp on her throat, the girl inquired if he had considered her during this period. With an enigmatic grin, she stated it was acceptable, as her thoughts of him sufficed for them both. Marnak responded that with her permission, he had several queries. Her gaze mysterious, Her hands resting on Marnak's arm, she asked what compensation he offered. Prior to that exchange, Marnak had observed a distinct, ferocious creature from a distance. Following the battle with the beast, its remnants scattered onto the snow as he advanced to his subsequent location. At that juncture, a gigantic animal emerged, possessing deer-like antlers and crimson eyes, issuing a threatening growl. The monster had no chance to attack. A swift, distant spear precisely pierced its body. Marnak, recognizing the assistance originated from a friend, offered his heartfelt gratitude. Carmen, ever vigilant, promptly detected another presence drawing near. Therefore, he alerted his two companions to the impending peril. The creature, despite the wound from Sajita's spear, was desperately attempting its escape. Marnak, firm in his strategy, yelled for his companions to entrust the remaining task to him. He would manage the situation. Consequently, he pursued the fleeing creature through the snow. Even with the pursuit, the beast lacked the stamina for extended travel. Then, Marnak merely firmed his hold on his sword's pommel. He readied himself for a swift, accurate, and lethal toss. On this occasion, he ensured the beast was fully incapacitated. Immediately after, he recovered his unique sword, still lodged within the dead creature. He traversed the pristine snow again, feeling a greater sense of calm. Marnak ascended a close-by tree and expressed regret to the pink-haired girl for his delay. Upon descending and approaching her, she inquired if he would consent to fulfilling all her desires. Wearing a joyful expression and a broad grin, she questioned if he spoke genuinely or merely jested. Yet, he requested her to address his inquiries prior to anything else. She then affirmed her readiness for that. Gazing directly at her, he inquired about the remaining number of the malevolent spirit's adherents. She pondered momentarily. Then, with a soft smile, she responded that 3 individuals remained, excluding herself. With a disgruntled look, she stated her 3 associates withheld their intentions from her. As the priestess voiced her grievances, Marnak considered that he too would not confide in her if she were part of his contingent. Attempting to uplift her spirits, she rationalized their behavior as stemming from extreme cruelty. Asked about the caravan assault's objective, she clarified they intended to pilfer a golden necklace owned by the merchant lord. With a curious smile, he probed how they became aware of the necklace's presence. She confessed to uncertainty. She merely stated the necklace's giver to the merchant belonged to the Liberatio organization, which struck Marnak as contradictory given the group's attack on the merchant. The MC then perceived an internal rift or conflict within Liberatio itself was probable. She described it as a form of psychological conflict, actions between competing groups. Marnak, with a less burdened look, inquired about the precise cause of their split. The girl responded that she was aware but had forgotten the details. Observing the evergreen landscape, Marnak considered it odd that she had forgotten such a crucial detail, given her affiliation with the group. With a playful grin, she stated her neutrality, accepting any task for payment in resources or currency. The MC sought to understand the types of materials she utilized. She clarified they were for her dolls, as if this fact was self-evident. Clasping her hands together dramatically, she questioned if Marnak grasped her craft. She further mentioned her role as a priestess dedicated to the quivering strand. Marnak, now with his eyes shut, recalled the girl he had previously encountered. The individual currently before him was also an automaton. With open arms, she advised Marnak to exercise caution, as her associates were planning something. This revelation made the MC more somber and vigilant. Marnak then questioned her reasons for assisting him. Her displeasure with the inquiry was evident. Displaying an unsettling, nearly unhinged expression, she stated that query surpassed all others in oddity. A brief silence enveloped them both, as though contemplating the peculiar circumstances. Turning his back to her, Marnak announced that his curiosity had abruptly vanished. As Marnak departed, the girl reclined on the snowy terrain, demandingly requesting he re-ask the question. Without turning, the MC stated it was her opportunity. She could articulate her desires from Marnak. Rising with effort, her hair still dusted with snow, she promised to inform Marnak at their subsequent meeting. Marnak questioned if she was certain of her statement. Receiving no reply, the MC bid farewell with a "until next time," and again detached the doll's head from its torso. Despite her head's removal, she maintained a smile and expressed pleasure. The encampment now became visible, displaying rows of tents, each illuminated internally. Marnak moved between the tents when he heard his name being called. It was the white-haired girl, clearly worried for Marnak. The MC advised her to remain in her tent and rest, as devotees might emerge at any instant. She smiled and responded that she had been resting, but grew concerned upon realizing the MC's absence. When she inquired about his whereabouts, Marnak, smiling, stated he had pursued a carpello. Learning he had detected a worshipper's proximity and investigated, the girl grew highly agitated. He, however, misled her by by explaining the worshipper had departed. She moved nearer and expressed it was unfortunate. Immediately afterward, she produced a white cloth and carefully cleaned his face. He recoiled, mentioning she would likely misplace the cloth if she continued its use in such a manner. Yet she persisted, cheerfully stating she had brought that specific cloth for this purpose. Grasping his hand, she requested he approach and not evade her again. Subsequently, she meticulously cleaned his face once more. Satisfied with her action, she stated he could manage the remainder himself. She placed the white cloth in his hand. As she departed toward her own shelter, she bade Marnak good night. Marnak, somewhat discomposed, went into his tent. Unexpectedly, a green luminescence manifested. The goddess, gripping a white cloth, was visibly shaking with fury. Upon seeing her with the cloth, Marnak smiled and noted his face was already spotless. He added there was no necessity for a repeat cleaning. Nevertheless, the goddess persisted, vigorously scrubbing, intent on removing any trace others might perceive. A while thereafter, the group had packed their encampment and proceeded on their trek as snow descended quietly. Amidst the descending flakes and the distant mountain outline, something drew Marnak's notice. He paused, appreciating the vista, observing the mountain's complete snow cover. A peculiar sound reached his ears, prompting recollection of the girl's caution. He considered it might not be a snare, yet his eyelids grew heavy. Abruptly, the mountaintop detonated, initiating an immense rock slide. Marnak, now vigilant, cried out for everyone to beware of the avalanche. He urgently commanded them to forsake their belongings and flee with maximum speed. Nonetheless, an unusual event unfolded. The white-haired girl continued advancing toward the avalanche. Observing the avalanche, Marnak considered its excessive speed, indicating a need to gain time. Upon glancing at Dekia, the MC appeared to conceive an idea. Marnak could utilize her to gain that time. The young woman appeared unfazed by the swiftly nearing avalanche. Marnak rested a hand on the fair young woman's shoulder, stating he required her assistance. Mercenaries scurried frantically, convinced they could not flee promptly. Marnak exclaimed that her aid could preserve the populace. Recognizing this as her vulnerability, he observed her turn to him, her expression betraying a degree of skepticism. With a pursuing threat at his back, Marnak requested she employ her magic against the avalanche. She found his permission to use her magic peculiar, but he informed her that if she intended to deploy it, the present moment was crucial. Confusion gripped her, as no spell she possessed held sufficient power to halt such a phenomenon. Marnak explained that a full halt was unnecessary, merely a sufficient deceleration for escape. She cautioned that she would be immobilized during mana channeling and potentially collapse subsequently. Resting his hand on her shoulder, he stated that his own actions were inconsequential. Meeting her gaze, he pledged to safeguard her existence. Despite her fear, she held profound faith in Marnak. Turning away, she declared her attempt, warning him to uphold his pledge. His features brightened as he heard her state she relied on him. Swiftly, she initiated mana channeling, her hair lifting amidst numerous energy currents. The mana coalesced around the young woman, enveloping her in a vast magical loop. A small sphere had already formed in her hand. She adopted her posture and unleashed the assault in the predetermined direction. Her strike impacted the avalanche precisely as planned. A blue detonation now appeared to fragment the impending issue. The blast's immense scale projected blue light and snow particles visible from a distance. Nevertheless, the avalanche persisted, though in diminished volumes. The young woman exerted herself more, screaming continuously. Her countenance had altered, becoming focused, with prominent veins on her face. Concurrently, the corruption goddess assessed the woman at 4 fingers. She now held the highest rating, having adeptly mastered her magic. Her rating elevated to 4.5 fingers as her power control grew. Following this exertion, the young woman gazed vacantly, seemingly dazed. Observing her state, Marnak seized her, commanding her to regain composure. With her in his embrace, he affirmed her excellent performance and stated it was sufficient. The descending avalanche, though still active, now progressed at a reduced speed. With her unconscious in his grasp, he realized he would not need to incapacitate her. He then requested his goddess to summon the immense giant. The white giant of corruption materialized, and Marnak declared there was no time to squander. He requested the immense giant to provide shelter against the massive avalanche. Consequently, only a few ice flakes drifted close to the young woman, whose eyes remained shut. The corruption giant enveloped them both, safeguarding them from the chill and potential harm. Following a period, the mountain cleared, its snow having fully descended. The giant shrieked, directing his gaze skyward. Through considerable exertion, he shaped a tunnel and emerged from it unharmed. As Marnak traversed the snow, he informed the giant that if the vicinity was deserted, he would require the giant to dislodge the stone from his form, while Marnak carried the young woman. She remained unconscious, yet exhibited indications of reviving. Marnak's gaze was steady and grave. After the corruption giant extracted the stone near its head, it entered a corruption portal portal and disappeared. Concurrently, Marnak observed the girl, who inquired if she was alive. He replied that he believed they were separated from their associates, but all remained alive. Setting her down, he questioned if she could now walk. She replied negatively, stating her mana reserves were exhausted. Nevertheless, she informed him that she had witnessed the entire event. Upon her statement, he regarded her with a tightened jaw, suspecting she might have observed the giant. In a graver tone, she further stated she saw him summon a highly questionable giant. His eyes now expanded further, acquiring a green tint. She then disclosed that she was aware he did not revere the preservation goddess. Remaining kneeling, she gazed up at his face as she uttered these remarks. She sought precise knowledge of his concealment. She asserted that, fundamentally, he was distinct. Ordinary individuals did not fly about with swords. He attempted to justify this by citing personal discipline, but she recognized that explanation was false. She mentioned the hand he carried, noting she had heard him muttering to himself. She was certain now, although Marnak thought he was being discreet, her watchful eyes had noticed over time. Smiling, the MC placed his hand on his chest and remarked that it wasn't hard to tell, which left her slightly dumbfounded. Marnak claimed it was merely a routine prayer. She countered that she had pretended to believe that, but she had seen the truth. When he shouted, "Mother," and a giant emitting sinister energy appeared, she was about to ask if he was a worshipper, but he placed a finger on her lips, signaling he had something to say. Adopting a serious tone, Marnak reminded her that silence is often worth more than gold, implying she hadn't seen anything. He expressed confidence that, as a fair person, she would understand the request. Lying in the snow, she replied that it didn't matter to her if he worshipped an evil spirit or not. She looked at him and stated that he was a good person, despite his occasional mercilessness. Still on the ground, she added that she only brought it up because she thought he would listen without judgment. She explained that being born a mage caused many people to look at her with resentment. She assured him that even if he worshipped an evil deity, her treatment of him wouldn't change. She also vowed to keep his secret. She was fragile and lying down, but fully conscious. In that moment, neither Marnak nor his goddess spoke. While he remained close, green energy suddenly released. The goddess materialized and began repeatedly hitting the white-haired girl on the head in a fit of jealousy while she was down. Looking at the child, she asked where she had come from and told the priest to make her stop. Marnak held the goddess's hand and asked her to calm down, stating he believed the young woman was telling the truth. He told the goddess he understood her worry but wanted to try trusting the girl. The white-haired girl looked at Marnak and told the goddess that, as a mage, she would swear a binding oath. The goddess made it clear she was constantly watching her. When the girl asked Marnak what that meant, he explained that the deity would be monitoring her behavior. Helping her up, Marnak instructed her to swear using the ancient language. The girl began to pronounce the oath as requested. As she spoke, her mana swirled around her, sealing the contract. This reassured Marnak, as he knew she couldn't speak of it even if she wanted to. The girl then looked at him, asking if he hadn't considered that she might have lied during the oath. However, he revealed he knew the ancient language himself, which left her intrigued and even more curious. Marnak gazed at her, inquiring what she wished to learn about him. Blushing and clasping her hands, she sought to know his preference in women. The girl's outrageous remark was audible, incensing the goddess, who remained in her childlike guise. With a dismissive gesture, she promptly separated the pair. Marnak, observing the goddess's rage, advised the girl that immediate progress would be preferable. Still clearly flustered, the young woman questioned if he genuinely meant to seek the hallowed artifact. The subsequent scene depicted numerous individuals collapsing onto the deep white snow. The three devotees of the malevolent entity had already concluded the prior situation and now held the container. Inspection revealed the artifact inside was unharmed, still whole. While they presumed Marnak had succumbed to the cold, he and the girl traversed a different path with composure. A worshipper, a young woman with short azure hair and matching eyes, expressed an urgent desire to depart. The man at her side, possessing long dark hair and almond eyes, detected an impending adversarial presence. Shortly after, all three stood on the snow, observing a pursuing figure. The nearing individual burned with fury, accusing the devotees of dismantling the mercantile group. That person, a guardian tasked with safeguarding the artifact, cried out in outrage, questioning their audacity in seizing property not theirs. The azure-haired devotee started amassing arcane energy in her palm, poised for an assault. Immediately after unleashing her enchantment at the man, the ground became covered with abruptly rising ice spires. Nevertheless, the man stayed upright, his form virtually unharmed. Merely minor imperfections marred his metallic exterior. Once his external casing shattered, he was revealed as a savage android, enveloped in menacing energy. Androids were reputed to possess bodies wholly composed of metal, recognized for their fixation on uncommon minerals. They desired all precious metals, growing exceptionally potent in their vicinity. The adversary easily evaded the ice assault and converted one arm into an armament. He adopted a quadrupedal stance for enhanced balance, asserting that juvenile stratagems could not halt him. The azure-haired devotee now faced grave peril, risking demise if she persisted in combat. A companion urged her to endure slightly longer, regardless of the hardships. The girl addressed her two associates, requesting swift action, as her endurance was nearing its limit. In the interim, the cyborg stayed in a frenzied state. His metallic form indicated immunity to freezing. He asserted with conviction that the trio lacked the capacity to overcome him. The dark-haired man's gaze, however, conveyed a distinct assurance. Observing his allies' failing magic, the cyborg moved toward the three individuals. The dark-haired man calmly lifted a foot, pressing it firmly onto the ground, initiating a menacing motion akin to springing a snare. A dark, viscous substance started to engulf the cyborg's metal components. Movement soon became difficult for him. As he operated on four limbs, the sticky material specifically pinned down one of his legs. An intense dark magic seemed to anchor the adversary beneath his feet. The girl commended Pelham's efforts, stating she could now release her complete magical potency. The mage, with an odd grin and eyes full of delirium, called forth her liquefying ice. Sharp points materialized and started assaulting the cyborg. A violent vortex emerged amidst the spikes, encircling the entity. Shielding only a section of his face, the cyborg ridiculed the method, labeling it a low-cost deception. Wielding his sword, he shattered the troublesome ice and also dissipated the spell cast by the initial mage. The woman, observing this, became noticeably strained, evident in her furrowed brow. A red-haired young man, an ally, instructed Karuna to crouch. He then deployed an unusual spell that manifested as a shield before them. Of all the incantations used, that particular one genuinely astonished the metal man. The enchanted entity summoned by the mage started secreting a viscous fluid. The fluid covered the Iron Man's mechanisms, inducing considerable unease. Overwhelmed by vexation, the cyborg displayed indications of severe impact. Seizing the opportunity from the diversion, the ice sorceress initiated a further assault. The ruby-eyed, red-haired youth smiled, stating the foe had misjudged his opponents. With the cyborg subdued, they disclosed prior knowledge that the merchant organization's true proprietor was solely an android. The ice mage harbored curiosity regarding what the magical creature had emitted, given the cyborg continued to squirm. Mid-discussion, a white entity neared, capturing universal notice. This elevated their state of vigilance. It was the pale behemoth of corruption, advancing rapidly toward them with expansive steps and unwavering swiftness. The ice sorceress inquired about their next move against this emerging menace. The insect youth conceded his inability to halt it, stating his creatures were ineffective against such a force. The woman with blue hair questioned the whereabouts of the pink-haired girl, yet they resolved to confront the entity regardless of her absence. Again, the sorceress conjured the might of thawed ice, forming sharp points in an attempt to impede its advance. Her actions, however, only succeeded in escalating the white corruption giant's fury. The ice barrier proved insufficient to halt its progress. The young woman implored Sheldon to take immediate action, warning that otherwise their destruction was certain. The dark-haired individual conceived a plan, opting to encircle them within a mud pit for momentary protection. The corruption giant unleashed a formidable strike, obliterating both the ice impediment and the enchanted being. Concurrently, Marnak still bore the frail white-haired girl in his embrace. He inquired if she could walk, then tenderly set her down, allowing her feet to contact the snow. Standing resolutely, she stated her condition had improved. Marnak conveyed that she did not need to assist, given her compromised health. Nevertheless, he requested that she merely observe. Her eyes opened to reveal the form of a quadrupedal android before her. The merchant stayed weaponized and enraged, resolved to eradicate all adherents of the malevolent entity. Though his frame sustained some injury, he persevered vigorously in combat. He pressed forward, annihilating the enormous bats conjured by the sorcerer. Marnak informed the girl he wished to aid, but the man appeared to manage the circumstances capably by himself. From afar, Marnak perceived the cyborg was disadvantaged, outnumbered, and starting to waver. Yet, something captured Marnak's notice. His green gaze gleamed profoundly, akin to emeralds. He watched the corruption giant and discerned an anomaly in its combat style. Its motions and attack executions displayed an oddity. Subsequently, it seized an object and hurled it with considerable power into the distance. The item struck the snow harshly, generating a white, icy mist. It fell near Marnak, who moved closer to identify it. Drawing nearer, he identified it as a snow-laden bat, already devoid of life. At that instant, the goddess's hand materialized before him. She appeared to transmit a direct message, conveying an immediate intent to intervene. The sight of the creature caused the white-haired girl to experience nausea and illness. For Marnak, however, it was merely another detestable beast. Opening the bat's carcass, he discovered the sacred artifact concealed within. At a distance, the white giant of corruption gestured, displaying a gem while showing a faint blush. Then, the MC comprehended the reason for its altered behavior. This was the goddess's work, prompting a subtle smile from him. Abruptly, a powerful radiance surrounded Marnak. He prepared to strengthen one of his enduring authorities. Selecting an authority to boost, he utilized his amassed divine power, which totaled 13,000 units. He desired the giant of corruption to also receive enhancement. Consequently, a luminous orb entirely encompassed it. The boon extended beyond Marnak alone. The giant of corruption likewise gained a substantial power-up. The powerful light emitting from the colossal entity blinded the bats, each of which was effortlessly obliterated. They resembled luminous arrows launching from the enclosure around the giant of destruction. From afar, Marnak observed and smiled profoundly, his vision beholding a truly magnificent sight. He regarded the giant of corruption, now further fortified, with intense pride. Amidst the battle, giant bats attacked ferociously. They tried to envelop and crush the enemy with overwhelming numbers, but met with unexpected resistance. Observing the scene, one of the team members was astonished, barely able to believe what he saw. On the other side of the confrontation, a girl, equally terrified, pleaded with her companion Shadow to act quickly. However, before he could do anything, Shadow was mercilessly struck down. In despair, the girl began to scream, attempting to flee the chaos. Her attempt, however, was cut short when a firm hand seized her ankle. From the ground, a damaged robot declared that it would not let her escape. Despite being trapped, the girl did not give up on fleeing. She tried to call for help, but her companion Luthum had abandoned her. The fear of being captured caused Luthum to run, without even thinking of his team. His selfishness, however, did not save him, for he was struck by the enemy while attempting to escape. Luthum could scarcely believe the moment of his capture, but regardless of his surprise, his end was swift. The girl, with persistence, managed to free herself from the hand that held her. With this small victory, a spark of hope ignited in her chest, and she began to believe she would have a chance to survive. But hope was short-lived. A powerful explosion occurred very close to her, frustrating her escape attempt. To make matters worse, she was surprised when a giant hand emerged from the ground and captured her. She pleaded to be freed, but her opponent had no intention of granting her request. It was not long before the girl was also defeated. After this, the giant approached the robot and arrived in time to witness its last moments of life, still connected. Subsequently, the giant used a summoning ability. At that moment, Marnak, the protagonist, appeared on the scene. He felt his divinity elevated and perceived that his efforts were bearing good fruit. Marnak, now present, told the giant that the harvest would be his responsibility. The protagonist explained to the mother of corruption that the giant would perform the harvest in her stead. He also commented that the mother had become more eloquent recently and questioned if she grew smarter as the seal was released. Even noticing the mother's irritation, Marnak merely found her cute and said that she was very precious, promising to avenge her. Subsequently, his ally Dakia appeared and asked if that girl, instead of a goddess, was not in fact a lost daughter of Marnak. Immediately, the mother became enraged by the comment, but the protagonist tried to defuse the situation. Then, Dakia revealed that she had a favor to ask and inquired if she could also hug the girl, as she found her extremely cute. Marnak noticed the girl's shyness and suggested that his friend try to convince her with a snack next time. Dakia agreed, saying that one day she would pinch the girl's cheeks. Afterward, Marnak asked the mother if she had anything to say. The girl pondered, but the only thing that came to her mind was about killing. From her reaction, Marnak deduced the answer. However, he was surprised by a shout from the girl, who managed to refer to herself. Upon hearing her speak, Marnak rejoiced, and the girl also showed satisfaction. Far from there, a noble elf furiously reprimanded his servant. He had just discovered that the men he sent on a mission had died in an avalanche. The elf stated that he had no words to describe what he felt. The servant in turn thought that he was not to blame after all. An avalanche was not something he could control. He mused that he had lost a considerable amount of hair just that morning due to stress. Subsequently, the elf asked if it was true that Dakia had left the Eastern Branch region. The servant confirmed, explaining that she was now under the jurisdiction of the main branch. With this, the elf praised the main branch, asserting that it always performed its work successfully and that they were the ones who had first captured Dakia. The servant then asked if the noble would go to the capital. The elf replied that he would. The servant nearly leaped with joy in front of his master, thinking that he would finally be free of the lizard prince and the scowling princess. His dissatisfaction at having to work for them was so great that he celebrated the prospect of being away. His joy, however, was short-lived, for his master said that he would accompany him on the journey, as he would need someone to guide him there. The elf further added that the servant would receive special treatment and instructed him to prepare for the road, wearing warm clothes. The servant claimed that he was the leader of the Eastern Branch and could not abandon his position, but the elf retorted, stating that the servant's failures had not been reported to the higher echelons, and asked what would happen if the capital discovered his errors. Upon hearing that threat, the servant was crestfallen. The elf, in turn, suggested he think of it as a few days of vacation. At that moment, the servant could only think of his family. Even with little to do, his sole wish was to return home. Meanwhile, our protagonist continued his journey along the road. His small, ever-talkative robot narrated a story about a powerful warrior who had appeared enveloped in shimmering armor. Marnak observed that the robot had already told that same story the day before, and recalled that the little being described the scene as truly magnificent. The robot then completed the narrative, saying that the celestial gods had saved him, even though the great warrior seemed quite angry. Dakia commented that, for a warrior from the heavens, that giant had a surprisingly sinister appearance. The protagonist pondered that the warrior's fury mattered little to the robot. After all, he was on the verge of death when he was found. Soon after, the robot was informed that it was almost time for its interrogation. Asking the protagonist for leave, it explained that it would need to be absent. Furthermore, it thanked Marnak for his help in reaching the capital, promising a reward once they arrived there. As they continued their journey towards the capital, one of the allies, in a moment of sudden recollection, said he needed to inform them of something important. He explained that entering the city could be somewhat chaotic, but assured them there was no cause for concern. However, it wasn't long before Carmen Valtis was recognized by one of the guards. Immediately, the guards approached to arrest him. Carmen assured them that he would be able to resolve the situation alone, and that he would return as quickly as possible. Despite asking the group not to worry, the result was precisely the opposite. Far from there, a different scene unfolded. A majestic golden dragon approached. It landed softly on a snow-covered ground. Then, to the surprise of any observer, it assumed a humanoid form. It was the noble elf, who promptly requested his garments from a servant. While the elf dressed, the servant thought to himself that soon, those individuals at headquarters, who so ignored the branches, would also feel the weight of the elf's actions. The servant then informed him that the capital was just ahead, and began to guide his master. However, upon being rushed, the elf warned that his servant was becoming excessively bold. Returning to the protagonist, the robot commented that it was no wonder Carmen Valtis had been arrested upon arrival, as he was a notoriously problematic person. The robot added that the protagonist should hear something important about Carmen, and revealed that if Marnak went to the guards and asked to visit the prisoner, permission would probably be granted. Dakia suggested that they should eat something before going to the prison, stating that she knew a great place nearby. Marnak agreed, and they decided to leave the visit for later. At that moment, the robot appeared with a bag of money, announcing that this was the promised reward. There were 15 gold coins for each of them. Upon seeing the generous sum, the protagonist thought that, since his arrival in that world, it was the first time he had encountered so much money. Noticing Marnak's peculiar behavior, Dakia asked why he was staring at the money like that. She then asked if it was the first time he had seen so much money. From the protagonist's reaction, she already had her answer, and commented that Marnak at times revealed an unexpectedly charming side. The protagonist, pretending not to understand what she was referring to, stated that, in fact, he had always been charming. His friend retorted that despite Marnak's jokes, she had been serious. Changing the subject, Marnak mentioned that he should receive an additional payment for having returned the robot's item. The robot, in turn, assured him that it would take care of it as soon as it resolved an urgent problem. The protagonist then decided that they would visit Carmen immediately and meet the robot the next day. One of the team members, however, communicated that he would have to attend to another matter instead of visiting Carmen, and bade farewell to the others. Along the way, Marnak and his friends stopped to eat, as she had insisted. Then, Dakia pointed to the prison, explaining that it was there the guards were keeping Carmen. The protagonist, in turn, commented that the place looked quite hostile. She agreed, saying that indeed the buildings were not as charming as Marnak. At this, the protagonist joked that his friend was quite obsessive. Dakia asked if her attitude bothered him. Marnak replied that it did not, but that he now wanted to go to Carmen before the food he bought for him got cold. His friend promised that she would no longer make jokes about the money, and asked Marnak not to be upset. Insistently, the protagonist assured her that he was not upset. Meanwhile, Carmen Valtis was being fed in prison by a beautiful maiden and seemed to quite enjoy her company. Until, suddenly, Suddenly, he was surprised by the arrival of his companions. Immediately, the protagonist noticed that Carmen seemed quite at ease, almost as if he were at home. Somewhat awkwardly, Carmen admitted that he had been in prison with some frequency before. The maiden feeding him, however, observed that his frequency was even excessive. She then cordially received Carmen's allies and introduced herself as Arath Grata. Marnak and Dakia also formally introduced themselves. Dakia then asked what Arath was doing in the prison at that hour. Before Arath could answer, someone approached and clarified that Carmen had stolen something from Sir Enthis Valtis's warehouse. The person added that Enthis Valtis had personally placed Carmen on the wanted list. He then asked what Carmen had done with the stolen key. Carmen called him brother, but the newcomer insisted that Carmen answer the question without deflecting. The protagonist was surprised by the arrival of Carmen's brother. He quickly deduced that this must be the son of the Black Wolf and the vice-captain of the Queen's Royal Guards, known as the Ice Knights. His name was Setien Valtis, also known as the White Wolf. Indignant, Setien Valtis questioned his brother once more about the whereabouts of the key stolen from their father's warehouse. When his brother questioned him, Carmen admitted to having used the key. Concerned, Setien wanted to know if Carmen had been injured in doing so. Carmen simply replied that he had not. Setien then reminded him that their father detested thieves and, besides stealing, Carmen had also used the item, making it impossible to return. He emphasized that their father always stated that achievements gained through injustice were worthless. He concluded that, for whatever reason, the theft was unjustifiable. Carmen, for his part, recalled that his father also used to say that rules should be followed strictly, so everything else would remain in order. In a way, he agreed with that statement. However, he questioned why that rule did not apply to their mother. After all, as soon as he was born, his mother had been forced to leave the family without even saying goodbye. Carmen argued that even a loser living in the alleys would take responsibility for his woman. Thus, he claimed that his father's honor was not on the same level as that of a mere street rat. He had tried to talk to his father about the matter countless times, but he only met with silence, which Carmen attributed to paternal cowardice. It was for this reason that he stole the key. His objective was to find his mother, since his father refused to reveal her whereabouts. After hearing the whole story, Setien assured his brother that he would talk to their father about the matter. Carmen was moved to hear this. The protagonist, observing the scene, thought that Carmen had a good brother and that their relationship must be close. However, realizing he was being watched, Setien stared at his brother's friends. This caused the two of them to look away. Setien approached, regretting that they had witnessed such an argument, and stated that dealing with his younger brother was a complicated task. However, in the midst of the conversation, he noticed the presence of Princess Dakia and asked why she was not in Beatus. Dakia replied that it had been some time since they had last seen each other, and explained that she was traveling the world, tired of staying home. Setien warned that it was not good for a princess to travel that way, and expressed concern that her father might be distressed. Dakia, however, disagreed, claiming that her father had never worried about her, and that, therefore, it would not happen now. Changing the subject, Arathgrata asked how long Carmen would remain imprisoned this time. According to their father's orders, Setien informed them that his brother would be detained for a month. However, he stated that he would speak with their father later that day to try and reverse the decision. Dakia then suggested that they remain in the capital until Carmen's release, but the protagonist insisted that they needed to return as soon as possible. Even so, his friend tried to convince him, arguing that there was no need to rush. Setien asked if Marnak was the priest known as the arch-enemy of the evil spirit. The protagonist confirmed, and Setien immediately wanted to know if Marnak was part of Eradiko's saviors. Marnak confirmed, and Setien commented that this information would be useful during the conversation he would have with their father. He added that if the priest had an opportunity during his stay in the city, he should visit the Valtis residence with Carmen. However, he asked for permission to leave, as he needed to attend to other duties. Observing Setien's behavior, the protagonist concluded that he was quite different from his brother. Carmen stated that Setien was a great person, a role model, unlike himself. Dakia, however, commented that Carmen had felt very comfortable expressing his anger to his brother. Carmen justified himself, claiming that he needed to vent and ended up losing control. The princess said that they had bought food for Carmen on the way, imagining that he might be hungry. However, she and the protagonist realized there was not so much need for concern, but they decided to leave the food for him anyway. On the way to the exit, Dakia revealed that she knew a great place for them to visit. Marnak agreed, claiming it would be better for everyone, as he felt he was getting in Carmen's way. Elsewhere, the protagonist reflected that, according to what the Trumpeter of Death and Rest had said said last time, there should be a sacred relic nearby. However, he concluded that there was no good place to get information there. He then remembered receiving an item from Lord Trident and considered that it was a good time to use it. Amidst his thoughts, Dakia knocked on the door and asked if she could enter. The mother of corruption became extremely irritated, but the protagonist tried to calm her. Dakia entered, happy to see her mother, claiming that she would not be able to reject her hug at that moment. She had bought snacks from the most popular bakery in the city. Upon presenting the food, Dakia said that instead of words of thanks, she would accept a hug. However, her mother ended up throwing the breads away, as she had no intention of being bribed. In doubt, Dakia asked what that meant. Since Marnak was the only one who understood what the mother was saying, he explained that she would not accept being tempted, and that was why she rejected the breads. At Ely's main base in the capital, someone appeared with a drawing, looking for a person with that appearance. If it had been anyone else, the interrogated person would have thought it was a joke, but he knew he was in front of someone important, and therefore could not be rude. He then asked if the person in the drawing was human. The girl replied that she was. Although she did not know who the subject depicted was, she was confident that her drawing was a perfect composite sketch and did not understand why the man asked that question. The man, in turn, thought that despite the drawing being horrible, he was in front of a blue flame priestess and asked how much she estimated for the application fees. The priestess replied that she had captured some wanted criminals on the way and therefore had enough money to pay for the service. The man thought that, most likely, the priestess would pay more than the minimum amount. After all, she belonged to the Blue Flames. Then the priestess presented 12 gold coins and 33 silver coins and asked if that was enough. Seeing the expression of the young man who attended her, she asked if that amount was much higher than expected. Meanwhile, the noble elf showed increasing impatience with the delay in reaching his destination. His servant by his side sensed that it would not be long before the master's temper reached its limit, and the biggest problem would be when he took out his frustrations on the small companion. This excessive concern caused the servant to lose focus, to the point where his master clearly noticed his discomfort. The elf quickly became annoyed, feeling that the blame for any delay or problem always fell on him. Amidst this tension, they ended up encountering the Blue Flame priestess. The small servant was dazzled to see her, but the priestess in turn reacted in the opposite way. The servant, prudently, decided to remain silent, imagining that his master would start asking questions if he showed any reaction. A short time later, they finally reached their destination. Upon their arrival, the man responsible for guiding them informed them that only the elf could proceed. The small servant felt a pang, thinking that, although his branch might be considered inferior, it was humiliating for a branch leader to be barred by a mere employee. However, to the surprise of both, the elf declared that his servant would accompany him. The young man, the guide, explained that he understood the prince's desire, but stated that it was impossible to allow members of other branches to enter there. Annoyed by the opposition, the elf slapped the guide across the face. He then demanded that the guide bring someone with higher authority to speak with him. Although he did not feel sympathy for the arrogant elf, the small servant could not help but enjoy seeing the guide get struck. That was enough to dissipate all the resentment he harbored against the headquarters staff. Now, he saw there a unique opportunity to witness with his own eyes and ears the destruction and humiliation of the headquarters members by the third prince. Back in Dakia, Marnak watched the mother of corruption reject the bread and leave the room, claiming he could keep the food for himself. Picking up the discarded bread, Marnak reflected that his mother had been quite rude. He believed there were many ways to decline something, and that was definitely not the most appropriate one, especially since Dakia had bought the bread specifically for her. The MC explained to his mother that the woman he knew and respected was capable of acknowledging her mistakes through a noble gesture. Therefore, he suggested she apologize to Dakia the next time they met. For now, he asked her to taste the bread, noting that it looked very delicious. After her son's lecture, the mother couldn't resist the treat. With the first bite, she became extremely happy, to the point of jumping around the room. Marnak warned her not to eat so fast, as it could cause indigestion. At that moment, Dakia returned to the MC's room. She mentioned she also wanted to try the bread, but hadn't managed to amid all the confusion, asking if she could take at least one. The mother was surprised by the request. Dakia in turn noticed the girl had loved the gift. Even if the mother hadn't openly shown it, the princess realized she had hit the mark with her choice. Minutes later, Dakia was already holding the mother in her lap, finally getting what she wanted. Sometime later, the MC left for an appointment, assuring Dakia she didn't need to accompany him. However, the princess reminded Marnak that she had promised never to reveal his secret. For that reason, she insisted on accompanying him to the home of the so-called friend of the demon. Upon arriving, the owner asked what they wanted. The MC simply showed a special item, and the owner immediately authorized their entry. Once inside, Dakia asked what the object was. Marnak replied that he had received the item from a demon he met some time ago, who had instructed him to show it whenever he visited this friend. Dakia commented she had no idea demons could be so detailed. She was also surprised to discover that a simple house actually functioned as a front for an extensive underground location in the middle of the capital. The MC explained he had never been to the capital before, hence his lack of surprise. Still, Dakia asked if, whether in the capital or not, he wasn't surprised to see such constructions. Marnak mentioned having seen other grandiose structures in his life. Meanwhile, a mysterious man approached. Dakia promptly asked if she should attack him. The MC replied no, explaining that using magic there could trap them in the ruins. His friend asked him to trust her, but Marnak insisted she shouldn't attack. Approaching the stranger, he asked if the man would be their guide. Instead of verbalizing an answer, the hooded figure just turned and walked toward the other side of the site. Upon reaching a door, Dakia doubted whether they could enter, but Marnak decided it was best to find out for himself. As soon as they entered, they encountered the hostess. Between puffs of smoke, she asked what her visitors desired. Marnak expressed his wish for help to the hostess. She then asked for their names. They introduced themselves, but the mention of Marnak's name startled the hostess. She pulled Marnak closer and questioned if he was, in fact, the infamous demon hunter Gis. Immediately, Marnak realized his reputation preceded him and that the hostess didn't seem pleased with what she had heard about him. Sensing imminent danger for Marnak, Dakia demanded the hostess release him. The hostess, however, challenged her, asking what would happen if she refused. In response, Dakia stated she would destroy the entire place with her magic. Marnak intervened, warning that such an act would kill everyone. The hostess then asked who Dakia was. Irritated at being ignored, Dakia reminded her she had already introduced herself. At this, the hostess apologized for her lack of attention and admitted she had crossed the line. She revealed she was known by some as Twisted Curiosity, although humans simply called her a demon. Next, she asked Marnak if he was the priest of preservation. Marnak denied it, stating he worshipped the mother of corruption. Twisted Curiosity was visibly surprised by this revelation. She then asked Marnak to come closer, as she wished to read his mind. She explained that in her current form, she couldn't penetrate deep into Marnak's mind, but wanted to check how he remained so intact. Marnak didn't understand the meaning of those words. However, Twisted Curiosity merely said he was different from other children of corruption and attempted to attack him. Marnak's mother, however, intervened in his defense. The demon warned that the situation would bring trouble. She revealed she knew Marnak was collecting his mother's relics and asked how many he had already obtained. Curious about how the demon discovered this fact, Marnak asked if she could elaborate on what she had said earlier. Twisted Curiosity stated she couldn't reveal what she knew, but suggested Marnak's own mother possessed such capability. The mother, however, assured Marnak she had no idea what the demon was talking about. Observing the interaction between the two, Twisted Curiosity was surprised to see a deity conversing so casually with a human. Marnak explained that normal communication was a constant between him and his mother. After all, a good relationship depended on it. The simple fact that Marnak hadn't gone mad in his mother's presence was surprising enough for Twisted Curiosity. Furthermore, he hadn't received any punishment for talking to the deity. She expressed curiosity about how long this fluid communication had been happening and asked if Marnak's body had been enhanced in any way. Marnak revealed he had spoken normally with the mother since their first meeting. Twisted Curiosity observed that it wasn't a good idea to put all eggs in one basket, but supposed the mother of corruption had no other choice. She then warned that Marnak would have to work hard to pay for everything he had received, as his current situation was precarious, like walking a tightrope. However, she stated she couldn't say anything more, otherwise the guys would notice. Marnak realized she referred to the gods inhabiting the skies. Twisted Curiosity then asked if Marnak was aware that to have a wish granted by a demon, something needed to be offered in return. Marnak asked what she desired in exchange for her help. Twisted Curiosity revealed her wish was for Marnak to sleep with her. Marnak was completely caught off guard by the request. Still, Twisted Curiosity claimed never to have done anything similar with a child of corruption before, as they were all mentally unstable. Amid the situation, Dakia vehemently opposed the wish. Twisted Curiosity asked the reason for her opposition. Dakia, without going into details, stated it couldn't happen. Not only Dakia, but Marnak's mother also opposed it, attacking the demon. However, Twisted Curiosity mocked, saying the mother's punches felt like caresses. This made the small mother even more irritated. Twisted Curiosity, however, calmed things down, stating she was only joking. She said she only wanted Marnak's badge, the one he used to enter, and asked if he hadn't heard about the item when he received it. Marnak replied negatively. The Twisted Curiosity commented commented that adding small pieces to life made things more fun. In any case, she already knew what favor Marnak would ask for, as she presumed he would have to find one of his mother's lost relics. Marnak confirmed, appreciating conversing with someone who got straight to the point. The Twisted Curiosity claimed to possess this relic, one that would be of great value to Marnak's temple, but to grant the item, the Twisted Curiosity wished to see Marnak participate in her underground fights, for, according to her, only by winning the fights could he possess the item. She revealed she had placed the relic as a prize for the fights. By indicating the relic's location, she considered the agreement fulfilled, but clarified that she could not hand the item directly to Marnak. Therefore, he would have to fight and win to get what he wanted. And so, she wished him good luck in the battles. In the battle arena, the acclaimed gladiator Peizhou made his entrance, and the entire audience gave him a standing ovation. The fight announcer announced that his opponent would be a novice, who entered the arena with a series of impressive acrobatics. Despite his inexperience, his triumphant entrance captivated the attention of the spectators, who received him with enthusiasm. In the crowd, bets on the winner were rampant, and some dared to consider a victory for the novice. Dakia, in turn, bet a considerable sum on Marnak, rooting for him to win at all costs. A few days prior, the protagonist had tried to negotiate for the relic with the hostess, even promising to return the artifact after using it to restore his mother's divinity. However, the Twisted Curiosity warned him not to be naive, as such an action would cause the spirit's worshippers to notice immediately. The best way to obtain the item, then, would be to enter the arena, as this would be a way connected to both Marnak and his mother. The Twisted Curiosity also mentioned the entity known as Libertação, stating that the protagonist would encounter it at some point in his search for the sacred relic, and that it would be prudent to reduce the number of enemies before then. Furthermore, the city they were in was the capital of the kingdom. The protagonist knew this prevented his opponents from easily using their divine authorities, due to the presence of local priests. He also considered that, in his arena matches, he might lose, but he would not die from an attack without divinity. Marnak, however, had no intention of killing his opponents merely for being worshippers of an evil spirit. The Twisted Curiosity questioned him, reminding him that he had done so many times before arriving at that place. The protagonist, in turn, claimed to have had good reasons for his past actions. In that case, the Twisted Curiosity retorted that if Marnak had sufficient reasons, he could kill without any hesitation. With that, she used her powers to show something to the protagonist. Marnak then saw horrific scenes in his mind, but did not fully comprehend them. He asked what he had just seen. The Twisted Curiosity explained that they were the memories of the evil worshippers, and questioned him if that was reason enough to defeat them. Marnak asked if everything he had witnessed was truly real. The Twisted Curiosity responded that, unfortunately, yes. Back in the present, the protagonist faced his adversary, while the audience continued to cheer for Peizhou. He thought it was great to have the chance to wear a mask, remembering how the mask allowed him to shapeshift at will, and how the princess's ring facilitated the use of magic instead of restricting it. On the other side, Peizhou, seeing his adversary without armor, warned him not to fight unprotected. However, the protagonist rudely ignored the advice, which left his opponent furious. Peizhou then used his anger as fuel to attack, stating that he would completely crush his adversary. His initial attack elicited shouts of joy from the audience. Soon after, however, Peizhou realized he had missed the blow, as the adversary dodged. Besides being fast, the protagonist also acted mockingly. Marnak purposely provoked the enemy's anger. Peizhou tried to hit him with successive blows, but failed. Until, at a crucial moment in the fight, the protagonist stopped merely dodging and retaliated, delivering a slap to the enemy's face. Extremely irritated by the gesture, Peizhou tried to hit him with all his might. But despite all his effort, he only managed to hit the ground, as the protagonist dodged once again. Peizhou quickly realized he had never faced such a swift opponent. Not only that, but he noticed there was a good reason for the novice to have entered the arena without armor. His frustration was palpable, to the point that the audience began to call out to Peizhou. He replied that he was not losing by choice. Then Peizhou launched another attack. This time, he used all his strength against the protagonist, but Marnak's speed allowed him to escape in time. Not only that, but he dodged the attack and also managed to capture the enemy, demonstrating that his strength was as great as his speed. Even the fight announcer was surprised to see someone seemingly inferior manage to lift Peizhou into the air. At that point, Peizhou was pleading for help, but nothing could save him from what was to come. The protagonist held him and slammed him to the ground, causing a tremendous impact right in the middle of the arena. arena. The audience cheered at the sight, thinking that Pei Zhao had performed the attack. But when the dust from the impact settled, they realized that only the novice was standing. The great champion, admired by all, had lost for the first time. Not only that, but upon seeing the novice scale the walls with his bare hands, the audience became even more frightened. The fight that had seemingly ended resumed when the protagonist climbed to the highest point of the arena. From there, he aimed at the already fallen adversary and hit him like a cannonball. Pei Zhao, completely unable to defend himself, took the full impact of the blow. To solidify the victory, the announcer proclaimed the novice's triumph, dubbing him the Human Slayer. After leaving the arena, the narrator interviewed the rookie, asking him what he was thinking. The protagonist took the megaphone and declared that he would defeat everyone who dared to face him. In a way, the spectators liked hearing that and accepted the Human Slayer as their new champion. Not only them, but Dakia and the protagonist's mother also celebrated his victory. After some time, Dakia was accompanying Marnak through the city. She pointed to a freshly baked loaf of bread, expressing a desire to buy it. Marnak suggested there was no need for such haste given the long line, but Dakia insisted, emphasizing that the bread was fresh. However, something different captured Marnak's attention. He spotted a person who seemed familiar to him, although he could not recall where he had seen them before. Dakia interrupted his thoughts, reminding them of the need to hurry and buy the bread, as they had won a good sum in the arena. Marnak then decided to follow his friend, reflecting that the familiar person was probably just someone resembling another person from his past. Upon returning to their lodging, Marnak and Dakia found the priest's mother quite agitated. She was acting like a child who had just watched an action movie, imitating Marnak's movements in the arena and elbowing the mattress as if facing a real opponent. With that, she rejoiced, convinced she had faithfully replicated what she had witnessed. Dakia agreed, stating that the mother had learned very well, unlike herself. Marnak, for his part, was mortified. At that moment, the twisted curiosity appeared in the room. Marnak apologized for all the commotion, but she said that she found it amusing to see the mother act that way, as she herself had considered Marnak's fight memorable. She confessed that she previously saw Marnak only as a rigid priest, but his excitement in the arena had made her change her mind. However, she revealed that things had not occurred exactly as everyone imagined. She had overheard a dialogue between them during the combat, and, although she did not know the details, she realized that Marnak and Pei Zhao had arranged a performance. Marnak defended himself, explaining that it was not a setup, but that he and his opponent shared the same vision, and together they had created a performance that resulted in a great spectacle. The twisted curiosity could not disagree, and even considered adding more fights with similar performances in the future. However, since Pei Zhao had left to become a true actor, she would need a new fighter. Thus, she asked Marnak if he would not be interested in working for her as her new main fighter. Marnak thanked her for the offer, but declined. He stated that his objective was to release his mother's seal. The twisted curiosity, though disappointed, realized that she would not be able to convince him. Before leaving, she asked if she could use Marnak's performance idea whenever she wished. He replied that yes, after all, many had already done so in the past, and the idea was not his. Even so, the twisted curiosity argued that using the idea for free would not be fair, and promised to reward him financially for it. Marnak said there was no reason to reject that prize. However, the twisted curiosity reminded him that the matches had not yet ended, and asked if there was anything she could do to help him. Marnak assured her that he had everything under control. After all, his next opponent was an evil worshipper. Shortly after, the arena was buzzing again. The match narrator introduced the fighter nicknamed the Head Breaker. Beside him, the rising star was announced, the rookie who had captivated the audience last time. As everyone already knew his name, the narrator asked the spectators to welcome him with cheers. In response, the entire audience shouted the Human Slayer's name. However, some were surprised to see him, as Marnak appeared with the same weapon used by Pei Zhao, his last opponent. Many thought that after eliminating Pei Zhao, the Human Slayer had stolen his weapon, which only increased his reputation for high dangerousness. Marnak, for his part, asked his opponent if his name was Getum. From the other side, the opponent questioned how the masked man knew his name. This question was more than enough for Marnak to confirm what he desired. The narrator then announced the start of the fight, but as soon as she authorized the combat, with a single blow, Marnak defeated the enemy. Immediately, everyone was dumbfounded. Unlike the previous spectacle, this time the fight ended quickly and bloodily. The only person comfortable with the scene was Marnak's mother. In his mind, Marnak thought that he was capable of playing a role, but concluded that he would not toy with a person's life. Far from there, a noble elf participated in a meeting. Frustrated at not getting what he desired, he exploded in fury. Hantar, the superior of Ilay headquarters, presented 3 reasons for not accepting the mission to capture the target. First, he explained happened that last time. Princess Dakia Rimmel had entered the city under a pseudonym, and even then his men managed to capture her secretly. This time, however, she had arrived on an official visit, which made it impossible to capture her without causing a major commotion. Secondly, she was accompanied by 3 individuals difficult to control. One of them was Carmen Valtis, the Hound of the Black Plain, the bastard son of Lord Enthus Valtis. Another was Sajida Forgon, a member of the Red Bear Mercenary Corps. And, last but not least, the priest Marnak, the arch-enemy of the evil spirit. The elf suggested that they could simply bribe the team, ensuring a clear path to the princess. Huntar, however, stated that the priest could not be bought. Marnak was known for having killed many enemies and would not betray the princess so easily. Furthermore, there were rumors of a romantic relationship between him and the princess. Upon hearing this, the elf became furious, refusing to believe such a truth. But Huntar revealed that, according to his informants, Dakia secretly visited Marnak's room every night. The elf asked who else knew the information. Huntar replied that only his organization possessed such knowledge. Then the elf ordered him to prevent the information from leaking, whatever the cost. Furthermore, he asked what the last reason was for his ally to refuse the mission. Huntar mentioned that Setien Valtis, the White Wolf, had contacted the princess and knew of her presence in the city, which meant that if Dakia disappeared, he would search for her. Moreover, the White Wolf had the support of his father, Lord Black Wolf. With this, Huntar declared that the last thing he desired was for the Ile to get involved in a conflict against Lord Enthus Valtis. Huntar thought that besides convincing the elf to give up, he also had personal reasons for not accepting the mission, because, even as a prince, there were things that were beyond the elf's reach. But amidst this discussion, Huntar saw the elf's servant laughing, and wondered what he found amusing in such a tense moment. Furious, the elf pressed Huntar's head against the table, and questioned why everyone only talked about Enthus Valtis. He stated that his request should not be ignored, and asked if Huntar was a child to feel fear. Furthermore, the elf threatened to tell the queen all the dirty things the Ile had been doing, especially the kidnapping for money of the daughter of one of the 4 greatest lords, which would make them meet Enthus Valtis personally, since they talked about him so much. Huntar warned that if the prince did that, he would also put himself at risk. The elf retorted that the only dragon and sorceress in that world were his parents. In fact, the demon dragon king could destroy everything if he thought his son had died in a conflict. Therefore, he ordered Huntar to take Dakia Rimmel to the dragon's kingdom without a single scratch, regardless of the method he had to use for it. In parallel, a group of evil worshippers gathered, realizing that the mysterious human slayer was being much more ruthless with them than with anyone else. The group's leader suspected the involvement of the arena's patroness, and therefore decided that it would be more advantageous to steal her relic than to try to obtain it through combat. He then authorized the plan, with the caveat that the operation needed to be executed with maximum speed before the priest or the patroness herself could notice anything. Simultaneously, in Ile, the leader was organizing his own capture operation. He explained that the mission involved blowing up a wall, invading the location, and quickly leaving with the target. He emphasized that Ile's name was at stake, making failure unacceptable, and ordered his men to find the target at all costs. Back at the arena, the protagonist was preparing to face a red-headed adversary. The unarmed fight promised a fierce combat, and the audience waited anxiously. However, as soon as the announcer declared the start of the match, a powerful explosion erupted in the arena, startling everyone around. Subsequently, ninjas from Ile invaded the site in search of the target. Aware of the possibility that the princess might be disguised, they began their search cautiously. At the same time, the cultist leader realized they were not alone in the mission and ordered his people to take advantage of the distraction to head towards the arena's patroness. The protagonist's adversary was visibly frightened, claiming not to understand the situation. Marnak also lacked clarity regarding the facts. However, amidst the growing confusion, a figure emerged, declaring that the invasion was an operation against illegal fights and demanding that everyone kneel in obedience to His Majesty's command. Soon after, a third group entered the arena, led by Carmen Valtis, who immediately ordered fines to be applied to everyone who had stepped into that clandestine location. Upon observing the royal army applying fines, Ile's leader questioned the reason for their appearance precisely on the same day as his operation, especially since his men were already being pursued by the soldiers. The cultists had also been discovered and were fleeing. Carmen Valtis, aware of the situation, ordered his troops to block all exits. However, upon attempting to proceed with his mission, he was stopped by the protagonist. Marnak argued that it was not the time to pursue the fugitives, but rather to focus on those who were there to kidnap Princess Dakia. Some people in the arena confirmed this version, recalling that the ninjas had mentioned the princess when invading the location. Given this, Carmen decided to trust his companion's word. Immediately, the ninjas began to retreat. To stop them, Carmen Valtis ordered his men to ignore the others and focus only on the men in black. Sajida, also present, received orders to eliminate the enemies in whatever way he deemed most effective. He promptly attacked the ninjas, blocking their escape. Simultaneously, the royal army advanced, and both groups attempted to corner the invaders. The protagonist then ran to his room, startling Princess Dakia upon entering. She asked what was happening, and Marnak explained that the evil worshippers were heading to where Twisted Curiosity was, while the others faced the royal army. He warned that the ninjas could be hidden anywhere, and that they needed to leave immediately. First, however, he asked the princess to wear a mask to disguise herself, as she was the ninja's target. Dakia understood and put on the mask. With that, Marnak indicated that they could use the emergency exit. However, as soon as they tried to leave, one of Twisted Curiosity's guards intercepted them, stating that only authorized persons could pass through. Before he could do anything, the guard was hit by a projectile. On the other side, the protagonist noticed the presence of enemies. He concluded that to escape, he would need to fight, and that surrounded, he would not be able to use magic, leaving him only his sword. With that in mind, he went on the attack, striking down the first enemy attempting to surround him. As he cleared a path for himself and the princess, other enemies approached. Dakia, for her part, did not remain idle. Upon encountering one of the adversaries, she used her magic to blind him. Disoriented, the enemy became an easy target for the protagonist. Together, the two fought against the enemies, leaving no openings. Dakia asked if her performance had been satisfactory, and the protagonist confirmed, but reminded her that they still needed to get out of there. As they fled, Dakia questioned whether they should not help the hostess against the evil worshippers. Marnak replied negatively, explaining that unlike in the past, killing a demon that had remained in a body for so long was an extremely difficult task. It did not take long for the enemies themselves to realize that the arena's patroness was, in fact, a demon. Twisted Curiosity, now revealed, stated that if they had asked earlier, she would have been most pleased to reveal her true nature. The cultists despaired, but their leader declared that a demon should pay a price for using the power of evil. He ordered 2 of his men to look for the relic, while he and the rest of the group would stay to face the creature. Upon hearing the leader's words, Twisted Curiosity recognized that he knew some things, and that she had always known that one day figures like them would appear. She then prepared for the confrontation. With a single movement, the creature imposed profound fear on all her adversaries, for what they saw was nothing pleasant. She further claimed that it was easy to make agreements like that in an underground arena. The entity declared that they had done well to play in her arena, for now the real fun would begin. Extremely excited, Twisted Curiosity asked the cultist leader if he was ready to begin. Carmen Valtis was fighting a true battle against the enemies, and as he fought, a question echoed in his mind. How had all that confusion begun? He was merely seeking more experience, following his brother's advice, but his own soldiers' inexperience put them at a clear disadvantage. He imagined that the princess would already be with the priest, and thus his main mission was to contain the situation there, giving her time to escape. Assuming his role as commander of the royal army, Carmen raised his voice and demanded the attention of those still standing. He ordered them to stop trying to defeat the enemy at all costs, and instead organize themselves, forming a defensive line. Then, Carmen passed command to another soldier, instructing him to prioritize the safety of the allies. Turning to Sajida, he asked if his friend still had the strength to fight a little longer. Sajida, without hesitation, confirmed that he did. Carmen then informed his friend that the task of defeating the enemies would be up to them. Meanwhile, at another point in the battle, the priest Marnak attempted to escape with the princess. Even with her face covered, he noticed that the enemies seemed to recognize her. A ninja tried to intercept them, but quickly realized what a bad idea this move had been, for with a single precise blow, Marnak dispatched him. However, the attacker was not alone. 2 other ninjas approached upon seeing their comrade's fate. Marnak, without hesitation, threw his knives, disarming them with skill. Noticing more enemies approaching from the other side, he ordered Princess Dakia to also engage. She promptly obeyed, fighting the adversaries. Dakia did not limit herself to physical attacks. She used her magic to create an explosion, distracting the remaining enemies and allowing Marnak to eliminate them with ease. After the fight, Dakia said that the mask was no longer necessary and returned it to Marnak, explaining that it was difficult to fight with her face covered. It did not take long for the absence of the mask to cause other enemies to recognize Dakia, and quickly they approached in large numbers surrounding the two. Perceiving the situation, Dakia asked Marnak what they should do. He instructed her to destroy the ceiling to block the ninjas' advance. The princess, using her magic, promptly obeyed, causing a good portion of the tunnel ceiling to explode and collapse, burying the ninjas under the rubble. Marnak grabbed Dakia's arm, pulling her her away from the collapse. However, just ahead, they encountered even more ninjas. One of them introduced himself, stating that his sole interest was the princess, and promising that if Marnak handed her over, he would be spared. The ninja offered to pay double what had been promised to protect Dakia, and would even overlook the fact that Marnak had killed some of his companions. Marnak in turn replied that the princess had already promised to pay him with gold equivalent to his weight, and then asked if they could offer double that amount. The ninja leader affirmed that they could. Marnak commented that it was indeed impressive, but added that nothing they could offer smelled as pleasant as the princess. Upon being embraced and praised by the priest, Dakia felt self-conscious, but at the same time flattered. The ninja leader, in contrast, became furious. He insisted that Marnak was cornered and would not be able to defeat them alone. Marnak, however, claimed not to care about the number of enemies, as he would win regardless. In response to this provocation, the ninja leader ordered his men to kill the priest. Marnak did not stand idly by. He invoked a sword with a chainsaw-shaped blade and advanced against the ninjas, who became easy targets. Before they could react, Marnak already had them under his control, eliminating them with extreme ease. The ninja leader watched his men fall before his eyes, shocked and trembling in the priest's presence. Marnak approached him, stating that he had proven his words, as the outcome of that battle had been decided before it even began. Far from there, the entity known as Curiosidade Contorcida amused itself with its prey. The cultist leader, expressing revulsion, asked how long she had existed. Curiosidade Contorcida replied that she had been alive even before the creation of the first son of corruption. She then questioned if he was the priest of Agulha de Costura, noting that the inside of the cultist's head looked tattered, which she deduced to be the work of his master. The cultist remained silent for a moment, but faced with Curiosidade Contorcida's insistence, confirmed that he knew Agulha de Costura. The demon then asked if his deity would join the festivities. Witnessing an enormous power manifesting, Curiosidade Contorcida commented that the humans of that era without a doubt worked hard. She had previously wondered why some cultists were collecting the sacred relics that sealed the deity of corruption, and now realized that their intention was to bring the gods from heaven to earth, precisely to break the long-maintained balance. Before her, the entity known as Agulha de Costura manifested, ordering the demon to be silent, as she no longer desired her provocations. The ninja leader remained in shock, witnessing the ease with which the protagonist had defeated his men. He then ordered the rest of the group to attack, reminding them that the priest was alone against many. The protagonist, in turn, informed Dakia that he would need her help for the next attack. In response, the princess unleashed a powerful fire magic, and the protagonist immediately advanced amidst the flames. The hit ninjas remained motionless, without reaction, but the protagonist remained unharmed. The flames did not affect him. Taking advantage of the enemy's vulnerability in the intense heat, he cut them down one by one with his sword. A final explosion cleared the way, and soon the two were outside the cave. Relieved, Dakia declared that she never wanted to set foot in a place like that again. She then asked Marnak if he had not been hurt by the fire, and he assured her that he was fine, returning the question to the princess. Dakia confirmed that she was also unharmed, indicating that everything was well. However, the calm was short-lived. Soon after, they noticed someone approaching. One of the ninjas guarding the outside fell inert before he could even react. The moment he collapsed, a new figure emerged. Both Marnak and Princess Dakia were taken by surprise, as the woman who had appeared exuded immense power. The protagonist instructed Dakia not to move and to keep her distance, as he recognized the imminent danger and decided to face the threat alone. On the other side, the priestess of blue flames was already preparing for combat, brandishing her sword and awaiting her opponent's approach. With a swift movement, she struck the protagonist squarely, disarming him. Worried, the princess cried out Marnak's name, but he could not respond. The priestess of blue flames questioned if he truly believed he could defeat her. She added that even if she did not exert herself, victory would be impossible, as it was her destiny to defeat her sole and true disciple. A flashback transports us to the past. After Shantox's death, the protagonist had embarked on a journey to find the sacred relics that contained his mother's divinity. He finally found one of them, but there was a problem. The relic was hidden inside the warehouse of the sacred flame sector. In a conversation with his mother, he asked for patience, stating that he needed a solid plan before attempting to locate all the relics. At that time, his only ability was the line the living cannot cross. Marnak knew that the relic's guardian was a priestess of a much higher level than his own. Lost in his thoughts, Marnak noticed a young woman approaching the river. He found it strange, as no one else frequented that spot so early, and the young woman's beauty did not go unnoticed. To his surprise, she asked if he would have time to help her with something, promising a reward. Without hesitation, Marnak promptly accepted, even before she finished speaking. About half an hour later, he had already washed the young woman's clothes. She then asked him to carry the basket inside. It was at that moment that Marnak realized the truth. The person who had asked for his help was the guardian of the sacred relic herself. After paying him with a coin, the guardian asked if she could count on his help again. Marnak responded affirmatively, and thus began a peculiar relationship between them, always involving dirty clothes. Daily, she appeared with more clothes, asking the protagonist to wash them in exchange for a silver coin. However, after a few weeks, she stopped asking for help, claiming to be out of money. According to her, she had spent everything her predecessor had left, and now would have to wash the clothes herself. Marnak, however, insisted that he would help her even without receiving anything in return. He stated that he had nothing to do, and that it would not be a problem. In his mind, Marnak valued the fact that the young woman had never discriminated against him for being a stranger, unlike other people. Furthermore, considering all the coins he had already received, he felt he owed a debt of gratitude. The guardian still wished to repay him. Instead of coins, she offered to teach him fencing. Marnak accepted without hesitation. He was terrible in combat, and his only advantage until then was his good physical fitness. Thus, receiving fencing lessons from an expert was an unmissable opportunity. But already in the first lesson, he took a strong blow to the face. Even so, he did not give up learning. He believed that, in that world, the specialist class represented close-range combatants of the highest caliber. A specialist was someone who mastered their martial arts and transcended the limits of a living being. There was only a handful of such individuals in an entire nation, and Master Pridya was one of them. Pridya's teaching method was simple and direct, focused on tireless training until perfection was achieved. After the first day of training, Pridya asked the apprentice to return the following day, but to clean her house instead of doing laundry. Marnak, feeling more at ease, seized the opportunity to ask if he could take a look at the relic storage room. Immediately, Pridya inquired about his interest in the sacred relic. The protagonist replied that he was merely curious to know what a sacred relic looked like. Pridya decided there would be no problem in showing it, but made it clear that it would be just that one time. Upon entering, Marnak realized he genuinely did not know what the relic looked like. If he had been alone, he would not have been able to distinguish it from the other artifacts. However, a pang in his heart alerted him as soon as he came across a chalice. That, then, must have been the item he was so desperately searching for. Marnak returned to his training, dedicating himself with fervor. However, he still received many attacks from his master. In a fit of rage, he tried to strike her. His emotions, however, blinded him to the point where Pridya easily knocked him down. Pridya then declared that he had learned enough. Afterward, she withdrew from the area and asked her disciple to finish the cleaning before her return. For 3 years, Marnak lived with the master, tending to household tasks. He appreciated the freedom from worry regarding food and housing. However, Marnak did not become a swordsman. Instead, he merely learned to survive. It reached a point where Marnak concluded that he would learn nothing further if he remained there. He then decided to resume his primary mission to collect the relics and avenge Shantuks. Thus, taking advantage of his master's absence, he stole the relic she guarded. He successfully extracted the divinity from the sacred relic. In doing so, he acquired the authority of the giant of corruption. It was also during this period that his mother's voice began to manifest in his mind. Back in the present, Marnak questioned Pridya about how she knew he was alive. Pridya replied that she did not possess that information. She commented that, after enduring so much punishment for so long, her disciple had become more resilient and expressed satisfaction in finding him still alive. She added that she had spread wanted posters for Marnak and had found him due to a perceived resemblance. Marnak, for his part, noted the absence of any similarity between him and the poorly drawn image, but decided to keep his opinion to himself. Regardless, Pridya stated that she did not care about Marnak's true nature. What interested her was her own ego. She expressed a desire to train him again until he became a specialist. Marnak, however, asked how long it would take to achieve such mastery. Pridya revealed that she herself had trained without rest every day for approximately 30 years. However, she considered Marnak quite talented, so he would probably need only 27 years of arduous work. Marnak thought that with such a slow pace, all his primary missions would already be completed. Furthermore, unlike Pridya, he did not consider himself a genius. The narrative then shifted to Carmen Valtus. Turdi, his companion, informed him that 24 allies remained. He warned, however, that 3 were gravely wounded and 11 had minor injuries. Carmen knew that 16 had already died and was certain that his brother would be disappointed with such an outcome. He concluded, therefore, that he should have brought elite forces instead of common soldiers. Amidst these thoughts, Carmen perceived a tremor inside the cave. A creature emerged from nowhere. A giant crab was approaching. Upon encountering the danger, Carmen assessed that, although the monster was small compared to what he had already already eradicated, it was still very similar, so he ordered Turdy to flee immediately. He then asked Sajida to help him buy time so that all the soldiers could escape. Quickly, Sajida attacked the enemy, managing to strike it in the eye with a blade. He then launched into close quarters attacks and swiftly managed to pierce the monster. Carmen praised his companion's performance, and he himself did not hold back. He seized the advantage he was granted, attacking the enemy's feet in an attempt to incapacitate it completely. To the royal army leader's surprise, the monster began to regenerate. Not only that, it also grew in size, a considerable danger given they were inside a cave. Faced with this, Carmen ordered a retreat, aware of what could happen if they remained. However, the monster began to expand exponentially until it exploded. Shards spread everywhere, leaving only a crater where it had been. After the incident, the leader asked if Sajida was injured. However, he realized that his friend was unharmed. Sajida, without hesitation, attacked again. The monster, still not defeated, was constantly under attack. Sajida did not want to allow another explosion, but to his surprise, the monster pleaded not to be attacked anymore. It also cried out for the help of its beloved sewing needle. Immediately, several needles were thrown, capturing nearby ninjas. Not just the living ones, but also those who had already fallen. The monster used the needles to draw the bodies closer, utilizing them for its self-regeneration. Faced with this, Carmen Valtis considered that retreating would be more prudent than staying to fight. Then, he and Sajida began to run. However, during their escape, Sajida was hit in the heel by one of the needles. His friend, though, appeared to help him and cut the line that held him. The monster did not remain inert and began to destroy the cave around them, leaving the two friends on the verge of being crushed by the debris. Carmen, in turn, tried to destroy the falling stones heading his way, but simultaneously, several needles struck him. Thus, his escape attempt was thwarted. The explosion inside the cave was so intense that it was visible even from outside, catching the protagonist by surprise. He questioned his master, Pridia, asking if she would not check what was happening. Pridia, in turn, explained that she had encountered a certain man on the way and believed she did not need to rush, as he would probably reach the location first. The mention of an unknown person piqued the protagonist's curiosity. Back inside the cave, Carmen screamed amidst the pain. However, in his moment of despair, a figure appeared to save him. Enthus Valtus, known as the Black Wolf, who quickly came to help his son. Carmen could barely believe his father's presence. Enthus Valtus asked if the young man could walk. Upon hearing Carmen's affirmative response, his father instructed him to flee, as he himself would stay to defeat the monster once and for all. Immediately, Carmen moved away from the location, taking his friend with him. At that instant, a serpent demon appeared, demanding the return of the stolen item. The Black Wolf tried to understand what the creature meant. In any case, the serpent attacked the other monster, which was actually the twisted curiosity in its true angered form. Enthus Valtus did not just stand by watching the two monsters fight. With a precise attack, he cut the multi-headed creature and then moved towards the serpent. The latter, in turn, warned Enthus not to touch it, claiming that if he did, the item it possessed would break and could not be recovered afterward. Her words, however, were in vain, as Enthus Valtus was there precisely to defeat the monsters. He cut off all the serpent's approaching heads. Trying to retreat, the larger serpent realized it was at a disadvantage. With the warrior in its path, it would not be able to retrieve its item. The twisted curiosity concluded that there was no alternative but to give up, and imagined that if Marnak were there, it could ask for his help. Meanwhile, Enthus Valtus noticed someone approaching. Before he could do anything, he was struck by the priestess of blue flames. However, the blow was not enough to defeat him, and an intense fight began between the two. Facing his opponent, Enthus noticed that she possessed a very intense energy, and realized that he would not be able to fight her in the same way he had fought the monsters. Pridia immediately demonstrated her strength, throwing Enthus far away. The Black Wolf rose irritably and asked why the priestess was acting that way. Pridia explained that she was merely curious about the strength of the supposed best swordsman in the region. Enthus argued that if that was the only reason, the fight could be postponed, as his current interest was to protect the capital from monsters. However, Pridia retorted that the main talent of the region's best swordsman seemed to be talking rather than fighting. Hitting the Black Wolf's great ego with this provocation, she watched him immediately prepare for the duel. Pridia obviously did not intend to go easy on her opponent. As soon as they resumed combat, the high energy generated by the fight could be seen from afar, impressing even the demon serpent. However, the demon serpent soon realized that all of it was, in fact, a distraction. Then, the protagonist appeared and asked what he should do. The twisted curiosity thanked Marnak in advance for his help, but he quickly said that he did not need thanks, only clear instructions. The creature then explained that a monster had stolen a sacred relic, and inside it was something its daughter had left behind. Thus, it asked Marnak to retrieve the item. Act 2. The protagonist was somewhat confused by the request, especially because the monster seemed like a mixture of all sorts of deities. Nevertheless, Marnak began to work, but soon realized realized that due to the creature's colossal size, finding the object would be difficult. The twisted curiosity tried to motivate him to continue, but Marnak declared that words of motivation would not make his task easier. It was at this moment that his mother appeared, offering to help him in the search. Marnak, upon meeting his mother, asked if she would be able to locate the relic in her current form. She confirmed that she would. Despite the affirmative answer, Marnak warned her about the imminent dangers of the search. Even with the warnings, he could not dissuade her from the idea, but asked that, should the situation become too risky, she return immediately to him. Meanwhile, the twisted curiosity, the demon serpent, still cried for help as it continued in fierce combat against the other monster. It strove to immobilize its adversary, hoping that this would facilitate the protagonist's search for the relic. However, Marnak, despite all the serpent's efforts, sensed that the mission would not be simple. He kept his mother safe amidst the turbulence of the confrontation. Soon, smaller monsters approached to attack them, but the protagonist defended himself with mastery. He fought against the enemies, ensuring his mother's protection. Noticing the increasing number of adversaries, Marnak realized that he needed to intensify his attacks. With his energy aura amplified, he unleashed a power-charged blow that discharged an immense energy blast. This devastating attack annihilated all the monsters at once, leaving his mother deeply impressed. During the chaos of battle, Marnak's mother spotted the relic and informed her son that the artifact was located in the monster's eye. Despite the joy of the discovery, Marnak knew there was no time for celebration. He picked up a sword from the ground and hurled it at an approaching enemy, striking it down. Next, Marnak informed Curiosidade Contorcida about the relic's location. The demon serpent expressed its gratitude and declared that it would devour the monster, leaving intact only the part of its neck where the relic was found. It also reprimanded the cultist transformed into a monster, stating that he was just another human worshipping a weak deity, and that it did not approve of his behavior. Returning to the protagonist, he ran with his mother to the location of the relic. There, Marnak began to excavate the monster in search of the artifact. It didn't take long for him to find the item, but something struck him as odd. There were no hands nearby. He wondered if this was due to the relic itself or another reason, but he had no time to delve deeper into the matter. Quickly, Marnak informed the serpent that he had found the artifact. Curiosidade Contorcida once again expressed its gratitude for the help and informed him that he could now move away from the monster. The protagonist then asked his mother to return to a safe shelter. As they moved away from the creature, Curiosidade Contorcida let out a defiant scream towards the sewing needle, asserting that as long as it lived, it would never respect such a weak deity. It also promised that it would get its revenge for what had happened. Afterward, the demon serpent devoured the rest of the fallen monster, while Marnak distanced himself from the danger, seeking to leave the area. However, amidst this movement, some royal soldiers arrived at the arena and spotted the demon serpent. Marnak tried to hide from the soldiers, as the last thing he needed was to attract more attention. Not far from there, Pritia continued her intense struggle. She and the Black Wolf, Enthis Valtis, continued to clash, and the battle between the two generated massive energy impacts that devastated the surrounding landscape. Suddenly, Pritia ceased combat. Her adversary questioned the reason for her cessation, and Pritia explained that she had been fighting to destroy him, but that it was no longer necessary. Enthis Valtis, in turn, stated that she would have to take responsibility for her actions. The priestess vehemently disagreed, claiming that she would never lose to him. At that moment, an ally of Enthis approached, informing him that he carried the tooth sharpener. With this information, the Black Wolf ordered the soldier to arrest the priestess, but warned him about Pritia's expert nature, advising him not to provoke her. The soldier then informed Pritia about the arrest orders, accusing her of obstructing justice and threatening the kingdom. Aware of her strength, the soldier expressed hope that the priestess would cooperate with the arrest. However, Pritia, instead of openly resisting, searched for an item and handed a paper to the soldier. Upon seeing the document's content, the soldier was completely surprised and speechless. Noticing the soldier's surprised reaction, Pritia realized that she had shown her disciple's drawing, not the true document. Quickly, she searched again and found the correct paper. The soldier examined the document and confirmed that it was an authorization of full privilege for the bearer. This meant that regardless of her actions, the priestess could not be punished. He verified the paper's authenticity by the royal seal, but the only thing that puzzled him was how Pritia had obtained such authorization. Pritia explained that some time ago, she had defeated a dangerous cultist and received that document as a gift from the king himself. Even without understanding its exact utility at the time, she accepted the gift, as she had been proclaimed the kingdom's savior. Now, with the matter resolved, Pritia stated that she needed to leave, as she had other matters to attend to. Far from there, Marnak ran through the arena's corridors seeking distance from the royal soldiers. In the midst of his escape, he noticed someone approaching. The next instant, he was surprised by a warm embrace from Curiosidade Contorcida, who thanked him once again for his help. In a very intimate manner, it was preparing to reward him and would have done so had the protagonist's mother not interrupted the moment. However, Curiosidade Contorcida showed no irritation, but rather joy, as the mother had also contributed to the mission's success. With great emotion and gratitude, it embraced the child. Shortly after, the Twisted Curiosity served tea and biscuits to the two. Now that they were safe from danger, she wished to thank them properly. Marnak, however, felt nothing special upon tasting the food, even with his host doing everything to please him. His mother, on the other hand, had a completely different reaction. Upon trying the biscuits, she felt as if she were flying among the clouds. Such was her satisfaction. On behalf of his mother, Marnak thanked her for the meal. Without beating around the bush, he handed the recovered relic to its rightful owner, and then asked about the Twisted Curiosity's daughter. In response, she revealed that her daughter had died a long time ago. However, she told Marnak that he did not need to feel bad about it, as her daughter was a human who lived during the era of the ancient empire, and it would be strange if she were still alive after all this time. The protagonist then asked if she had been married. The Twisted Curiosity explained that she had not, because when she took on that body, she was already pregnant. She then opened a chest, mentioning that she had never shown its contents to anyone else. Inside the box, there were only a few simple items and a child's drawing. She explained that upon assuming human bodies, demons generally avoid having children, as their goals focus on enjoying the world's pleasures to the fullest. But when she gave birth to her child, she developed a very strong attachment to her. It wasn't long, however, before this joy turned into sadness. She knew that, unlike herself, her daughter would enjoy very little of life, for she was not immortal like her mother. Marnak asked why she chose to give birth. The Twisted Curiosity confessed that she was curious to be a mother, and she was not the first of her kind to do so. After the birth, she named her daughter Sillin. The Twisted Curiosity also revealed that the sword Marnak used on the day they met was made by Sillin. She had not mentioned this before so as not to seem like she was boasting. Since the topic had come up, she asked to see the sword again. Marnak then revealed the item. The Twisted Curiosity pronounced some magical words, and the sword immediately began to glow. At that, a message appeared to Marnak, informing him that the weapon was the 6th creation of the best blacksmith in the entire empire. Marnak was curious to know more details about the weapon, but even the Twisted Curiosity did not know them. However, considering that her daughter had created the sword, she imagined that the weapon might be interconnected with other creations of Sillin. After all, her daughter had always been fascinated by things that transformed. Realizing that the Twisted Curiosity kept everything related to her daughter, Marnak supposed that she would also like to keep the sword. She agreed, but emphasized that the most important thing was what her daughter had left especially for her. The other things Sillin made were created for other people to use. Therefore, if she had these items, the Twisted Curiosity would not use them for fear of breaking them. At the same time, she knew that her daughter would not wish for her creations to be stored away in depots. Seeing that Marnak's mother was showing some boredom, the Twisted Curiosity asked if she needed anything. Marnak replied that his mother would like more biscuits, if possible. So the host informed them that if she opened the second drawer on the left in the kitchen, she would find the biscuits she desired. Without hesitation, the little one immediately went in search of the food. Alone with Marnak, the Twisted Curiosity expressed her desire to thank him for recovering her most precious possession. She then asked if, in his mother's absence, he would like to receive proper treatment. Embarrassed, the protagonist politely rejected the offer and warned the Twisted Curiosity not to propose something like that in front of his mother. She explained that last time she was just joking, but had thought better of the situation and said that if he changed his mind, he could inform her at any time. Since Marnak refused that reward, the Twisted Curiosity asked if he had another prize in mind. At that very moment, his mother appeared and stated that the most appropriate reward would be in gold coins and biscuits. The Twisted Curiosity appreciated the mother's frankness. However, she presented a problem regarding the request. After all, to repair the underground arena, she would have to spend a lot. Furthermore, she preferred not to give money to her saviors, fearing that they would simply disappear afterward. Instead, she would like to accompany them and join the group on their next adventures. Despite not liking battles very much, she was sure that a river of blood would follow Marnak, regardless of the path he chose to take. But so as not to leave him empty-handed, the Twisted Curiosity said she had something in mind and asked him to wait a moment. Upon returning to the living room, she presented an item she had long tried to sell, but which she now gave to Marnak for free. The protagonist realized it was a key to the ancient ruins. The Twisted Curiosity stated that this should be an appropriate reward, as the ruin locked by that key contained another creation of her daughter and might interest him. Sometime later, Marnak was preparing to leave. The Twisted Curiosity handed him a bag filled with biscuits and other essential supplies for his journey. Marnak took the bag, thanking her for the gesture. Before saying goodbye, he asked if their paths would cross again in the future. She explained that, due to their last interaction, her eye was partially dysfunctional. For this this reason, she would stay away from the capital for a while, which meant that this was, in fact, a goodbye. The twisted curiosity advised Marnak to continue taking good care of his mother, ensuring that she always had a beautiful smile on her face. The protagonist thanked her for the advice and said goodbye. With Marnak's departure, the twisted curiosity reflected that the item from the ruins would certainly be useful to him. She thought that if the Mother of Corruption recovered her divine powers, all other deities would pay the price, especially the one who had harmed her daughter, the sewing needle. Not long after, Marnak re-encountered Dakia. He questioned her if her master had appeared looking for him. The princess replied that she had not seen her since their last meeting, but informed him that Carmen and Sajita were nearby. Marnak then asked about the condition of his friends. Dakia explained that they did not seem very well and that the treatment was not having the desired effect. Upon hearing the news, Marnak decided to visit them immediately and soon re-encountered his companions. Carmen showed joy upon seeing him, and Marnak noticed that despite what he had heard, his friend did not appear to be so bad. Carmen downplayed his injury, saying it was something a healing priest could resolve. However, he mentioned that the real problem was Sajita. Sajita in turn denied the severity, stating that she had not suffered anything serious and also only needed a priest. Marnak asked to see Carmen's injury, and as he suspected, realized it was not a common lesion. It involved evil god's magic, which explained why no healing method had worked until then. Marnak believed that his mother could resolve the situation by absorbing the divinity from the relic. However, such a procedure could not be performed in the capital, as it would leave them exposed. There was then no other alternative but to head straight for the ruins. As the ruins were located in an isolated region, manifesting a divine power there would not pose any problem. In the meantime, Carmen revealed that the malignant divine powers present in his wounds seemed to be weakening, as they had been told by the priest who had visited them last time. However, the priest also warned that the complete eradication of the evil would take a considerable amount of time. Marnak asked what the estimate would be. Carmen explained that, at a minimum, it would be a few months, but it could stretch into years. Arathgrata interjected, stating that Carmen was being optimistic, as the priest had indicated the wait could be much longer. Even so, she was looking for someone who could accelerate the process. Carmen regretted the outcome of the situation and the fact that he could not continue escorting the princess, as he needed to recover first. Dakia asked them not to worry about her, focusing solely on their own recovery. Marnak announced that he would be absent from the capital for a few days. He had a method to heal his friends and wanted to pursue it as soon as possible. The princess showed curiosity, but Marnak said he would tell her the details later. Carmen thanked him, but expressed feeling bad that Marnak had to go so far just to help them. Still, Marnak insisted on offering his help. Faced with this, Carmen asked to speak with his friend in private, as he had something important to say. Thus, Arath and Dakia left the two young men alone. Carmen then stated that there was no one with a heart as noble as the princess's, wishing his friend would seize the opportunity, as it was evident the princess liked him. Sajita, in turn, commented that, due to their behavior, he and Marnak had presumed that Marnak and Dakia were already a couple. The protagonist claimed that nothing romantic was happening between him and the princess. He felt that his own mother would be annoyed to hear that and would demand an explanation. In any case, Carmen encouraged him to try something with the princess, believing they would make a beautiful couple. Marnak felt too embarrassed to refute the argument. Instead, he said goodbye to his friends and departed for his next journey. Dakia, after hearing Marnak's plan, insisted on accompanying him. Although she considered the journey to such a dangerous place a bad idea, the princess trusted that, by Marnak's side, everything would turn out all right. Thus, the two arrived at the inn where they were staying and encountered Pridia. The priestess informed Marnak that he was late, as she had been waiting for him and now invited him to sit at her table. Dakia, however, also decided to sit down, which visibly embarrassed Pridia. Marnak commented that his master had arrived later than he expected. She explained that she needed to pass through the palace, as the Queen of the North had a favor to ask. Pridia said that evil worshippers were acting uncontrollably in the northern region of the capital, and the Queen had politely requested the priestess's help. For this reason, she requested that Marnak go to her room to prepare for their departure together to Igelar. To her surprise, the protagonist declared that he could not do that. That was a direction opposite to his destination, and he had a very important mission that he could not ignore. Pridia questioned if he would do that even after all the difficulty and embarrassment she had faced to fulfill what he had asked. Marnak remained firm, reiterating that he could not help her. With that, Pridia began to cry, asking how he could do that to her. Pridia cried, asserting that she had tried her utmost to please her only disciple. Marnak, however, declared that he would not fall for that again, aware of Pridia's ability to act very well when she wished. The priestess then said that feminine tears were her greatest weapon. The protagonist, knowing her well, instructed Pridia to place her hands on the table, warning that if she tried to knock him out and take him by force, he would not forgive her. Pridia assured him that she would not not consider such a violent method, but Marnak knew perfectly well that she had considered that option. In any case, Marnak reaffirmed his decision. He said that he could not accompany her on her journey, as he already had his own mission to fulfill, but promised that once he finished what he needed to do, he would find her. Faced with this, Predia released him, claiming that, as his master, she was showing mercy. She stated that she would wait for his return so they could then proceed together on the mission, but hoped he would be strong enough not to be defeated along the way. To find out if Marnak was capable, Predia decided to test his current strength. She mentioned that the inn had a spacious yard, and then ordered her disciple to take up his sword and accompany her immediately. Once outside, Predia explained that the conditions were simple. She would use only a fraction of her strength to match Marnak, but he, however, should use all his strength to defeat her. The protagonist pondered that things would become very complicated if he used his unique abilities at that moment, so he decided to fight solely with his brute force. He thought that his master always struck him on the chin when defending his attacks, but, unlike before, she did not. Predia intended to test his strength and did not want to knock him out immediately. With that, the two began fighting with their swords. While Marnak used all his strength, his master fought as if she were playing, until she disarmed him. With that, Predia asked what her disciple considered to be the most important factor for someone to become an expert. Marnak responded that it was sword skill refined to the maximum, combined with a body trained to its limit. However, Predia said that these were only the basic requirements and struck him. The priestess stated that if that were enough for someone to become an expert, she herself would have become one just 5 years after picking up a sword. The protagonist commented that sometimes his master was quite arrogant. In her defense, she claimed she had said nothing but the truth. Soon after, Predia said that the correct answer would be the mind. Seeing her disciple's confused face, she joked that he looked more handsome when he did not understand something. She explained that an expert had the ability to imbue any sword with their will, so even if others considered themselves invincible, the expert could defeat them. But for that, the apprentice's mind needed to be completely devoted to their objectives. Contrary to this, Predia observed that her disciple appeared to be obsessively dependent on something. Then she asked him what it was. Marnak thought that he could not answer that question. After all, a priestess like her would not like to know that she had a disciple who served a malignant deity. Furthermore, every time he was reborn, his dependence on that authority grew. Noticing her disciple's reaction, Predia realized that Marnak knew exactly what she was talking about. She claimed to be happy to have found him again, but confessed that her heart went cold the moment their swords crossed. Marnak asked if this was due to him being far from an expert. Predia responded that it was more like a mother's heart. For her, it was as if she had raised a child with all her effort, only to lose him in the end to a serpent or something similar. The protagonist commented that that analogy was quite specific. His master said that, as long as he was dependent on someone other than her, she could not have him completely, and would only become frustrated trying to separate him from that being. As she did not want to see him hurt, Predia affirmed that she would not attempt anything against his will. However, she asked her disciple to carry something with him, an ancient relic she had taken from the sacred flame sector. Predia explained that the Black Ring people could always approach wherever the White Ring user was. Marnak agreed to use the item, but had a question. He asked how his master was an expert and a priestess at the same time. She responded that it was not possible to become a priestess merely through faith. As for that, one needed to have that authority granted by a deity. She claimed that even experts viewed gods as a kind of objective, as they were not influenced by deep emotions related to the deities they worshipped. In this same way, she managed to consider Marnak her disciple, even after seeing him use the power of a malignant deity. For this reason, Predia affirmed that her disciple should transform into an expert, since through that, he would become capable of differentiating real emotions from emotions planted by deities. Surprised, the protagonist asked if she knew about his worship of the malignant deity all along. Predia responded that she was not an idiot. In that case, the protagonist asked why, instead of him, his master had not chosen someone more talented to have as a disciple. Predia said that she was raised to be the sword of the sacred flame sector, and without realizing it, ended up alone until she met Marnak. The happiness she felt during the 3 years they spent together was much greater than she had felt in her entire life, and the pain of losing him was even greater. Therefore, she claimed she could not go back to the old days without him around. That was why she needed him back, because she considered him important to her life. Only when she was near Marnak did she truly feel happy. Far from there, in the corridors of the demon arena, the elf's servant was saying that the headquarters was a mess, due to the ninjas having ruined the plan to abduct the princess. But the ninjas, in turn, were saying that it was all the little man's fault, and wanted revenge against him. With that, that, the servant began running from the danger and pleaded for someone to save him. Amid his escape, an explosion occurred. Startled, he decided to check what had caused it and encountered the elf using his dragon powers. The servant did not understand why the elf had appeared to save him until the elf himself said he was not there for no reason. But now he ordered him not to stand still and to follow him, otherwise he would leave him behind. The little one immediately regretted all the bad things he had ever thought about the elf. After all, he had escaped death thanks to his boss. However, the elven prince quickly warned that he did not wish to be flattered because of it. Sometime later, Marnak arrived at the coordinates of the ruins entrance. Upon spotting some men guarding the location, Princess Dakia asked if they were bandits. Marnak considered the possibility, but admitted there was no way to be certain. She then suggested destroying them with fire, but Marnak argued that this could cause a forest fire. Opting for a more peaceful approach, he decided to try to resolve the situation through dialogue, making it clear, however, that if there were any problems, Dakia could use her magic to defend him. Next, Marnak approached the guards. He introduced himself as a priest of preservation, explaining that he was there to deal with the mountain bandits in the area. The leader of the guards demanded that he hand over his weapons to enter, but Marnak refused, stating that he would not do so without being sure they were truly bandits. In response, the guard ordered him to step away and prohibited his entry. Marnak, in turn, observed that the guard was a mage and asked him to bring someone more reasonable to talk to. Irritated, the guard attempted to attack him, but was immediately disarmed by Marnak. Princess Dakia observed everything from a distance. Immediately afterward, she manifested, invoking a magical storm and declaring that she would attack anyone who appeared with her lightning. Marnak, however, questioned the reason for such an action. Dakia explained that he had attacked the guard, and she had deduced that a fight was beginning. Marnak, however, claimed that it was all just a misunderstanding. Before he could explain himself, a person emerged, exclaiming that it was finally raining, and that it would now be possible to collect water. Upon seeing the strangers, the newcomer asked who they were. Marnak introduced himself as a servant of the goddess of preservation, and then introduced Dakia Riemel, the daughter of the young smiling master. The woman recognized the princess and introduced herself as Fosarina. Fosarina was the captain of the royal archaeological team, and she expressed enthusiasm for finally speaking with the princess in person. She mentioned that her mages were not very proficient with water magic, and so she was very pleased that someone had managed to bring rain to that dry land. Dakia was glad to have helped in some way. The captain apologized on behalf of the guard who attacked them, and added that he was lucky to be a mage, as otherwise he would have already been fired. Fosarina also revealed that the excavation of ancient ruin sites was an absolute secret, and asked how they had discovered the location. Marnak explained that the key to the place had indicated the location. Excited to learn they possessed the key, Fosarina asked if she could also enter. Marnak stated that this would not be possible. Nevertheless, the captain insisted that she did not need to enter with them, only asked for the opportunity to visit the site after they finished their tasks. She then asked what the priest's knowledge of that place was. Marnak replied that he knew as much as a common person. Fosarina explained that the ruins of the ancient empire were generally categorized into two types. One type was sealed within an isolated space, accessible only with a key. The other, in turn, was buried underground, and the royal archaeological team's objective was to excavate the latter. Marnak expressed surprise, but Fosarina clarified that her team was merely curious about the relationship between the two ruins, and stated that they were not interested in any buried or trapped items. Given this, Marnak accepted her company. For now, he requested shelter so they could rest. Additionally, he asked if more people from headquarters would be arriving. Fosarina assured him that he did not need to worry, as the entire team consisted of royal archaeologists. Marnak observed that they did not seem to be in great numbers. The captain claimed that they were not an organization with many resources, and that buried ruins were generally in poor condition and scarce. Therefore, Marnak concluded that they likely would not have problems. Next, Dakia used the key to open the cave entrance portal. Excited, Fosarina eagerly awaited to discover what lay on the other side. Marnak was the first to interact with the portal, and did not take long to enter. Immediately afterward, Dakia also entered, marveling at the beauty of the place. Marnak agreed, but reminded her that they needed to work, in addition to admiring the view. Next, he took his mother's earrings. Upon wearing them inside the location, he began to accumulate aura, until finally a relic manifested. Marnak realized that this was an authority that would enable even more powerful attacks. It was the Sword of Corruption, capable of consuming everything it touched. It did not take long for him to comprehend its true meaning. After all, he himself was starting to be consumed by the weapon. In this case, Marnak questioned how he could use such a dangerous weapon. After some time, the princess expressed her concern for Marnak, even though he assured her he was perfectly fine. His mother, also apprehensive, shared the same uneasiness. Determined, she left the safe spot and went to meet Marnak. As he saw her approach, Marnak noticed a remarkable change. His mother seemed to have grown in stature. He then reassured her, stating that he felt no pain. Dakia had an idea and suggested that Marnak's mother wield the sword in his stead. The princess argued that being a divinity, his mother should not be consumed by the blade's power. Marnak, however, did not approve of the proposal, unsure if his mother would truly be immune to the sword's effects. His mother, insistent on helping, convinced him to perform a preliminary test. With his powers, he raised the sword and then handed it into his mother's hands. Contrary to all expectations, Marnak's mother also began to be corroded by the blade. In an instinctive act, she hurled the sword away, expressing that she felt an intense pain, different from what Marnak had felt. Marnak, in turn, desperately tried to find a way to help her. Dakia, observing the scene, noticed something unusual. Marnak asked what she meant by that. The princess explained that the mother of corruption should not be harmed by her own inherent authority. This observation irritated Marnak's mother, who, to everyone's surprise, pronounced a word different from her usual mantra. Marnak pondered that perhaps this occurred because she had not yet fully recovered her divinity. More than that, he was deeply moved to hear his mother say something different from the word kill. She herself, who had not noticed the singularity of the moment, also rejoiced at the discovery. Marnak asked his mother not to worry too much about it, as her mere presence already made him feel stronger. Dakia, realizing that both Marnak and his mother had already recovered from their injuries, suggested that they proceed with the mission. Marnak then decided to try and call for reinforcements. He had not seen the giant for some time, and hoped that his ally was well. After the greetings, Marnak asked the giant to try wielding the sword. The giant obeyed the order. However, just like the others, he felt his hand begin to corrode. Quickly, he dropped the blade, which had also severely wounded him. Marnak apologized for what happened, realizing that the problem with the sword was far more serious than he had imagined. He then decided that it was time to enter the ruins. He asked the giant to go first, preferring to merely observe for now. Since none of them could detect traps, putting the giant in the lead was the most sensible option. It wasn't long before some enemies appeared. Upon seeing the giant destroying everything around, the opponents decided to face him. Dakia asked if she should use magic to help. Marnak, however, stated that it was not necessary for now, as the enemies seemed to be immune to magic. The giant continued to fight bravely. Discontent with the numerical disadvantage, he intensified his attacks, taking the opportunity to deliver blows with all his might. While watching, the mother of corruption cheered for him, with the enthusiasm of a cheerleader. Marnak also praised his ally's performance, commenting that strengthening him had been worthwhile. Sometime later, Marnak handed an energy core to his mother. She managed to manipulate the item to her advantage and, through it, extracted divinity. Marnak then affirmed that she was strong enough to be considered a goddess now, for she had managed to unify all divinities into a single essence. Upon seeing their excitement with the achievement, the princess praised the chemistry and synergy they demonstrated. Dakia questioned if one day she would be able to have the same kind of connection with Marnak. Marnak, in turn, replied that he believed they already possessed that connection, asking if he was the only one to think that way. Dakia was caught by surprise by the answer, not knowing how to react. Fortunately for her, the giant ended up interrupting the moment. Meanwhile, Marnak thought of using the 10,000 divinity to reinforce a necessary authority. In certain situations, he could not allow an authority like the Sword of Corruption to emerge at a moment of urgency. With this conclusion in mind, he asked his mother to return to the safe place. As they advanced through the dungeon corridors, the allied giants suddenly encountered a new enemy. This one, however, was not as weak as the previous ones, striking the giant and throwing him to the other side of the arena. Quickly, Marnak protected the princess, as a great impact almost hit them. He was caught by surprise by the unexpected attack. Soon, he noticed that the enemy was a robot, programmed to eliminate intruders. Marnak realized that he could not stand still and invoked his corruption magic. Before advancing, he asked the princess to hold on to him, as he planned to run at maximum speed. He wanted to get away from the danger and ensure Dakia's safety. Meanwhile, the giant attacked the robot, opening a gap for the protagonist and Princess Dakia to escape. Dakia, however, questioned if they should leave their ally behind. Marnak assured her that the giant would return on his own once he finished distracting the enemy. After running for some time, the two finally reached the correct door. But upon opening it, they were met with an unpleasant surprise. More enemy robots awaited them on the other side, programmed to eliminate intruders, just like the previous one. Dakia quickly prepared to attack with her fire magic. Marnak realized that the enemies would not give them a moment's respite, and instructed the princess to take care of the right side, while he would handle the other. It did not take long for them to defeat all the enemies. Dakia then asked Marnak what he thought of her performance. The protagonist praised her, but suggested they rest a little, as she had used a lot of magic during the combat. However, the the robot that had been fighting the giant approached, abruptly interrupting their moment of rest. Furthermore, it revealed it possessed heavy artillery. Marnak quickly realized that the only alternative was to dodge the shots to protect the princess. He knew he could not fight and protect her at the same time, especially upon seeing the damage the enemy was already causing to the environment. It was then that Marnak noticed the robot had run out of ammunition. Instead of attacking, he decided it would be best to flee. But in the middle of their run, he realized that the robot was collecting the capsules from its shots, transforming them back into ammunition. Desperate, Dakia questioned what they would do against the enemy. Marnak, in turn, asked if she could hit the adversary's weapon with her magic. He explained that, as soon as the robot was about to fire, the princess could strike the weapon to incapacitate it. Even feeling insecure, Dakia promised to try. She waited for Marnak's signal and, at the right moment, unleashed a fire shot against the robot, directly hitting the enemy's weapon. This generated an explosion that struck the ceiling, leaving everything on the verge of collapsing. Still, Marnak praised the princess's performance, knowing she liked to be recognized. Immediately afterward, he began to run away from the danger. Amidst their escape, he thought that Dakia was probably low on mana and needed to rest to be able to attack again. After running for a while, they reached another door. The protagonist tried to open it with brute force, but the door did not even budge, leaving him irritated. He told the princess that this was the right door, but that he would need cover while he tried to open it. Marnak knew time was short, as the robot would reappear soon. He then used his chainsaw sword, attempting to cut the door in half but without any satisfactory result. His system alerted him that he would not be able to get through by using shortcuts. Given this, he understood that he would have to defeat the robot if he wanted to proceed. Immediately afterward, the enemy reappeared. Marnak then instructed Dakia to do exactly as he told her from that point on. He guaranteed that this would be their last fight and asked her to just hold on a little longer. The protagonist noticed that the robot was trying to retrieve its ammunition again and quickly moved to stop it before the enemy succeeded. Next, he ordered Dakia to attack. The princess gathered her strength and once more prepared a fire attack, throwing the explosive ball toward the enemy. But immediately afterward, she lost her strength and fell to her knees. Marnak realized that this was the last spell the princess could use. Therefore, the rest of the battle would be up to him. His only alternative was to use the Sword of Corruption. Even aware of the risks, he decided to try anyway. As soon as it was hit, the robot began to corrode. Not just it, but both of the protagonist's hands as well. Marnak realized that the corruption was more intense than last time, and this was not a good sign, as he might not be able to keep the sword embedded in the enemy long enough. Even so, Marnak was willing to sacrifice himself. However, having lost both hands, he could no longer hold the sword. But immediately his mother appeared to help and, with both hands, held the sword firm. Marnak could barely stand at this point, but he realized that his mother had arrived just in time. Dakia, also quite weak, could barely stay awake, but she managed to see that the robot was finally falling. After the enemy was corrupted, Marnak collapsed amidst the rubble. His mother, however, ran to him, as she did not want to see him get hurt again. Marnak awoke after a period of unconsciousness. His first concern was for his mother. However, upon seeing her, he realized that she was not only well, but in excellent form. Marnak understood that his mother had removed them, him and Dakia, from the danger zone, and he thanked her. His mother, full of self-admiration, celebrated her own performance, considering it impressive. Marnak acknowledged that without her help, he would not have been able to defeat the robot. Amidst this celebration, Dakia woke up and, confused, asked if she was still alive. Marnak reassured her, stating that she was, and that after a brief rest, she would be ready to get up. After all, they had finally reached their destination. Before the door, an automated system asked them what the eternally enchanting thing would be. Dakia commented that it seemed like an enigma. Marnak, in turn, observed that the daughter of Curiosity Contorted was quite similar to her mother, and promptly declared that the answer was Alicia. Immediately, the door opens. As they enter, Sillin greets them via a hologram. She introduces herself as the Empire's finest blacksmith. Marnak thinks about how impressive the girl was, having created a robot with a machine gun and even a hologram of herself. He wonders what kind of place the ancient empire was. Sillin invites them in and praises them for overcoming her guardian. At that, Dakia inquires how Marnak knew the answer to the enigma, but Sillin herself promptly answers the question. She explains that Alicia was her mother's name. Since they had entered with her key, it was expected that they would also know her name. Otherwise, she could not allow anyone entry. Marnak then realizes how serious it would have been if he had gotten the answer wrong. Sillin Silon, in any case, realizes that the journey there had been arduous for them. She offers them a moment to rest. Sometime later, Marnak dedicates himself to caring for his mother. Dakia appears, commenting that he had gotten out of the shower very quickly. Unlike him, the princess wanted to make the most of it, feeling as though she had washed away all her tiredness. Marnak says that he enjoyed it in his own way and asks if she managed to use all the shower's functions. The princess replies that, despite never having used anything like it before, the explanations about the mechanisms were quite detailed. Her clothes were washed while she showered, and she feels that her resentment towards Silon had diminished by half. Speaking of her, Silon appears shortly after, asking if they had rested well. She brought with her the items they had dropped along the way. Marnak no longer even remembered this. Silon reveals that she had even repaired what was damaged. Marnak thought that the ring he had received from his master had been destroyed along with his hand, and is relieved to learn that the item had not been lost, as that would make Pridya angry. Silon then says that she would take them to the item they were looking for. Shortly after, Dakia is impressed by the sight. She notices an immense underground space, something she had never imagined seeing. Silon, in turn, asks which of the two would take her number one piece. At that, Marnak's mother manifests herself. Silon finally sees her, realizing that there were actually 3 people there. Marnak, however, answers the question, stating that he himself would take the item. Silon comments that it would not be fair to leave the others empty-handed, and decides to create an item for the 2 of them as a reward. Next, she guides Marnak to the item room. Inside, she says that was the last piece she had created. She then instructs Marnak to use the item on his dominant hand. Marnak takes the bracelet and puts it on his right arm. He realizes that the item automatically adjusts to the user's physique. In addition, he notices the presence of a system in the bracelet. Silon reassures him, telling him not to be afraid, as the system was merely registering the user. She also instructs him to shout the word "activate" and then press the button. Marnak asks if he really needed to shout. She confirms, and Marnak does as Silon instructed. And after uttering the word "activate," the bracelet takes on a different form, covering his entire arm with a kind of armor. Silon, in turn, begins to laugh. She reveals that she had been joking about him having to shout, and advises that next time simply pressing the button would activate the item. Realizing that he had become nervous, Silon apologizes for the prank. She then says that she would explain how the item worked, and asks Marnak to extend his right fist forward, for the item reacted to its user's brainwaves, so he only needed to think of attacking for the item to do the rest of the work. At that, Marnak imagines a cannon firing through his hand, and it does not take long for the item to respond to his commands. Subsequently, the bracelet fires, leaving Marnak truly impressed, as the shot causes an enormous explosion. Silon explains that it was a kind of special mana cannon. Despite its strength, the cannon was not very effective in long-range battles, as its ammunition was not physical, but at close range, it caused great damage. The energy used to recharge it was the mana present in the atmosphere, so the user did not need to worry about running out of ammunition. However, it could fire 3 shots at a time, but it took about 20 minutes to recharge, thus requiring good management of shots. Silon also comments that if Marnak had any other of her items, he could try combining it with the bracelet, and something interesting would happen. Marnak then reveals that he possessed the sword. He promptly combines the weapon with the bracelet, but is surprised when the sword simply vanishes. He realizes, however, that the sword had actually combined with the bracelet, and apparently now he could use the blade directly from his hand. Upon deciding to test it, Marnak is surprised. Silon perceives that he liked it, and explains that the bracelet was the fruit of her efforts to combine divinity and mana. Marnak says that it was incredible, and she agrees. She also explains that the item was not indestructible, but the user did not need to worry about repairs or anything similar, as the bracelet itself regenerated. Upon hearing this, Marnak has an idea. He then decides to wield the Sword of Corruption with his gauntlet. At that, he realizes that, unlike before, he was not getting hurt, as the gauntlet generated by the bracelet was absorbing all the sword's damage. Marnak's system emits a crucial alert. He has only 70 seconds before restoration becomes impossible. Marnak understands that, although he can now wield the powerful Sword of Corruption, its usage time is strictly limited. Even so, a feeling of satisfaction fills him upon knowing that he will have this weapon at his disposal in the future. Shortly after, he leaves the testing room. Dakia, curious, inquires what he had obtained. Marnak reveals that he had obtained a bracelet capable of transforming into armor, and then turns the question to the 2 women, wanting to know about their achievements. The princess challenges him to guess. Marnak soon notices a new adornment on Dakia's neck, which visibly satisfies her. She explains that the item helps her control her mana, similar to the ring she possessed before. The big difference, however, is that this accessory imposes no mana limits, being, according to her, much superior. Furthermore, when activated, it It behaves like a mask, covering her face and conferring a unique style. Next, Marnak's mother also hastens to show her reward. She asks Marnak to observe her left hand. He realizes that his mother had received a ring identical to his, thus both could now track each other's location. The item also offered barrier protection once a day, if necessary. Marnak also notices that his mother, apparently with a certain jealousy for not having received a ring before, had asked Sillin to build one for her. In any case, he loved the new item. Sillin announces that now that everyone had their rewards, they could choose between leaving or staying a little longer. The princess quickly expresses the desire to leave, stating that she had already rested enough. Marnak agrees and decides that they would depart. Sillon then expresses the desire to keep the entrance key. Marnak remembers the promise made to the leader of the archaeology team to take her to see the place. However, not wanting to displease Sillon, he considers that it would be better to fulfill her request. Dakia, understanding, hands over the key. Next, Sillon bids them farewell. Suddenly, a giant hand materializes and pushes the visitors into a magical portal. Finally, Sillon says that if they collected all her items, something interesting would happen. She then wishes Marnak success on his journey. With that final push, the hand hurls them out of the dungeon. Marnak did not expect his exit to be like that. Dakia also shows surprise. After all, Sillon had created a portal just to expel them. Next, she asks if the priest also smelled blood. Marnak replies only that he intended to greet those people very thoroughly. The scene then shifts to Fosarina and her team. They were running, fleeing from enemies, when they suddenly found themselves in a dead end. To make matters worse, they realized they had been ambushed by a swarm of giant bats. No one understood how those monsters had appeared out of nowhere. Regardless, Fosarina knew that the fight for survival was inevitable. She asked where Thrawn was. One of her companions replied that he had gone ahead. Fosarina then instructed her companion to tell Thran that if he wanted to live, he had better use his magic to find what they were looking for. When questioned, she simply ordered the message to be delivered. Fosarina decided to stay behind, facing the bats, stating that it was her job. Soon, a swarm of bats approached, and Fosarina attacked them with her giant hammer. Shortly after, someone approached, noticing some slain bats and identifying them as belonging to the one-horned tribe. However, another individual interrupted, saying that it did not matter as he wanted to leave before more of his bats died. Fosarina approached, declaring that they did not have permission to leave. Immediately after, a female enemy approached her, stating that she did not need her permission. Fosarina tried to counterattack, but her opponent defended with ease. The adversary commented sarcastically that she was almost hurt by the attack. Fosarina replied that was precisely her intention and attacked again, but the shadowy being of the cave intervened, calling Fosarina irritating. He used his magic to bind her and then asked about the relic. However, the stone enemy noticed someone approaching and noted that the owner of the bats had just been attacked. At that, Marnak appeared facing his next adversaries. The shadowy being tried to use his magic against him, but nothing could restrain Marnak. Perceiving the danger, the stone enemy held Fosarina hostage. This, however, did not prevent Marnak from approaching. She soon realized he possessed divine power, but before she could react, Marnak destroyed her with a single attack. Seeing that left the shadowy being deeply frightened. Marnak faced the enemy directly and asked how many of them were still alive. Perceiving the imminent threat, the enemy acted first, using his powers to try and trap Marnak in rocks. However, he quickly realized that this tactic would not be enough, as Marnak used his saw to escape with ease. Impressed by the power displayed, the adversary questioned Marnak's identity. At that instant, the narrative transported us to a flashback, revealing the moment when 4 falling stars descended upon the earth. For some, this event was interpreted as the beginning of a holy war, where those who followed the will of the heavens would align themselves with the fallen gods, serving them as guides on earth and believing they were fulfilling a divine mission. The 4 stars then gathered warriors destined to carry out this celestial will. One of them asked if they would have the necessary strength to serve the fallen gods. Promptly, one of the deities replied that the only respect to be paid to them would be death, and ordered them not to question their determinations, stating they must obey without hesitation as it would be for their own good. Immediately after, the star that had descended from the heavens christened the gathered group of warriors as the Annihilation Crusade. Returning to the present, Marnak confronted the enemy, asking how many of the Crusaders were still alive. The adversary refused to answer and tried to attack, but Marnak grabbed him by the neck, making it clear that he was not joking. The enemy, in turn, inquired why he should give any answer. In retaliation, he received a blow to the abdomen, realizing that his refusal would only worsen the situation. At this, he revealed the existence of another group besides his own. and offered to guide Marnak to them. However, Marnak showed no interest and silenced his opponent once and for all. At that moment, the stone woman reappeared, promising to teach him a lesson. Marnak did not hesitate, using the sword of corruption against the enemy, who was quickly annihilated. Marnak then declared that it was a perfect elimination and now wondered who his next target would be. Next, Fosarina asked for help to get up. She did not recognize Marnak due to his drastically altered appearance, but found him quite impressive and decided to ask who he was. Marnak introduced himself as an executioner of humans. Fosarina observed his physique and offered any reward he desired in exchange for help. However, Fosarina acted impulsively, leading Marnak to question her attitude. She immediately apologized, explaining that she had acted without thinking. Marnak then warned that if she did not want to be his next victim, she should lead him to the remaining enemies. He clarified that he was not doing it for her, but rather to quench his own thirst for battle. On the way, Marnak decided to test some of his powers before encountering new adversaries. He realized that apparently the sword of corruption only corroded living targets, which meant he would have to refrain from using it against undead or similar creatures. Marnak allowed Fosarina to climb onto his back, warning her that from then on, he would run as fast as possible and that she should simply guide him along the correct path without attempting any tricks. While Marnak executed his plan, Dakia also acted discreetly, staying close by as they were together on this mission. Not far from there, Thrawn received a message from his captain. His companions commented that she risked her life to give them more time, but Thrawn argued that it was not as easy as it seemed and that if they could not help, they should not hinder. In the midst of their conversation, one of the men heard a strange noise and soon realized they were more bats. Desperate, Thrawn intensified the use of his magic until he managed to pierce the wall, revealing the other side. With the passage open, Thrawn announced that they could now cross. Without delay, the men passed through the hole. Before the bats could reach them, Thrawn closed the passage with his magic. He felt exhausted after the effort and realized they had only made it that far thanks to their captain's sacrifice. Little did they know that the captain was well and already embarking on a new mission. Sometime later, another group approached the rock rupture, notably impressed by the diggers' ability to escape the bats. One of the group members questioned the archaeologists' persistence, as they seemed surprisingly difficult to capture. Her teammate observed that the archaeology team displayed unexpected strength, exceeding initial expectations. Another colleague asked if the archaeologists had truly obtained the relic. The young man confirmed, explaining that their superiors were capable of tracking the relic's locations. Even with the confirmation, Jamel seemed skeptical. Her teammate wanted to know what still worried her. Jamel expressed her concern, stating that they could not continue the search for relics so indiscriminately. She had heard rumors that the rival group had already used a relic to create a perfect incarnation. The team leader inquired about the relevance of that information to their current mission. The girls suggested that they could replicate the feat. The leader understood the point, but emphasized that, for now, the priority was to continue pursuing the archaeology team. He then instructed Jamel to open the passage. Fulfilling the request, Jamel invoked the power of her esteemed amalgamated stone, asking it to remove the stones blocking the way. Immediately, the passage opened once more. With the path clear, they prepared to advance. However, without warning, the bats began to display strange behavior. Jamel could not understand the reason for that sudden change. The leader, however, deduced that the other group was likely facing difficulties. The girls did not show much enthusiasm to go help them. The leader reinforced that their primary mission was to find the relic and that they could not abandon the task, especially after managing to open the passage. Convinced by the argument, they agreed, and the group advanced cohesively towards the opening. Meanwhile, back with the protagonist, he questioned Fosarina about why she was touching him so insistently. Instead of answering directly, she asked the protagonist if he had any interest in archaeology. Fosarina revealed herself to be the captain of the archaeology team and added that she could get him a job, arguing that, with such a defined physique, excavating would not be a problem. The protagonist, in turn, warned her not to delay or he would leave her behind. He also mentioned that her teammates were in trouble, but the captain showed no concern. Fosarina commented that they did not even know if the others were still alive, and that there was no reason for sadness. Immediately after, however, she pointed in the direction they might have gone. Upon spotting the ruins, she indicated the location as the final resting place of Princess Silon. The protagonist revealed his surprise, as he had not known Silon was a princess. In any case, Fosarina explained that the location had served both as a laboratory and as a fortress for the princess. In the Old Empire, the reign of the princess's mother and Emperor Yongle had passed without major issues. However, at the time of choosing a successor, Silon refused to take the throne. Thus, an adopted son from a close royal family was the one who ascended to power. Initially, this decision did not generate conflict. However, the calm did not last long, and the situation soon changed. This was because Silon had created an artifact known as Immortalium. Fosarina was not sure exactly what happen next, but she had a theory. She believed that for such an ancient empire, built after the end of the era of the transgressing mages, there were no enemies who could equal them in power. Thanks to the immortalium, Sillon achieved immense fame. The emperor, noticing Sillon's growing influence, expanded his army in an attempt to reassert his own authority. Paradoxically, this expansion ended up further threatening his position. A group of revolutionaries emerged, demanding that Sillon assume the throne as empress. Even without desiring such responsibility, Sillon was acclaimed by the people, who believed that someone reluctant to take power would be the most responsible leader. Furthermore, they saw her as much more competent than her predecessor, whose main concern seemed to be only the pursuit of power. Eventually, a civil war erupted between the revolutionaries and the imperial army. Both sides tried to co-opt Sillon, given that she was the only one capable of producing the immortalium. The emperor had the firm conviction that his sister would remain by his side. The revolutionaries, in turn, hoped that Sillon would not betray those who had shed their blood in her name. However, to everyone's surprise, Sillon declared neutrality. Although she wished to remain aloof from the conflict, both sides considered her an enemy and a traitor. Quickly, Sillon ceased to be someone to be persuaded and became a target to be eliminated by everyone, for the good of all. Shortly after, the armed forces attempted to invade her laboratory. However, they were surprised by the local defenses. The soldiers created by Sillon proved to be stronger than the invaders. The protagonist knew this well. After all, he had already faced one of these soldiers. Incapable of breaking through the defenses, the enemies, in a desperate act to get Sillon's attention, took the lives of innocent people. The tactic worked, in a way, as Sillon became furious and decided to end the civil war. She concluded that the best way to achieve this would be by eliminating both sides of the conflict, eradicating the root of the problem once and for all. Ancient historical records narrate the rise of a merciless metal army, which leads Fossarina to believe that androids fought alongside Sillon. To combat this overwhelming force, the Emperor and the revolutionaries, formerly enemies, forged an alliance, deploying all their unique resources. They mobilized an elite squad known as the Experts. These specialized soldiers managed to infiltrate Sillon's laboratory and finally eliminated the fearsome figure. However, there are no reports of experts who survived or escaped that mission. Since then, Sillon's laboratory has been declared a restricted area, remaining impenetrable to anyone after the events. The protagonist then inquired about the fate of the Empire after these events. Fossarina revealed that the Emperor and the revolutionaries plunged into a civil war of their own, from which the Emperor was defeated. Curious, the protagonist wanted to know if she had any information about Sillon's lost artifacts. She, however, stated that she had never heard of such items. The protagonist then began to speculate that, during the attack, Sillon might have received help against the Experts. He imagined that, even being formidable warriors, they would not have stood a chance. His theory led him to believe that a demon could have assisted Sillon in faking her own death, allowing her to create her artifacts in secret. Reflecting on Fossarina's words, he concluded that, if she was right, they were not allowed to approach that location. Why then, the protagonist asked, had Fossarina sent her subordinates to look for the laboratory? She explained that it was a long story, but stressed that much time had passed since the war, and a good part of that era was erased, except for the instructions to create the immortalium. Suddenly, a sound of battle echoed through the area. Fossarina deduced that it might be her companions and hurried the protagonist. Indeed, her team had survived, but found itself cornered by the laboratory guards, and many did not resist the attacks. Thram was the only one still standing, fighting desperately. However, his only weapon broke in the hands of a robot guard, leaving him completely vulnerable to enemy attacks. Before he could be hit, a precise explosion struck the robot, throwing it far away. The protagonist, using his cannon, drove the danger away from the last surviving archaeologist. In a way, the protagonist felt a weight of guilt for the casualties. Thram, in turn, exulted upon seeing the captain alive. Fossarina asked her subordinate about the whereabouts of the other groups. He explained that the walls moved unexpectedly, separating them. He added that they hadn't even touched anything, attributing the movement to the enemies. In the middle of the conversation, Thram was startled to notice that the robot was beginning to get back on its feet. The protagonist did not hesitate and launched an attack. However, upon trying to strike the target, he noticed the robot's impressive resistance, concluding that it could only have been built with immortalium. There was, however, a positive side. Compared to the robots he had already faced, this one was not as skilled in combat. The protagonist seized the opportunity, attacking with unusual force and managing to immobilize the machine. Fossarina, agile, did not stand still and quickly disarmed the robot, asking Thram not to remain inert and to help help her. The protagonist pondered that if he did not possess a weapon made of the same material as the robot, he would hardly be able to defeat it. Now he used his saw to slice the adversary and remove a particle of the immortalium. Furthermore, he aimed directly at the android's cortex, incapacitating it for good. While Fossarina celebrated the survival, the protagonist and his mother thought only of one thing: how much they profited from selling the immortalium. However, to everyone's surprise, a dense smoke began to emanate from the robot. Thram supposed it was poison, but the protagonist disagreed, realizing that the robot was actually melting. He then understood that the extracted immortalium was now useless, and he imagined that this was a safety measure implemented by Sillin herself to prevent her creation from falling into the wrong hands. Next, the protagonist declared that he would defeat all the metal beings, and that anyone who fell along the way would be left behind. He warned them that if they followed him, death was a great probability. Even if Fossarina and her team wanted to follow him, they realized that the protagonist was too fast. In any case, Marnak headed towards the palace. Upon approaching, Marnak realized that an intense fight was happening inside, indicating that Sillin had probably positioned her robots to ward off invaders. Without hesitation, he decided to enter explosively, determined to defeat whoever was in his way. However, the protagonist encountered an organized cheering section, encouraging Jamel, who was visibly exhausted from combating the robots. Marnak was confused, not understanding why a supposed evil worshipper was protecting the archaeologists from Sillin's robots. Jamel, in turn, asked the archaeologists for help. They replied that they could not assist her, as they were unarmed. At that moment, the protagonist's mother questioned whether he would only help the archaeologists after the death of his enemy. The protagonist thought that this situation could be a chance to learn more about Liberatio. One of the archaeologists argued that they should help Jamel, as they would have no way to defend themselves alone if something worse happened to her. After listening, the others agreed with the idea. However, the protagonist intervened, warning them not to do that. He stated that Jamel was his target, and anyone who tried to help her would meet the same fate. The threat left the archaeologists confused, unsure if the protagonist was a person or a monster. Despite his frightening appearance, they realized they were facing a man. He was merely shirtless and wearing a peculiar mask. The protagonist then began to attack the robots. That, in a way, impressed Jamel. Even with the surprise, Marnak did not stop attacking. The robots, however, did not remain still and retaliated with attacks. The fight between them quickly caused significant impacts on the surroundings. Worried, Jamel exclaimed that the situation was dangerous. She saw a robot approaching from above, heading towards the protagonist. So, she decided to help him, launching a ranged attack. Upon hitting the enemy robot, it exploded into 1,000 pieces. The protagonist then refocused on the other robots. Jamel celebrated the critical hit. Not only that, but she also joined the battle. Upon seeing one of the defeated robots, the protagonist noticed it was trying to communicate, but it was too late, as the robot had called for reinforcements from the magical artifact. Marnak could not prevent that from happening. Soon after, the captain of the archaeologists arrived at the location. In a way, she was glad to find her team safe. Meanwhile, the protagonist gathered his strength for what was to come. Upon witnessing this, Jamel realized he was using divine powers. In his thoughts, Marnak noted that the magical artifact was not approaching from the same path he had used to arrive. He then instructed Fossarina to take her team and leave as soon as possible, stating that their presence would only hinder him. However, Fossarina revealed that about 20 people from her team were still missing. She asked the protagonist to save them if he found any survivors along the way. Afterwards, she agreed to withdraw, calling everyone to accompany her towards the exit. Jamel tried to seize the opportunity to go with them, but the protagonist prevented her from escaping. He said that she would go with him. Jamel, however, claimed that she needed to go with them because she had some questions to ask. The protagonist, however, warned that if she disobeyed him one more time, she would regret it. After seeing the entire archaeology team leave, he said that the princess could now stop hiding. After all, the others had already departed. Jamel was surprised, as she had not noticed she was being followed. Then, she tried to sneak away, using her powers, but the protagonist stopped her. He declared that if she used her powers without permission, she would die, and demanded that she answer some questions. He questioned her about how many people lived in Liberatio. Jamel claimed not to know, explaining that everyone had separated into small groups, and because of that, she did not know how many were still alive. The protagonist then asked how Liberatio found the relics. Desperate, she replied that there was a relic that functioned as a map. However, she stated that she did not possess such a relic, as only superiors had access to it. With that information, the protagonist asked how many relics Liberatio had collected up to that moment. Jamel replied that there were only 4, but Marnak had heard the same thing last time and suspected the girl was lying. He argued that he had received that information a long time ago, and therefore concluded that Liberatio should not have stopped there. Jamel explained that the map had been damaged due to factional fighting, causing it to reveal dozens of coordinates at once, instead of a specific one. She recounted that the Keros faction was trying to overthrow the gods. The Berso faction, in turn, was trying to summon the gods to Earth, and both were in conflict. Each faction possessed 2 relics, and she had heard that the Karsus had recently overthrown a deity. Upon hearing that, the protagonist was quite surprised and asked how such a feat was possible. Jamel quickly clarified that she did not belong to any of the factions, and therefore was unaware of the details of the situation. Before any other question could be asked, an enormous explosion echoed through the location. It was the requested reinforcement which had just arrived and was already locating the invaders. Their mission was clear: to eliminate them immediately. Jamel asked for permission to use her powers against the robot, guaranteeing that she would not try to betray the protagonist. Marnak pondered that the safest option would be to eliminate her, but something bothered him. He remembered seeing her protecting the archaeologists upon arrival, and she had not even tried to attack him. Despite considering the idea risky, Marnak concluded that somehow Shantus would have convinced him to let the girl live. With the decision made, Marnak chose to trust her, but made clear the consequences should she attempt anything. Authorized, Jamel activated her combat abilities and prepared for the fight. The robot, for its part, had already detected their presence and was aware of the danger the invaders posed. However, the protagonist did not wait to be attacked and made the first move, resulting in a direct confrontation. As he tried to cut the robot with his saw, the protagonist noticed that this one was different from the previous one. His blow caused no significant damage to the enemy. It was then that the robot spoke, declaring that a successor had finally appeared. He introduced himself as Terzio, the third knight, and paid due respect to the protagonist. Terzio offered to guide him to the lab's administrator should he wish. Dakia, confused, asked what was happening. The protagonist explained that, according to Fosarina, that was Ceylon's lab, but questioned whether the robot would ambush them along the way. Terzio promised he would do nothing against him, stating it was an honor to guide him. Sometime later, the robot led the group to the administrator. Jamel then asked what her fate would be from that point onward. The protagonist pondered that he did not wish to kill her, but knew that keeping her alive could be a problem. The princess intervened, suggesting that Jamel must miss her friends and could go find them if she wanted to. However, the girl claimed that Giselle and Zarn were in the past. Dakia, surprised, asked if they would not be sad about their friend's absence. Jamel replied that they did not care, and that she did not even know them properly. The princess approached the protagonist, saying that she had gotten what she wanted from the girl. Marnak stated that they could not simply let her go, but also did not want to kill her. For now, he would have to keep an eye on Jamel, even thinking of assigning her some tasks, in addition to having more questions to ask. By the way, Dakia had a question and asked if she could tell the girl the priest's name, since she would be accompanying them for a while. Marnak agreed, taking the opportunity to remove his mask. Upon seeing Marnak's face, Jamel recognized him immediately. The protagonist asked how she knew him. Jamel explained that he was the priest who had dismantled her organization numerous times, and that his portraits were scattered throughout Liberatio, making him known to everyone. She concluded, worried, that once the priest obtained all the answers, he would not let her live, as he was famous for sparing no one from her organization. However, she claimed to be on the side of good and pleaded for her life. Marnak assured her that he would not kill her, but still pondered what he would do with her. Jamel then offered to swear loyalty to him should her life be spared. Sometime later, they arrived at their destination. Terzio informed the administrator that he had brought the successor. The administrator, who was also a robot, was delighted to learn that the successor had finally appeared. He explained that his vision sensor was damaged and, therefore, he could not see the successor. He then asked the protagonist to prove he had what it took to assume that position. Marnak moved his hand closer to the robot, which immediately recognized the bracelet made by Scyllin. With that, the administrator stated that the mother had not abandoned them. The protagonist, however, said that he would like to confirm if there was anyone else alive inside. The administrator informed him that, in total, there were still 24 people in the location, a duo and another group of 22 people. He explained that they were resisting well, and that was why it was taking time to deal with them, given that the remaining soldiers were damaged. Thus, Terzio was the only knight of the 4 protectors left. Given this, Marnak asked the administrator not to kill any of the 22, as he wished for them to leave alive. Next, he wanted to talk about the remaining duo. Jamel spoke up, asking if he could not let Giselle and Zarn go as well. She guaranteed she would do anything if Marnak spared her friends' lives. The protagonist's mother did not agree with this, but he had a different opinion. Marnak believed that Jamel was far better than other evil worshippers, as she thought of her friends even in her current situation. Therefore, the protagonist asked for their release as well, but requested that the two groups not encounter each other on the way out. Given his decision, the administrator stated that he would send the archaeologist and the duo out via separate routes. Before finishing, the administrator wished to hand something to the successor, claiming that the mother had left it there a long time ago. Upon seeing the item, the protagonist realized it was a piece of armor. Marnak, presented with the new item, used his gauntlet and managed to absorb the pair of boots. He soon realized that the boots, just like his glove, also had thrusters. He thanked him for the gift, but the administrator promptly explained that he was merely following Marnak's mother's orders. In his thoughts, Marnak considered himself immensely lucky. However, he recalled that the administrator had mentioned a defect and, curious, asked how it had occurred. The administrator revealed that he and the other robots had been damaged due to a previous ambush when invaders tried to harm Marnak's mother. After the confrontation with the squad of experts, all knights, with the exception of Terzio, were destroyed, along with 99% of the other soldiers. Even though he survived, Terzio suffered considerable damage during the combat. Even so, Marnak commented that this meant the complete elimination of the squad of experts. The administrator confirmed this, but pointed out that, in reality, he did not consider the battle a victory. They had exploited the fact that the invaders were living organisms to their advantage, and the only way to stop them was to lock them away long enough for all of them to starve to death. Instead of being shocked, Marnak was positively surprised by that information. In any case, as Marnak was now the successor, the administrator had a favor to ask. He expressed a desire to rebuild the entire robot army so that they would work in favor of the new successor. The administrator mentioned that Marnak's mother was against this idea, but he emphasized that the most important thing was who would command the soldiers. Marnak asked if the robots would be obedient to him regardless of anything. The administrator responded affirmatively, assuring him that the army would do everything the successor commanded. Reflecting on the situation, Marnak concluded that the world could turn against him at any moment, and an army of androids by his side would be extremely useful. Therefore, he gave permission for the reconstruction and asked how long it would take for the army to be ready. The administrator informed him that rebuilding the entire army would take hundreds of years. Marnak then questioned if it would not be possible to reduce the number of soldiers to expedite the process. At this, the administrator asked how many soldiers he would need. Marnak explained that since the empire had fallen, he would not need a very large number. In that case, the administrator said he could reduce the army and complete the work in 50 years. Marnak, however, asked if there wasn't a way to achieve something in less than a year. The administrator claimed that he would love to fulfill that request, but with the damaged facilities and lack of resources, he would need at least 20 years just to prepare, and only then begin working on the army. For now, he could perform other, simpler tasks. He would take the opportunity to recover his vision. The administrator mentioned that it had been a very long time since he had last seen anything in that room. He then asked if the successor was in danger to want to rush the reconstruction so much. Marnak confirmed, explaining that Liberatio was trying to capture him. Upon learning that the successor had enemies, the administrator stated that he would begin work immediately. He guaranteed that despite their limited numbers, he would be able to manufacture some soldiers in less than a year. He also suggested that Marnak could rest in the laboratory while waiting. However, Marnak stated that he could not remain in the laboratory for so long, as he had tasks to fulfill. Nevertheless, the administrator insisted, claiming that with enemies searching for him, it was dangerous outside. He added that if Marnak agreed to stay, he would do everything to make him comfortable. He could even shorten the process to 11 months. He made it clear that he did not want the successor to leave. Marnak considered 11 months not to be such a bad amount of time. However, he knew that the true problem was his main mission, and it was for this very reason that he had rejected learning more techniques from his master. Even with strong and intelligent robots by his side, Marnak could not ignore the fact that Liberatio had overthrown a deity. Elsewhere, a bound man pleaded for help. He insolently shouted to be freed, but soon realized that the intentions of the people around him were not to release him, but rather to use him as a sacrifice for a monster. The evil worshippers observed everything attentively. One of them even commented that the creature used to be a deity, and therefore he believed that perhaps divine beings were not so magnificent. Upon hearing this, his colleague immediately retorted, saying that it was blasphemy. However, the cultist asked if the true blasphemy would not in fact be to cast down a deity from the heavens. His colleague argued that despite its current state, the being before them was still a deity, something he could feel just by approaching it. The cultist responded that the monster might be powerful, but that did not prove its divinity. He believed that a deity should possess dignity. He refused to accept that he was in the presence of a divine being, especially because of its behavior. Furthermore, he had heard that the orders were collecting warriors. His colleague should know this as well, but seemed to be wasting time managing that monster. Unlike them, the Crusade of Annihilation was busy searching for relics, but he saw no problem with that. He believed they would not know how to use them, so the evil worshippers only needed to continue their work and find as many relics as possible before their adversaries. The cultist commented that everything would soon be ready and asked if his colleague would need test subjects. His colleague responded affirmatively, saying that he had already decided on the region and pointed towards the northern kingdom. The protagonist, however, had a duty to fulfill and could not remain there for 11 months. but abandoning such a grand heritage was unthinkable. Thus, he promised that he would not leave the robots behind. The administrator, confident in the successor's decision, assured him that he would do whatever was necessary to accommodate his wishes. Terzio also expressed his desire to help, asking to accompany the successor on his journey and arguing that he would be of great use. The protagonist, however, pondered that a robot of his size would attract too much attention. Terzio promptly explained that this would not be a problem, as he had the ability to decrease in size, being able to fit in a pocket and only increasing his proportions when truly necessary. Upon hearing the proposal, the protagonist's mother joked that that space was already occupied by her. He agreed, stating that that would always be her place. He then asked Terzio if he could assume the size of a common human. Terzio responded affirmatively and immediately reduced his proportions. Given this, the protagonist allowed the robot to accompany him on his departure. The administrator informed him that he needed to perform some repairs on Terzio and asked the successor to wait about 3 hours until the task was completed. He also mentioned having recovered the soldiers that had been destroyed outside. Marnak then asked if he could take these soldiers with him. The administrator showed that he did not understand why he would want inoperable soldiers. Being sincere, Marnak explained that his desire was to sell the immortalium, as he needed money for his journey. The administrator, in a way, understood the financial need. However, he argued that immortalium was too precious a resource to be commercialized indiscriminately. He then suggested an alternative for the financial problem, the collection of gold and precious stones while mining resources for the army's reconstruction. He guaranteed that, should the successor accept, all collected material would be granted to him, as the surrounding terrain was rich in such resources. Furthermore, he revealed that the laboratory possessed the ability to move freely across land, water, and air, although some of its functions were currently deactivated due to the urgency of the army's reconstruction. The protagonist considered this information valuable and left the robot in charge of the mining task. The administrator thanked him and asked the successor to rest a little, notifying him when Terzio was ready to depart. After the most basic repairs, the administrator assured that Terzio would be able to defeat any opponent who was not an expert. He promised that as soon as there was enough time and resources, he would perform an upgrade that would allow Terzio to defeat even an expert. Additionally, he installed a communication device in Terzio, allowing the successor to speak with the laboratory whenever needed. He stated that, even knowing the successor's occupation, he wished to maintain occasional contact. The protagonist agreed, emphasizing the importance of always staying in contact. With that, the administrator promised that he would make the world kneel before the successor. Sometime later, the princess praised the priest's recent accomplishments. At another moment, Marnak and his group re-encountered Carmen and Sajida. Carmen thanked the priest for having healed them, and Marnak replied that he had only done what was necessary. Next, he asked who the newcomers were. Terzio was the first to introduce himself, stating that he was the third knight to serve the successor. Marnak added that Terzio was a relic from an ancient empire, and then everyone greeted each other. Sajida, however, had a different approach, expressing the desire to duel against Terzio when an opportunity arose. The robot replied that it would need its master's permission, and Marnak agreed without hesitation. Terzio then stated that he would be free at any moment. Subsequently, Jamel introduced herself. She declared that her duty was to work in favor of the priest. Noticing such a devout demeanor from the girl, Carmen asked if she had done something bad to be so attached to Marnak. Jamel explained that the priest had made her reflect on her own generosity, and also stated that she would do anything if it earned her money. Meanwhile, at another location, the Crusader leader was already gathering his army. He announced that he would lead them on the first expedition to the Northern Kingdom, with the clear objective of eliminating the fallen deity residing there. The holy war, he stated, had begun, and all divine warriors should be prepared for what was to come. Back at Marnak's camp, Princess Dakia expressed her concern. She felt that something strange was happening because, although they had left the capital only a week ago, she had already heard rumors of frequent disappearances in the city of Beato. The princess suspected that her own brother might be involved. Marnak, however, observed that the journey on foot to Beato would normally take 2 to 3 weeks, and the smiling master was in the city. Dakia decided that the priest, Marnak, would eventually discover her secret sooner or later, so she preferred the information to come directly from her. She revealed that her father, the smiling master, Kalto Riemel, was not in his right mind. Carmen immediately asked how long this situation had persisted. The princess replied that it had been going on for about 3 years. Marnak then questioned who was acting in her father's place. Dakia revealed it to be Sir Douglas Martin. Marnak found it strange that an outsider would assume such a position instead of someone from the royal family. The princess, however, explained that Douglas was very close to her father, an honest man, and that Kalto Riemel had always praised him highly. Even with the explanations, Marnak still considered the story peculiar. He reasoned that if the princess's father was not thinking clearly, he should not have been able to name a substitute. Dakia clarified that her father had left a prepared document, naming Martin as his substitute for a period of 5 years, should anything happen to him. Everyone at first was suspicious, but Douglas Martin swore that he would perform his duties only for the stipulated time. Furthermore, he had been performing his work excellently, which earned him the people's trust. Jamel asked if there was anyone else aiming for the Smiling Master's position. The princess replied that this possibility had been considered, but that at the moment it did not seem to be the case. At that instant, food was served to the group. Marnak suggested that they resume the conversation after the meal. While they were eating, Marnak heard a nearby voice in the tavern asking if anyone suspicious, wearing a tunic, had appeared recently. The tavern keeper promptly informed them that most people wore tunics, including the 3 who were directly in front of them. The travelers then turned their eyes towards Marnak's table. They thanked him for the information and rented a room at the inn, stating that if anything happened, they would be there to help. Jamel, upon seeing the group, despaired, thinking that if she were recognized, it would be her end. Ignoring the tension, a man named Admacheo introduced himself to Marnak, stating that he was from the Annihilation Crusade. He also mentioned that his friend was named Tatiana, but stated that he could not reveal which deity they served. Marnak introduced himself as a priest, revealing that he served the goddess of preservation, who looked after people's daily lives. Admacheo apologized for interrupting the priest's meal and took his leave, as he had already confirmed his identity. Immediately afterward, Marnak's mother warned him about an imminent danger. Marnak then pondered that a demon did not usually work as a priest, and wondered if the crusade might have some connection to the situation. He commented that he had heard a lot about the Annihilation Crusade and asked what they were doing there. Admacheo saw no issue in revealing his intentions to a priest. He explained that they were searching for evil worshippers, as they believed these individuals were responsible for the recent incidents. Marnak agreed, stating that evil worshippers should be annihilated. However, he questioned whether they possessed any way to distinguish an evil worshipper from an ordinary person. Admacheo explained that, being on a pilgrimage, they might not know, and then revealed that the gods had sent an emissary, 4 angels who had descended to Earth. Marnak was visibly surprised by the news. Regardless, Admacheo reiterated that waging a holy war alongside the angels would be something marvelous. Marnak, for his part, felt that the main mission was finally beginning.